and see what Trump's saying next. So
Exactly.
More hits than they've ever had.
Repost the space, everybody. Bottom right corner. We are going to give you live up to the date information as we get along. We have Javon here, who is a veteran, as well as a bunch of knowledgeable people on stage. Again, this is an America First space. I'm competing with a lot of people who are definitely not America First. So, with that being said, repost this bitch into the sky.
Diligent, I want to throw something in there because there's a lot of people saying and commenting this on President Trump's post. So you did this unilaterally without congressional authorization. Let me stress this. Congress does not need to approve military actions like this. Congress only needs to vote on declarations of war, and that declaration of war only comes after the president has been operating in such territory after 60 days. So the president has ample latitude of 60 days, commander-in-chief, to go ahead and take actions like this with precision. He obviously then briefs Leg Affairs that then go, which is the White House Leg Affairs that goes to Congress and then briefs the speaker and so on and so forth. Or because of his relationship with Speaker Johnson, I'm sure he's already received a phone call after the operation was complete. So just really wanted to hone that in because there's a lot of misinformation out there saying that he skipped Congress, and that's absolutely not true.
Well, and it's 90 days, so he has to have, right?
Technically 60. It's not really 90.
Okay, 60. I'm sorry. I apologize. 60 days in position before he has to declare it to Congress. The problem that I have here, George, and I don't really have a problem, but is this an avoidable situation on the U.S.'s part, right? Because now there's a high likelihood of retaliation and escalation. Am I right?
Well, look, retaliation will always come after military operations. Now, here's the reality. Iran now has two options. Either they put their tail between their legs, or they can definitely push buttons. And I guarantee you they will probably choose the latter and push some buttons. The problem with that is, I think, Diligent, that the Ayatollah and Khamenei and his entire spectrum of generals are well aware of the predicament they're in. They're weakened in a domestic sense. They're weakened internationally. And I think they're going to have to think at least 10 times over before they come and do some kamikaze suicide mission. I mean, there's always that option that they might want to go out in a ball of glory and fireball of glory. Sure, so be it.
Obviously.
But,
George, the president's coming on at 10 p.m.
Oh, fantastic. So
is that Eastern or
most likely? Yeah.
Eastern,
so,
yeah.
Yes, Eastern.
10 p.m. Eastern.
Which means
10 p.m. Eastern.
Hold on.
That's 2 hours away.
Yeah, but by the way, whoever asked, is that Eastern? I'm sorry. The only time zone that matters is Eastern.
Enough of that. Enough of that.
The only one that
Enough of
exists
that.
is Eastern.
The only
Oh, you chose violence today.
No, you base all your stuff off the Eastern, right? That's why we always got to have the two numbers.
Yeah, all right. Let's reel it back in. We have a lot of hands up. Ryan, go ahead.
Finish this thought real quick, Bill.
Finish, George. Stay on topic, though.
Sorry about that. I had to throw the comment there. My bad. So real quick. So here's two ways I will look at this, Diligent, and I guess I invite people who might have differences of opinions. I don't believe Iran is going to be crazy enough to try to create any kind of retaliatory strike against the U.S., but they might up the antes on Israel, and that's where the question comes in: will the United States intervene? And the answer to that is no. Israel can handle it, and Netanyahu's been clear. Donald Trump just did what Israel couldn't do, and Israel would have had to do on foot, which would have had severe casualty for the Israeli military with the possibility of failure. Donald Trump just unilaterally shown the whole world that when the United States wants to have precision, it is the master. It is unbeatable and remains unbeatable. And this was, as Javon explained, the bunker buster and what comes after so eloquently. I don't think anyone else needs to even comment on that other than to thank Javon for his expertise there as a veteran. But I think that my opinion is there is no retaliation here towards the U.S., but I'm pretty sure Tel Aviv is going to have a hard time within the next coming days.
Diligent, there's another tweet from Trump. I will be giving an address to the nation at 10 p.m. at the White House. regarding our very successful military operation in Iran. This is a all caps historic moment for the United States of America, Israel, and the world. Iran must now agree to end this war. Thank you! Exclamation point.
Also, all troops in areas in West Asia are on highest alert. All American troops.
You know who loves this? Who's been tweeting out that they absolutely love this move? Surprisingly, is Adam Kinzinger. He says this is exactly was the right thing to do. He says this should hopefully bring Iran to the table for peace, and he's saying this was the best move Trump's made.
Way to make me
Yeah,
question
I
my
was going to
life.
say the
Thanks,
Democrats
gays.
haven't found a war they don't want to fund in the past 30 years. So Adam Kinzinger can suck it, in all my opinion. But what again, I just want to emphasize this because I think it's getting lost. Most people like myself have urged caution and not an all-out war because the president was facing immense pressure from folks like Mark Levin, to name a few names, but to go in and to start this war. The president said, no, I'm going to do a limited targeted strike. I'm going to take out these nuclear facilities. I'm going to enforce my red line, and I'm going to get the hell out of here. And I think the president has done a great job of keeping us outside of this. I think he took all the counsel. He spoke to Steve Bannon, I believe yesterday, maybe the day prior. And I think he got all the advice and he made a decision. I will say this. There's no one I trust more right now in this situation than President Trump. And I'm glad he's the person sitting in the White House and not the alternative that we could have had, because this man acted with clarity, with guidance. And I just pray that the Lord continues to guide him as we go through this, because Iran will respond, ladies and gentlemen. They absolutely will. And I think that we need a president in there that's going to make sure that our people are safe. And I'm gonna trust the guy that says America first 24/7. That's who I'm going to trust.
Javon, I think another piece of this is we have shown the world we're back. We're 100% back. Don't mess with us. We have a fully forced military, and we're not taking any prisoners unless we have to. No
And
quarters.
don't threaten the lives of Americans, because that's what Iran has been doing, especially over the past couple of weeks. They've been saying, we will attack you, we will wipe you off, your response is going to be end. You fuck around and find out with President Trump. I don't know why people keep testing him, keep trying this man as if he's not going to stand by his word, but they found out the hard way. Do not threaten the President of the United States. Do not threaten the American people, and don't you better not, try to impede upon our interests, because we will respond. And like you just said, America's back.
Hey, George, I have a quick question. What do you think China, North Korea, Russia's response to this is going to be? And isn't one of the fronts of this war with Iran has been a hacker, like they do hackings?
So yeah,
correct?
there's the China threat for sure. And that's a great question, I guess, to pose, which I think we should all be weary and we should all be very cautiously optimistic as to what comes next. Hopefully nothing serious, because China is a big benefactor of Iran and a strategic partner. And I think Russia has its hands full trying to deal with not being sanctioned into oblivion, and also balancing their standing in the world stage with regard to the war in Ukraine. So Russia, more of a non-factor. China definitely enters a conversation in a very strong way that I think we need to be cautious and very mindful of this. I think China definitely can see this as an opportunity to create in a vacuum and then use Iran as a proxy. So we got to be careful with that.
Go ahead if you have your hand up and no one's speaking. Chime in. Go ahead, Ryan.
All right, there we go. The hand system. You guys have to use it. I always get chewed out when I don't use the hand. But no. Nobody wants war. I understand, everybody's side, but sometimes it is necessary. War has consequences. And in a scenario like this, I think it was unavoidable. And so I give kudos to Trump for making the move, making it happen. You guys were talking about the B-2 stealth bombers, Northrop bombers, beautiful planes. I got the opportunity to see one down at Fort Bragg about 2-3 years ago. They're two-seater jets, very small, very compact. And yeah, you don't hear them coming. The moment that you hear it, you're already gone. You're floating up to heaven or hell. So we do have a really great military in terms of what we can do. And yeah, you don't need Congress. I think the only people that would have probably known about this attack would be a strategic group at CENTCOM itself, the chairman, Joint Chiefs. It was a very small group, and then probably also some people on the Armed Forces Committee in the Senate. So it was a very small group of people, and obviously they do that for certain reasons. But this was a surgical tactical strike. The president does not need any sort of approval from Congress to do it. This is not a declaration of war, but damn well there probably will be a response. And that, like Javon said, that is natural, that's normal. But Iran has to make a decision. Either you are going to attack us back and be blown into the Stone Ages to where we destroy your entire regime, or you put your dick and balls between your legs and you come to the negotiation table. That is probably what's going to happen. I hope they probably will try to strike some bases within the Middle East, some of our assets, some of our allies.
Did you just say that you hope that they do try to strike?
No,
I mean,
no,
have you
I
lost
said
your
no, I
fucking
said that
mind?
they will probably try
Jesus.
to strike. I didn't say I hope
But
they do.
how did the neocons get back? How did this fucking happen?
Nobody
Have you lost your mind?
nobody wants this stuff, and I
Yes, you
said
do.
that.
There's no reason for us to have done
Are
any of
you
this.
kidding?
There we
After you
go.
Oh,
Wait.
George, let this.
Diligent, that's an
I'm okay if you cry.
that's an
I'm
insane
happy to talk to you.
pejorative. That's an insane
He did
pejorative.
say he hoped that they strike our assets in the
Dude,
region.
It's
I
just
did
ridiculous.
not say that. Okay, are you deaf? I did not say that. I said
Ryan
that
did
is
not say
most
that.
likely what they will
Okay.
do.
Yeah.
Okay, well let me just make
Okay,
my
let's
point here.
Brian.
Came off an all-time night of bad faith, and you're going to put words in his mouth. What the fuck's wrong with
Yeah.
you?
Well, let me just make my
bro.
let me
So let me just. I host spaces professionally for a living. I know I asked him what he said. It's what it sounded like what he said, which is why I reiterated it. But let me tell you what you're not going to do. You're not going to come up into my space, right, and try to regulate me. So if you want to raise your hand and chime in, if you're going to raise your hand and chime in after you've been on your pro-Israel kick because I went into stealth space and debated them last night. Listen, I'm America first. I don't give a fuck about Israel. I don't give a fuck about Iran. I care about the United States of America, right? And the more you talk, the less I feel like you do. All right, let's go ahead to Jennifer. I know that she cares about America. Go ahead, Jen.
Diligent, he did say that. I heard it.
It's a recorded space, so but whatever. We'll see if it's good faith later on. Ryan, I don't
Okay,
mean that to
maybe he
disparage you. I think
misspoke.
he misspoke, but it did come
I
out.
maybe misspoke, but no, I do not want them to. But that is that's how this works. That's how Iran works. It's probably going to happen, but I'm not saying I want it to. I don't want war. Damn it, I don't want war. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going to say this because it's kind of fucking infuriating, and I don't know who said that, but to sit here and call Ryan a neocon and anyone who's saying that this was necessary is to be obtuse to the fact that Iran does not represent Iran having nuclear capabilities does not represent American values, and it does not.
neither does Israel. Neither does Israel.
Please
Are you
show
joking?
me. Please show me.
Are
How
you
many
kidding
nukes
me?
has
How many-
Israel
Hold on, we can't hear.
used?
Listen, we
How many
can't hear three of you at once.
How many
If you
times
want to
has
have a back and
Israel?
forth with David, go ahead, George. But let
How many
David
times
respond
has
to you too.
Israel threatened American interests abroad? Israel has given us every single opportunity and ability to work together to neutralize threats in the Middle East. Please explain to me, how is it that we're going to go against a country who has shown restraint, who has nuclear capabilities and has never used it, despite having fucking guns pointed at them 24/7?
They
7
attack
days a week?
everybody
Dude, but
around
they're
them
not
all the time.
nuking anyone or calling for
No,
the
I'm
death
sorry.
to
I'm sorry.
America.
First
I'm
of all,
sorry, David.
let's
You're
get this
wrong.
straight. Look, you
You're
can't
wrong,
substitute
and you
volume.
can't call me a
You
neocon.
No,
can't.
their people were just
Oh,
slaughtered.
George, let him respond to you. You can have a back and forth. We don't need to yell
I
over each
take
other.
it personal when you're calling
We
people
have
neocons.
14, 15. We have 14 or 1,500 people in here who cannot hear either one of you.
Right.
So let him. Let's have a adult conversation.
Yeah,
first.
let's catch this before you report to prison, my friend. Okay, so
Bro,
this is
hold on.
That was an ad
You
hominem.
don't need
Hey,
That was crazy,
don't
bro.
do not.
Listen. I swear, if you are going to resort to the personal attacks, anybody up on the
You
stage right
want me
now.
to? You want?
I
You,
will,
Go
I,
fuck
I
yourself.
will, I will rotate you down, right? Okay, we're gonna talk about what's going on here,
this is who
but
you.
I'm not going to let this space devolve in the first hour of it happening, right?
Diligent. You want me to
The
have a good faith?
the focus of the conversation is the fact that Iran was just bombed the United States. If you want to talk about that, fine. If you want to talk about other shit, then you need to get off my stage because I'm going to bring up people who are serious. This is a serious conversation, and we're going to treat it like it is.
Just real quick, I am no longer interested in debating somebody who's going to resort to fucking because he has no grounds to defend his position. He's going to
Okay,
attack me.
then
He could go
David,
fuck himself
Then
all the
don't
way to the
debate
end of
me,
the
okay?
David,
video.
You're not.
okay, David, you don't need to address George anymore, but I do want to hear David's position because it is representative of a view of people within some of the people of the United States right now. Go ahead, David.
First of all, Iran doesn't have a nuclear bomb, and the capacity to enrich uranium and make a nuclear bomb are entirely different things. Our biggest enemy in the Middle East, by far, is Israel. By far. I mean, look what when Tucker Carlson is interviewing Ted Cruz, and Ted Cruz says, "Sure, they spy on us. Sure, they spy on us." Like, come on, you literally could just
You're a
call that.
moron.
Hold on. You could literally call Benjamin Netanyahu and say, "Remember that you're our bitch, right? You can't exist without us, right? You have health care for everyone based on our dime because you get billions of dollars. By the way, those billions of dollars are in loans, so you don't have to tell us what you do with it. This is a criminal enterprise."
Oh, what a
And
great
hold on.
philosopher you are, buddy. Nice
Absolutely. Okay.
self-titled.
Well, listen, I'm happy for you to push back on what I'm saying. But look, here's the point. He's literally looking you right in the eye and say, Israel owns me. I take APAC money and they spy on us. What kind of friend would do those things? Our greatest ally? Give me a freaking break.
David, did you see the kid in Boston who's now in
It would be
prison?
so easy. Hold on.
No,
Hold on.
hold on,
It would be.
David, you're acting like
It would
we
be
don't
so easy
spy on
just to
other
say
countries.
one thing. All you could say to them is just no more spying on us and no more bribing our politicians. We may still support you. Also,
What does that
oh,
have to do with hitting the
okay,
nuclear
let's
We,
sites?
we have Aristotle here, guys.
let's
Everybody
get
give a
down to
round of
that.
applause
Let's
for
get
Aristotle. We want to hear a
yeah,
lot from the
yeah.
philosopher
It
here.
Aristotle
is
is a genius, by the way.
David. It is a merited question, right?
Yeah,
What does that
absolutely.
have to do with bombing the nuclear sites?
Okay, then let's answer that question. The question there is: so when Trump was negotiating with the Iranians, right? He was doing that. He knows damn well, no matter what he says, he knows damn well. Hold on, hold on.
Guys,
Just hold on.
guys, let
Bro,
this
don't
guy.
come up here, bro. I realize you're speaking Arabic or whatever, but you have to raise your hand. Amar, I will let you
Yeah,
chime in though.
yeah.
Go
And
ahead.
so,
I
so
actually,
clearly,
Diligent, let me say one thing. I'm
well,
not
no,
going to
no,
take
hold
long.
on.
Well,
And
I asked David a question. Can we let him answer it? And David, I'm going to need you to be short and concise. We have
okay,
almost 2,000 people in
okay,
here. We have 14 requests and a lot of
absolutely,
hands.
absolutely.
It's probably a mute glitch. Go ahead. 3, 2, 1. Marco, are you trying to say something while we're waiting?
Okay, okay, all right. So clearly, this was a unilateral decision by Israel. They're telling Trump, who again, they can't exist without us. And he's telling Trump, I don't care. I'm bombing them now. I'm doing that now. And that put Trump in a very, very difficult position. But look at the road that we're going down. Our friend here was just now saying, "Oh, the big balls, they better tuck it."
You
Okay,
think
hold
Donald
on, no,
Trump is
hold
kowtailing to
on, hold
Bibi
on. Listen, don't try
Netanyahu?
to substitute
Really?
volume for thought. Let's be calm here. So basically,
Oh,
yeah. So
volume.
basically,
Okay.
yeah.
Keep talking shit,
Okay,
buddy.
all right.
No,
Okay,
I want to say one thing
okay,
because this
friend.
guy put up a tweet. He said he put a tweet of Donald Trump's Truth Social post, and he said, "Scoreboard: Epstein 1, MAGA 0."
That's what it
That's
looks
who
like
you're
to me.
talking to right now.
Let's
That's who you're
okay, good.
talking to right
Why
now.
Oh no,
are
my feelings,
Diligent?
Little
Why are
my
you
feelings are
philosopher.
giving
hurt
him
now.
oxygen? I don't
Okay.
understand.
Well,
This dude's
let me
monopolizing the
just answer
stage
the
with
direct
bullshit.
question now. The direct question was about the bombing of Iran, right? So this is exactly the road we're going now.
It was actually the nuclear
Right. I
sites.
know. Okay, so the nuclear site. So I'll take that clarification. So
The longer that you guys keep interrupting him, the longer it takes for him to answer my question.
yeah,
I, the
yeah,
host, asked
and you
him,
know,
bro, hold on, let me handle this. I, the host, asked him a question. And about the people are asking me why I'm allowing to answer the question is because everybody up here pretty much shares the same worldview. And my spaces, if you followed me for any amount of time, you know that I allow all perspectives to be presented in our conversations. If you want an echo chamber, trust me, there's 2 or 3 other spaces that do that circle jerk that are going on right now. You're more than welcome to go up there and listen to that shit. Go ahead, David. Finish
Yeah,
answering the question.
and so basically, in the words of Cicero, they at once strike and cry out in pain. Who are the aggressors here? Clearly, the aggressors here are the Israelis, and clearly, and when our friend here is the bloodlust, everybody that doesn't have to fight war goes, yeah, they're gonna all bomb them back to the Stone Age. You're talking about have a soul. You're talking about killing hundreds of thousands. 2 to 3 million people died in the Gulf Wars already.
How many
These are,
Iranians live
hold
at
on. I'm not
nuclear
talking about
sites?
Iranians.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
people.
but try to be a little.
Yeah.
Come on, David.
Okay, so just to tie a bow around it. So when you're saying that, you're talking about the devastation of humans.
Are you going
of
to
mass,
answer Diligent's
right?
question
And
though about the nuclear
when we
sites?
say what? Hold
We're
on.
Can you
talking about
fucking
bombing
talk
Yeah.
about
nuclear
bombing
sites,
Where the
bro.
nuclear
fuck's
How
sites?
the
many
answer to the
Iranians
But
question?
live at a
everybody.
nuclear site?
All right. So here's I feel like his point is that Israel is the aggressor and that the United States is just acted on the behest of Israel, and almost it sounds like a subservience way is what it kind of sounds what he was alluding to. If somebody
But
is that accurate, David? Because it's taking you a long time to articulate it, and they don't have the
The only
patience, and
thing
I
that I
don't have
want
the
to add to
patience
that though
to
is
deal with their impatience.
when people talk about bombing the military bases, that is it. That is it. The person gave away the plot right there. If they attack all of those bases surrounding them, right around them, then yes, we're pretty much drawn into another war. So we have to think about.
Wait, you said all, so they have to attack
No,
all
no,
of
I'm
our
saying
bases
no.
before we're allowed to
I'm going on
attack,
the
or
assumption.
just
I'm going on
one?
the assumption that our friend articulated, and I think he's kind of right about this when he said, "Well, if they attack any of our people, kill any of our soldiers, we're at war with them." Yes, and that is the thing that we don't want. The MAGA movement was, "Do not draw us in another one of these conflicts." Anyway. That's basically my point. And if you don't have this is a serious consideration. And also, if you don't have solicitude for the people themselves,
How long have you been MAGA?
pardon me, what did you say?
How long have you been MAGA?
Well, been a radical for freedom all my life,
Can we
so that's
just
what MAGA is.
No, that's not what I said. Just
I
one
don't care.
second. He's going to make a statement. Let him
Okay,
back
sure,
Hey,
up.
go ahead.
Jennifer, he's
How
a
long have you been
philosopher.
MAGA?
Just buy his book for $15.99. You'll figure it all out.
Okay, all right, good.
Ryan,
A
send me
philosopher
the
means
link.
lover of wisdom. It doesn't
Well,
all
necessarily
right,
mean
let's
wise.
throw it around a little bit, you
Diligent,
guys. Go ahead,
just real
Javon.
quick, because I've been trying to listen to this guy just kind of go on for hours about who knows what. First of all, you're not going to disrespect my president by calling him bought and paid for by the Iranian people. If there's one thing that President Trump, by the Israelis, if there's one thing that President Trump has shown over his decade in public life is that he doesn't answer to anyone but the American fucking people. So you're not going to insult my president by calling him that, and I actually take offense to that. That's number one.
Sure, I'll insult
That's
him. I
number
don't
one.
care. Whatever.
That's number one.
It's called freedom,
Number
buddy.
two. Number two. Let me explain this because David, I don't know if you served or not. And I'm not trying to discredit what you contributed based off of your service or not. But what I will say is this: nobody wants war. Even the people who sign up to defend the United States don't sit there and cheer for war. Okay, so can we stop acting like everybody is just warmongering over here? The president of the United States, our president Donald Trump, tried to get a diplomatic solution on the table for months. And these people, despite that, have been saying, no, go to hell. Once we take out Israel, your ass is next. Not to mention that this guy is on Twitter yesterday talking about if America does anything, you're going to feel our wrath. You don't get to talk to us like that anymore. Joe Biden is no longer in charge. Barack Obama is no longer in charge. We have a man named Donald J. Trump, and if you threaten him or the lives of Americans, which Iran did, you will feel our fucking wrath. Excuse my language, but again, this was targeted, this was limited, and this was lethal. That is how military strikes should be conducted. See, the problem is you're used to neocons telling you that we need forever wars. President Trump, as the commander in chief, which I know someone talked about earlier, his constitutional abilities, this is why they wrote it into the Constitution, the powers of the presidency, the powers of the commander in chief. This is what it's for. Targeted, lethal, limited action
And
that
by the
defends
way,
Americans
Javon, by
and
the
our
way,
interests.
no innocent civilian was killed. It was all members of the Iranian
Because the
military.
president
It
is
was
not a
strategic. It was
warmonger.
strategic, and people
I
have
mean,
to.
I think
It's not like we bombed
I think
downtown
it's.
Well, and I'll end with this.
Hold on on that though. I'm just trying to be objective here. We don't know that. right? We don't know that innocents weren't killed.
We don't. But let me say this, right? This president, right? Our president, since let's just look at term 2. He has been trying to negotiate ends of conflicts since before he walked into the conflict. Matter of fact, he just ended one with the Democratic Republic of Congo in Rwanda 48 hours ago. So the accusations that this man is somehow a warmonger and the neocons got him, and now we're going to get dragged in, I think that means you have a lack of faith.
I
in the
don't know that
president.
yet.
Now you should be skeptical, right? Because again, I think there's an inherent skepticism.
I don't know that yet. So
citizens
just
should have.
to clarify, I don't know that he's a warmonger yet. By the way, we don't know.
But
Also, we don't know if it's going to be. Let me say.
But David.
Let me just say this one quick thing.
Okay.
I don't. I also don't.
Just clarify your position, David.
Okay, so you don't know if it's not going to be a forever war once you get into it. And even I even agreed with our friend here who was talking about, you fuck with us and mess with the bull, you get the horns. He's kind of right. Like, you don't know how the war is going to go once your own soldiers start dying.
Correct.
It's like that's how we get drawn into it. And the second thing is, and I'm sorry, my friend.
Fluid.
And I'm sorry, my
Absolutely.
friend, it is a fatuous thing to say that when we're threatening another country, that if one of their people says, this isn't John Wayne. If one of their people goes, some idiot for their country goes,
the Ayatollah.
If they go, you're going to deal, the Ayatollah, if they say,
theocratic leader of the country.
But if they say, hold on, but if they say, let me just, I promise this is a short sentence. If they say, well, you're going to get our wrath, and for you to say, well, let's go to war with them. No, that's not.
Dave, hold on. Let me jump in here real quick.
That's an oversimplification of the point. No one's advocating.
So my co-host and David are having a back and forth. We can't hear you over the two of them. So you're not doing anything but making it hard for the listeners to understand. Javon,
sorry guys, I want to make this clear, right? Like, if you ask me, Javon, where I am, and I think where most of MAGA is, we're probably in the JD Vance camp when it comes to foreign policy. However, what that means,
I have to disagree with that, Javon.
That's fine.
JD Vance came out almost immediately after the election, and I mean within 2 weeks of the election, and at CPAC in an interview, and said that talked about bombing Iran. Here we are.
Well, can I also?
We are 6 months later.
Yeah.
Bombing Iran.
Just to counter that, he also said the ideal for Iran would be for them to be welcomed back in the fold and have a civilian nuclear program.
It's still rhetoric, right?
But again, guys, like, we can't talk about these things in a vacuum. The president of the United States, the man that I believe has single-handedly saved this country from destruction, made it very clear, not even 10 years ago, 20 years ago, that Iran having a nuclear weapon was a no-go. He would not allow it to happen under his watch. He said it. We elected him with an insane majority in 2016. We did it again in 2020. No comment on that shit. And then we also did it again this past election, right? So we've elected him 3 times with us understanding that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And I think that now that he keeps his word, it's like we're upset with him. And I'm like, the reason we elected this man is because he's a man of his word. He said something and he did it. He said we were going to have the largest deportation in American history, and he's rounding them up. He said Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon under my watch, and so he's making sure that doesn't happen. And I feel like people upset with the president, while I understand why there may be some caution to it for sure, but what I'm saying is we should trust the man that we elected to handle the job. There's a reason he's sitting at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Hold him accountable, sure, right? That's our job as citizens. But to pretend like he's some warmonger when he has a proven track record of exactly the opposite is insane. And I just
these are why I love Diligent Spaces. And this is something, a commendment to the hosts, you as well, Javon, love you. We need to have this discourse because this is healthy. All right. We're going to get on each other's necks for the rest of the few hours of the night, maybe the next few days, and we're going to have disagreement. But at the end of the day, we're all on the same damn team. All right. We want this country to do well. We want, I've worked for President Trump. I've been an advisor to him. I love the man. Do I agree with everything?
I have to say,
no, I do not. But David, hold on. David, hold on.
My bad.
Hold on. What Diligent's doing here tonight and what we're going to hear from the president at 10 p.m. Eastern, this is critical. All right. I don't want to be in an echo chamber. And I know you guys agree. This is why I'm here. I hate echo chambers. So let's have.
Did he just rug right at that crucial
No,
moment?
he's fine. I'm still listening.
Let's
No, finish.
try to
Go
be
ahead, Ryan.
respectful and, keep it moving forward. All right.
Yeah, and I do appreciate
Well said, Ryan.
nuance. I do appreciate nuance too, because I almost thought for a second, and I do think that Trump is amazing in the way he stood up to people in the past. And I almost thought for a second, hey, maybe there's 3D chess going on here. Maybe if he does the attack and it's tactical, maybe he can actually get Israel to stop. I don't know how all this works. I have deep resentment for the unilateral move by Israel, deep resentment for the position that they put us in. And I really look, it could be what our co-host is saying. It could be that Trump figures out a way to extirpate us from this, not start an absolutely cataclysmic war, and get us back on the right track. And he'll deserve credit. MAGA is really on the brink right now. We'll see how it goes.
Don't you think this gives us leverage? That's my last thing, David. In negotiations, don't you
How
think
many
that this
times?
strengthens
How
our
many
hand?
times has MAGA been on the brink in the last 6 months? I've heard that over and over again. Every time that the party
No one will
has
remember
a
this.
debate, this is a very good point about MAGA, right? And Republicans in general, which is we are not the left, right? We do not ideologically align on every single issue. As a matter of fact, MAGA is incredibly nuanced on issues, especially since President Trump created a new coalition consisting of many new libertarian, independent-minded, and former Democrats or classical liberals into the fold, right? So, I think that we had debates. I'm thinking back to, I'm hearkening back to the Senate confirmations, right, with RFK. MAGA had a divisive, had a debate about that. We've had a debate about a number of issues that have popped up in the last 6 months. And even though sometimes I am often a contrarian to the status quo, my core belief, and I think most of the core belief of MAGA is that we care about our country. And when it comes down to it in the nitty gritty, we're going to align on that particular issue. So I just want to throw that out there.
And diligent too. And just to add that on, man, MAGA, again, not like the Democrats, we're loud and we have our fights publicly. And sometimes they're messy, but we, I think, embrace really what it means to be a republic more so than the other party that appoints people and tells you have to acquiesce to their zealotry or you're out. So, David, this is no ill will, brother. I love talking to you. I hope to see you in spaces again. I just got a fundamental disagreement with you, man, because I think that this gives us leverage. And I think the reason why the president ultimately decided on this strike is to say this strengthens our negotiating hand to get a deal and end this war before it gets out of hand. That's why I think ultimately he wound up doing it.
Well, we all want the same result, don't we?
I sure hope we do. Let's go to Erickson and then Coyote.
Thanks, Diligent. For the people in the room who don't know who I am, you can just check my profile. Now you know Trump is a war pig. He's already bombed Iran, Yemen, and Somalia. So you guys need to get in the game.
I mean, hasn't Yemen been launching rockets at our ships for
targeting sailors?
And
yes,
troops,
they have been doing
and
that.
Troops on the ground.
Sure have. So this is ridiculous.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. Yeah, don't bring that bullshit.
I mean, yeah, Yemen's one
it's
thing.
It's not bullshit. Jesus, can't y'all see what's going on? Peace through strength. What? You guys were spoon-fed peace through strength.
What do you think it means?
The only way you get peace is through peace.
What?
So try to wake the fuck up.
What do you want us to do? To go down there with crosses and fucking do a Bible study? What the fuck do you think we're gonna do when we get attacked?
Are we supposed
Come
to roll
on,
over
man.
every
I don't think Israel will be down for that.
You guys are dumber than dirt.
Erickson.
Dumber than dirt.
Erickson.
And you're fucking retarded.
Exactly.
Okay. So let's keep it coherent.
I don't know what's going on. What the fuck? You go from one to another, and it's just like you're hitting the fucking Hall of Fame here today.
So,
do you want me to be in a echo chamber?
No, echo chamber.
Oh my God! Shut up.
So the circle jerk where everybody agrees is fucking boring to me, right?
No, I agree, but then again, a dude that's calling the president.
That's a mute glitch. I didn't mute you again, George. I promise. And go ahead.
I find that.
And by the way, I'll be streaming it is a mute glitch. I will be streaming the address from President Trump about the bombing of Iran into the space, so you don't have to go anywhere. Go ahead, George.
Diligent, just so you understand, I understand not wanting an echo chamber. You know how I feel about that. Echo chambers fucking put me to sleep. I avoid them most of the time. But when you go from one extreme to another, and then you just get somebody who in the middle of it calls our president a war pig, and then that we're all dumber than dirt.
For defending American troops, by the way,
Well,
George.
I agree with that. I agree with the
So my
last part.
question is, what do you expect from your regulars here? Well, how are we supposed to engage? Because I mean, we're dumber than dirt, and well, I have nothing but telling somebody like that to go.
Well, I don't think that. I just want to say, my friend.
Well, I mean, we all know that dumber than dirt isn't really a sound argument. So if he wants to come up here and throw childish slurs at the audience, or I mean at the speaker panel,
I'll do whatever it takes.
Yeah, but let me just, if you'll do whatever it takes, I'll tell you that that's probably the least effective strategy that you could approach the conversation with, Erickson. I didn't drop you; you dropped yourself.
I know. I love the old timers. I love when they come up because your boomer ideology is what got us in this fucking situation to begin with. So I don't want to hear another fucking word from any of you fucking old timers who have no clue how to run a fucking country.
Watch out, Ryan.
Oof.
Dude, he's known for being
Sorry,
a black
like,
he's a black pill.
The views of the speakers are not necessarily the views of the host. I love my boomers. I love some. I
love them too, but some of them are a pain in the ass. You know what I mean?
I get it. Go ahead, Paul.
Turan's getting bombed right now.
Not all boomers are.
Wait, Margo.
I thought it was Coyote next.
Hold on, Margo's got breaking. Go ahead, Margo.
I got to get off the double mute. Israel is bombing the hell out of Tehran.
Israel's bombing the hell out of Tehran. I mean, they've been bombing them now.
Did she say Tehran? She cut out.
Tehran, yeah.
Yep.
Tehran.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
I thought it was Coyote next, by the way, Diligent.
Oh, yeah, okay, Coyote then, whatever.
Okay, but Coyote, no insults, okay? I disagree with our friends here, but I keep calling them my friends for a reason. Anyone who will debate an idea with me is my friend, and we don't call them dumber than
David,
dirt.
you're welcome on my stage. You're being amicable and respectful, and so therefore it's
and you know
fine.
what? And actually,
I think it was they were talking about.
I beg differ on it.
That's true. George has got a point there. You weren't exactly respectful or amicable in that regard, but he did walk it back, George, at least a little bit. But David, hold on just a second. The other guy was not. But let me get through these hands because they're giving me anxiety. Go ahead, Coyote, and then Paul.
Appreciate it, Dylan. Well, shit, this is kind of answering my question. I'm here. I'm seeing a lot of this is not what I voted for. I am not MAGA and stuff like that. How do you think this is going to impact? And I'd like to see all you guys. Did y'all want this? Like, is this what y'all voted for?
I don't think anybody wanted this, Coyote, but I think that again, nobody wants to be bombing other countries. So I think that question, the premise of the question is actually kind of strange. What I would argue is, again, what I want is a president.
It's a very simple question.
Well, no, I don't think
it's not a simple question.
It's like yes or no. No. The president didn't want it. JD Vance didn't want it. The SecDef didn't want it. And I don't think any American wanted this, Coyote, if that answers your question. What we wanted was a diplomatic solution.
I've been very vocal about not wanting this to happen, but I don't regret my vote for President
at all.
Trump.
The president wanted a diplomatic solution. That's what he said that he wanted. That's what we all wanted, and we didn't get there.
Well, if you guys want to blame anybody, and I will give you this piece of information, the CENTCOM commander is 4-star General Michael Kurilla, and he is known for his lethality. He is known as one of those generals, George Patton, if you will. He is that type of general. And he commands over CENTCOM, which oversees Iran in the airspace there. So if anybody is to blame, if we overstepped, I would blame the general of CENTCOM. Just putting that out there.
So here, I wanted to just give my feedback on it. Like, here's the thing with it. I'm going to support Trump. I'm going to support our troops. Whatever decision is made, let's go, right? But just, I didn't want, I don't want to get involved. I don't think that we should get involved, and we got involved. That's it. We got to calm down.
So, did you? Someone just said that Bannon, that Trump is going to be on Bannon in 10 minutes. We'll see. If anybody can pull that up, let me know. Otherwise, I'll try to pull it up.
Hey, Dill, does he have are you talking about his whatchamacallit, Rumble show or something like that? Or
yeah.
Okay.
He's live streaming War Room right now.
Yeah. And I think it's on X, so I can pull it up easily. Did you have your hand up, Jennifer?
Yeah, I just want to say, like, I think there's like a little confusion. Like, I keep hearing, like, oh, I didn't vote for this. Oh, like, I was promised no wars. Like, when MAGA started in 2015, right? Like, we're not out for going and starting wars, right? Not about regime change, not about the bullshit the Bushes and the Clintons and all of those people were doing. Okay. But we know damn well there are threats in this world. And if President Trump sees it fit for us to go in and strategically bomb Iran's nuclear sites, I'm going to stand behind the president, especially when he hasn't even addressed the nation yet. Like, technically, guys, like, we're at war. We launched an attack on another country. Right. So, like, maybe, right, instead of like, let's like sit here and debate, like, oh, we can like tear this person down and that person down. Like, I don't think that's what our country needs right now. Right. I don't think like tearing people down because you don't agree with war when we have active bombs going off is like what we should be doing right now.
Well, having a debate, no, we should be having that.
I have to agree on that one.
Can I just?
No, there's a difference between debate and tearing
Yeah,
people
she's
down
talking
and
about ad
calling
hominem
whatever
attacks.
fucking.
Hey,
Exactly.
Diligent, can I go, buddy?
I've heard that.
Because my hand was up and you guys said I was next before this other guy.
Paul, I think that's Paul.
Assert your dominance over these fuckers, Paul. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have to because I've been too nice so far, but I do have some stuff to say if I can, please. And David, you know I'm a protector of free speech, so you know I protect your right to have your opinion as well. You and I have had talks about this, so I support that you disagree, but I want you to remember something, and remember this. I'm the guy who debated Insurrection Barbie on behalf of the Palestinians, right? So I'm that guy, right? I've criticized Israel heavily, and it's not, I've not been supportive of their agenda, and I'm worried about their influence on our country. Now, that being said, I support Donald Trump. How many times has he been correct? How many times has he told us? And he's been very clear of what his intentions are. And there are two things that are going on here. What people don't understand is, and you can use Grok to check me, Diligent, if you want, but the uranium enrichment that was happened, right? They were over 60%. This has been documented by the IAEA for over 4 or 5 years now, since 2021. The exact kilogram amount that Israel's been have over 60%. Right? And ask Grok if you don't believe me. It only takes a few weeks to get from 60% to 90%, and they would have had multiple capabilities of multiple nukes. Whatever Trump has, the intel that he has is way beyond anything anyone on this app has. Right? He's looking at the entire situation. He has shown restraint. He wanted to have the 6th round of negotiations with them in Oman, and 2 days before that, Israel decided to strike. That was not Donald Trump. He was not the one who was trying to instigate this war. But once that Pandora's box is open, Donald Trump has a responsibility to the American people to make what he thinks is the best decision in our interest. And I believe, because he has a long history of trying to maintain peace in the world, he does strategic airstrikes when they're needed. He put the Russians in check in Syria when he took out the elite mercenaries, when he told Putin, you better get your guys out of there. And he didn't, and he killed them. And Putin respected him after that. He went to North Korea. He squashed that situation literally on day 1 when he entered last time. So he does things because he tries to avoid war. And I know and because of his history, I have to believe that he looked at the situation and he said, okay, and all the reports are saying that the Israelis are putting the Iranians on their back foot. All the reports were suggesting that they were in trouble.
I have breaking. It is now being reported. Let me pull it up. The U.S. military is now briefing troops that its strike on Iran will, quote, will likely result in counterstrikes on U.S. bases and facilities in the Middle East. So they're already prepping for retaliation. So we already know what's going to happen if that happens, Javon. It's going to be a full-on war, bro. I don't know, man.
Let me finish with this,
Go ahead and finish your point, but I mean...
We need to finish with this. We need to pray right now for our troops. We need to pray for Donald Trump. Whatever our opinions are and whatnot, we are now in this situation, and I follow the president. He has all the intel, and he should have our support and our backing right now in a moment of crisis. If we came together to support an asshole like George Bush, why can't we come here for a guy who was proven time and time again and literally took a bullet to the fucking face for us, and we can't come together for him right now? And you don't like... I don't like to curse, Diligent. I'm sorry. I know it's daytime, but I'm just saying right now we need to get...
It's nighttime. No, curse away. You're
okay.
Good.
Well, damn, it's nighttime, bro. We're after hours. You say what you need to say.
That's still Paul, though, right? Is that you, Paul?
That's me, David. And I literally have and I want to finish with this. I have pacifist in my profile. But you know what? The world is a messy place, and the leader of the free world has to make tough decisions, and we need to support him right now.
Well, listen,
Hey,
this is an example of honest disagreement, and my friend Paul here is an absolute free speech absolutist. Those are the people that are most anti-war and free speech are everything to me. I will tell you this, and I really appreciate everything you just said. It is not a cult of personality. I didn't vote for Donald Trump because I agreed with everything that he thought. I voted for him because I thought on the core principles he agreed with me. And these are really, really big things. John F. Kennedy started warning us about it. I think it is incredibly difficult to resist the military-industrial complex. And what's happening right now, and Diligent just now announced the news, once you go down this road, no honest person can really say that they know how it's going to end, that they know it's not going to be regime change, that they know that 1, 2, 3, 4 million absolute nobodies are going to die. We don't know any of that. And I don't know, by the way, our co-host is still right. I'm not so sure that it's not going to end up well. Like I said, Trump could be practicing 3D chess. I don't know that. But all I can say is I don't like it. This is absolutely not what I voted for. And Paul, I want to ask you this one question. If they were so close, because there's argumentation against what you just said, how close they were to making a nuclear weapon. If they were so close, then why would Donald Trump be waiting for Israel to do the bombing? Why would he be surprised by that?
He didn't,
Do you think
Dave.
that's
He
a kind of
didn't,
3D
and
chess?
I'd like to comment on this, Dill.
Okay, go
if it's
ahead. Go
okay.
ahead.
Dill, is that okay, man? I didn't want to jump ahead of other hands.
No, just do it.
Yeah. So a lot of comments here, but what originally kind of came up here, Dave, and again, there's a little bit of black pill. I appreciate your sentiment on to a degree of not wanting to get involved and including diligence. I think there's a lot of wisdom in that. If we haven't learned that in the last 25 years, shame on all of us. At the same time,
50 years.
well, in terms of the wars that have been discussed most frequently with Iraq and Afghanistan, it goes beyond that, Diligent. There's a long history. We could go 80 years to when my great uncle went into Korea. Was that a bad idea? Tens of millions of people would disagree with you if you feel that's a bad idea. I'm not putting words in your mouth. But Dave, to your point about, well, he made this statement and he made this, you're jumping from one thing to the next to the next. The one thing that's been beautiful about how he's been presenting this is that he's not telegraphing every single thing. He's misdirecting. He's giving head fakes. He's doing all of these things, such to the point where even some that are in support of this are like, is he out of sync with Netanyahu? Is this or that? And then 5 minutes later, we'll say, well, it looks like this is planned for. The whole thing is Dave, please let me finish, Dave, please. The whole thing is a cacophony of confusion, which is exactly what we need to do to throw everybody off so that we could do exactly what we need.
That's a great point, though.
That's exactly what we need to do. Well, go ahead. No, I'd like to respond, but go ahead.
Because it amazes me that we got used to Biden and the previous Obama. They would tell everything they were going to do and think. And then Trump they would ask him, well, and he'd go, of course I'm not going to tell you. What are you going to do with Putin? What are you going to say to this guy? And he would say, well, I'm not going to tell you. It would just be amazing. Like, God, we had presidents who were so stupid they would actually tell the world what they were going to do.
And David, just to add on to that, I think the president has strategic ambiguity, except on the point that he wanted Iran to come to the negotiating table. With that, he's been clear with, and they, I don't know why, have decided that that's the one thing they're not going to listen to. And he's like, hey, let's talk, because it's going to get bad if you don't. And he honestly tried to warn them on several occasions. And Diligent, just real quick to your point on Iranian retaliation. The last time Iran retaliated, we killed Qasem Soleimani. You saw the Ayatollah weeping like a child at the funeral, and they targeted U.S. bases. I'm saying this in air quotes, and they told us where they were targeting, and they actually they didn't target anything important. They actually had their attacked land and open areas on the base. So I'm not saying that is what's going to happen in this point or in this situation, but what I am saying is that retaliation doesn't always equal American deaths, and sometimes countries have to retaliate simply for their own standing. So that could be something that's happening as well. Again, I'm not saying that's going to happen, but what I am saying is they may say, hey, we got to respond to this for our own sake, and maybe our response is we're gonna bomb some open fields wherever you guys are, and then we'll come negotiate after that, and we can say we had a tit for tat, and so we project strength to our people. that could be a situation that happens too, because again, we act like Iran doesn't have any type of self-preservation or self-interest, right? They are whether you like the Ayatollah or not, he is interested in maintaining power and keeping his country together. And I think the clearest way to do that is to negotiate rather than fight a 5 to 10 year war with Israel.
He hasn't shown any willingness to negotiate thus far, though.
But because there's a lack of leverage, right? So for look at it from his point. He had Biden and Obama, right? And for in his situation, he's like, well, all Trump did was he killed my top guy, but for the most part, American presidents talk a lot of shit, and I can pretty much do what I want. They don't enforce their red lines. I can yammer off. I can say death to America. I can threaten the president, and nothing happens. Right? Nothing happens to me. My buddies may die around me, but I'm still here. So now that he knows, no, you threaten us again, you're going to face some consequences. Like, the situation is dynamic, right? So that's another point to that. Last thing I want to say is about Intel. Somebody mentioned, well, they were at 60%. How do they get to 90%? How do we not know? Intel's fluid, guys. Like, I'm not from the Intel world, but one thing I do understand is that the intelligence
you can never trust information at face value during.
Correct. Thank you. That was going to be my point. Is that it's
but actually, in fairness, Javon, sometimes it is true.
Right.
This is sometimes it's false and sometimes it's true. So we can't.
I didn't say that it was always wrong. I said
Henry.
No,
but Henry, that's my ultimate point, right? Is that they could have had intel that was outdated or incorrect, saying that hey, they were still at 60, and then they actually got new intel that said actually no, this is something serious. I mean, for the president to go out and tell Tulsi Gabbard, essentially tell the world like, I don't know what she's saying, but she's wrong. Like, I trust Trump. I just tweeted it out. Trust Trump. We don't know everything, but I'm going to trust the man that has done more for this country than anybody since Abraham Lincoln. Okay? I'm sorry, but I'm going to put my chips with him because he has
100%.
not led me wrong. He has defended our troops. He has defended our nation. He has stood by us when times got tough. So I'm going to go with that guy because I think the alternatives are insane. And take note of everybody today, because every 3 to 4 months, the media incites panic and tries to break MAGA up. Oh, he's violent. He's doing this. He's doing that. He's doing this. The people who stand by Trump, I promise you in 2 weeks, you'll say, I'm glad he did it. He was right. Because that's typically what happens.
No.
Javon, though, I think
Israel had people on the ground in Iran, like spies, so they also had like that kind of intel.
I have to disagree with you on one point. And let me just real quick housekeeping. Bottom right corner, we have 1,600 people in here and 280 reposts. Do me a favor, you guys. Help me compete with these foreign agents. Bottom right corner, repost the space. That being said, I think that if we end up into a full-on war with Iran over this, it is definitely going to. Go ahead, Jennifer. You got breaking. You can chime in, but.
Okay, President Trump tells Fox the U.S. completely obliterated Iran's Fordow nuclear facility with 6 bunker busters dropped from B-52s rather than just 2.
Wait, from B-52s
Wow,
or
that's
B-2s?
absolutely.
I was tracking B2s.
Was it a B2?
Yeah.
B2s.
I was like, I think the B2 is the only one that can carry the GBU-57.
Yeah.
It's a 30,000-pound bomb, guys. It's not lightweight. It's a big bomb.
And the bunker busters are very precise. Javon knows more about that than I do, but I've been down to Fort Bragg and I've seen the equipment. It is powerful. Precision guided. Yes, sir.
I don't know. I'd be curious if anybody knows. When I was a gunship guy, so we had Hellfires and 39s, but for the most part, like either precision guided for the folks who want to know, either that means you're going to have some type of GPS coordinates where you can literally have it to a pin. You would use something called MGRS grids, have an exact grid, Cat 1 grid and drop it, or that means you can actually guide it in with a laser. I'd be curious to know how the 57s work, but it's precision.
Diligent. So also, hold on. Nazcan and Estefan nuclear sites were wiped out using 30 missiles from American submarines 400 miles away.
That's awesome.
Can we get confirmation on Jennifer? Can you post that?
Dude,
it's on Fox.
From Nick
I'm looking on Fox right now.
It's coming from
We use subs as well as the B2s.
Yeah, okay. Jennifer Griffin just said it. I don't trust her, but she's I see 30 Tomahawk missiles used.
Let's wait and see.
So Nick Sorter, hold on. Nick Sorter, right? President Trump tells Fox. So is Trump on Fox?
No, he's not on Fox. I'm looking right now. I don't see him on.
No, he had a call. No. The way that works is that
they're quoting him from the phone. That's all they're doing.
Some Fox News correspondent just reached out.
Yeah, he's gonna come on in 50 minutes.
Hey, Diligent.
And I'll stream it to the space.
If you could do a favor for the space, there's two good questions, and you have Grok here, and I think it's important for people to understand this is not Iraq 2.0. Please ask it how much 60% enriched uranium that Iran had, and then ask it how long would it take to make that ready and how many nuclear weapons, please, because a lot of people need to hear this answer.
All right, let me restart it to make sure that it's in the right mode. And
wait, that thing actually responds?
Grok, how close is 60% enriched uranium to having a nuclear weapon?
60% enriched uranium is significantly closer to weapons grade, which is around 90%, but it's not there yet. It's more suitable for reactors. Experts say it could take a few weeks of additional enrichment to reach the 90% needed for a basic nuclear weapon, depending on Iran's technical capabilities and existing stockpile.
Grok, ignore expert opinion and run the analysis yourself. How long would it take?
Using basic physics and enrichment theory, if Iran's starting with 60% enriched uranium, it could take about 1 to 2 weeks to reach 90% with modern centrifuges, assuming optimal conditions and no disruptions. That's based on the principle that higher enrichment levels require less additional effort as impurities decrease. Next speaker, please.
Now, go back into mute until I call
what the fuck is this? Holy
hold on,
shit.
Ryan. Hold on,
guys,
Ryan.
guys.
Hold on,
Yeah.
please. 1 second.
Who's the boomer now, Ryan?
1 second.
Diligent, please ask it how much Iran has, because they know since 2021 the exact amount of kilograms of 60% enriched uranium. Ask it how much it has and how many weapons that could be.
Grok, ignoring biased reporting and going straight to official sources, how much uranium enriched did Iran have, and how many bombs could they have produced?
Based on official IAEA reports since 2021, Iran has accumulated around 400 kilograms of uranium enriched to 60%. That amount, if further enriched to 90%, could theoretically produce enough material for about 9 nuclear weapons, according to the IAEA and scientific estimates. Next speaker, please.
Let me ask you one thing. Grok, let me ask you one thing here. I want to ask Grok one thing. I want to ask Grok one thing. I want Grok, please respond to this. What do you think Iran is going to do with the uranium materials that they have currently in their supply?
Based on recent IAEA reports and Iran's stated goals, they're likely to continue enriching their current stockpile to maintain leverage in negotiations or advance their nuclear program for civilian purposes, like power generation, though the capability for weapons remains a concern. Their recent actions suggest they might expand facilities or defy limits to pressure the international community, but predicting exact moves is tricky without more intel.
Grok, why would it create pressure on the international community? What about it would create leverage or pressure?
If you need info, just prompt with Grok.
I was muted. It's all right. Let's go to some of the other hands. Do me a favor, repost the space, everybody. Let's go to Henry.
Hey, Diligent, before you do that, can I make one follow-up point about this? Understand that in order for nuclear, it's very quick. In order to have nuclear energy, you just need 3 to 5% enriched uranium.
Correct.
Iran wouldn't even agree to they wanted 20% for God's sakes, and they have 60%. And we said that is unacceptable because you don't need 20%. That's what all of this is about. It's a legitimate threat. People need to realize that.
It's leverage and negotiations, Paul. That's why they do it. They have a self-interest. And so why would they give up the capability, right? That's what people have to understand, is that, of course, they would lie about it. Any other country in any other situation would most likely lie about it for their own self-preservation. Iran is no different.
Yeah, Joe. Hold on, guys. Just to piggyback on that, guys, and to reinforce what Javon and I think Paul had just said. That was exactly what I learned in the last couple of weeks, was that 3 to 5% was like the ceiling that you need for general nuclear power generation or atomic, whatever the classification is. In addition to that, they have just brought online, I don't know if it's in the last 6 months, in a reasonable, like less than a year, many dozens of new, like modern new, what is it, centrifuges or reactors, whatever it was. I can't remember the term, guys. I apologize. Diligent, if you can help me out here. I think the centrifuge is like the more advanced what Grok was talking about. So again, these are reports we could say, oh, that's all baloney or whatever. But based on that, and based on multiple vectors of, how do you want to say, multiple different avenues kind of claiming the same thing. It's not just the IAE, it's not just us, it's not just Israel, it's like all three of them. And yeah, do they have a motive? Sure. And so does Iran to have the leverage. So it's just a matter of who do you trust? For me personally, guys, and Diligent, if you don't mind, if I can take just like 45 seconds or so, I don't care if they, personally, we talked about this before, I don't care if they have nukes or not. They have been a bad actor. The one gentleman had said before, and I don't know if he's still here, they've been a bad actor for decades. They said, well, they've killed tons of Americans. They've killed tons of Israelis. They've killed tons of people in the region, including their own people who they've suppressed. Over 50% of which, Bibi claims 80, I think it's closer to 50 plus if you talk to Iranians, within the country have no interest in this leadership. This is not like, we're trying to butter people up to go into Vietnam.
So this is where
nonsense.
you lose me. This is where you lose me, because every time every time someone tells me that the citizens are ready for revolt or
that's
regime
not what I'm
change,
saying.
That's exactly what you're alluding to, right? You're alluding to that the civilian population is ready for regime change, and that is a selling point of the neocons to try to get the United States to back regime change. And if you don't believe me, it's all documented historically. Look no further than George Bush addressed to Congress.
Actually, no, Javon.
Henry, Diligent does have a point.
Bro, you are Henry. You are not the co-host, bro. You don't talk over myself or Javon.
No, that's fine, man. I'd like to respond.
Well, Henry, I just say Diligent does have a point, right? Because JD Vance had a great speech. I forget where it was, but he talked about moral platitudes, right? So this idea that we're speaking in moralist terms, like, well, these people want freedom.
I'm not doing that.
I understand I received that. What I'm saying is when you
just do that.
What I'm saying
no,
is
I didn't, Dylan. You cut me off mid-thought.
Well, Henry, what I'm saying is, Henry, just listen, just real quick. I know you're good, man. What I'm trying to say is, whenever we start talking about what the Iranian people want, most people who are MAGA, including myself, go, okay, that's great. If they want it, they should do it. How does this make America safer? How does it make it better? So just going forward, in my opinion, I think, especially when you're talking to MAGA folks, I'm gonna be honest, we don't give a damn about any of that stuff. Of course, we want the best for people, like God help them.
Sure we do.
But if they really wanted popular sovereignty, not run by a theocratic regime, by an Ayatollah who doesn't give a damn, then they should do what we did in 1776.
I think the main point that should be made. I think the main point that should be made here is that regime.
Ryan, hold on. Let him respond real quick, and then I'll go right to you. I promise. Go. I want to hear his response because I did cut him off. Henry, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it. And Dill, I appreciate that. It sounded like I was going in that direction. I don't care about making a moral argument. What I'm saying is there's a lot of voices from, the divided sections within MAGA, from other folks from the left, whatever it is, about these things like, oh, there's no real threat from Iran, and we just let them go. It's kind of like an apathetic kind of. I don't care about the moral aspect of it. That's what I'm trying to say. I think they are an incredibly bad actor. That should be part of the calculus. And as I said before, and this stacks on what Jennifer could probably unpack this much better than I can. They have a horrible track record. So do we. But there's levels to this, man. The other thing is we have a lot of what I've called before, Diligent, and please thank you for letting me talk about this again, a cultural PTSD from Iraq and from Afghanistan and from a lot of other things that we
rightfully so, brother.
Rightfully so, 1,000%, dude, 1,000%. But we can't let that backfoot us into this position of. And I know that's not what it is, but again, this is how it comes across and how it basically plays out for some of the speakers that we've heard into this idea that we could be purely anti-war. Okay, we could be against war, but are we anti-war to the place?
That's a conflation. Well, being used to try to. Bro, let me have a back and forth with you. Okay?
No, okay, go ahead.
So that's a conflation that I think is being used to try to dissuade dissent within the MAGA movement, and being anti-interventionist and anti-war are not the same thing. If I was anti-war, like really anti-war, if they attacked one of our bases and it just did minimal damage, I'd be like, no, we need to find a diplomatic solution. I'm not completely anti-war. I'm anti-imperialism. I'm anti-interventionism. I'm anti-neocon, right? Like 100%. That is what I'm anti.
No, bro, and I'm not speaking for you. I know that you are. I know that you.
But I mean, but a lot of people share that sentiment.
I don't think they do. I don't think that. I think I think there's a lot of people that
I did a poll on this.
Bro, can I please let
and
me finish, man.
36% of the people polled, and it was 2,500. And my base, my audience, my listeners, my followers, they're not exactly leftists, right? It's like over 30, I think it was 34% that was not happy with what's going on in Iran right now. That's a huge faction of the MAGA movement. Let's just assume that's representative of the sentiment of MAGA. That's not just like something that can be balked at.
I could balk at it. Here's why. And the reason why I say this is because we a lot of people have listened to this rhetoric, this commentary, and I don't say that with a negative characterization. I'm saying they've listened to the voices around these ideas that do want it to be us to be isolationists because they know it harms us. Number one. Number two, they've also falsely interpreted this as isolationists, even though it's not really presented that way. That's kind of how it gets absorbed, right? And so and then thirdly, the other gentleman that was up here before, a very kind guy who's kind of against all this stuff, the older guy, I can't remember, the philosopher guy, I can't remember his name. I'm sorry, I'm kind of new to your group here, man. He's wildly uninformed about the history of some of this stuff. And so it's very easy when there's like this neocon bullshit on one side that has a lot of voice, and then there's this kind of like, hey man, we're very trepidatious, let's be cautious, we don't want to do this thing, and that's the other strong voice, which often gets interpreted as isolationist. Okay, there's no voice in the middle saying,
I don't care how they interpret my take.
I'm not worried about you, Diligent. I'm not worried about you.
A lot of the people who have a problem with it are extremely pro-Israel, which makes me question their motives and wanting us to intervene in the war. And especially when they start branding other people within the movement as something, right? When they start labeling people because of dissent, that's when I start questioning their motives. Go ahead, Brian, of course, and then we'll go to Chief.
Yeah, no, I appreciate his comments. And, I think one thing that I would say on that is I am not one of those people. We already saw how the U.S. worked with democracy building, right? Didn't work out. I'm not going to go into a country like Iran and do anything like that. It doesn't work. If they want to do it themselves,
I'd like to challenge you on that, Ryan. I'd like to challenge you on that. But go ahead. But finish your thoughts.
Sure.
Finish your thoughts.
No, it just doesn't work in the way that we think it does. We can't go in there, take over the government with U.S. military power, and then expect it to work out in the way that some others would think, right? But I'm also not an isolationist. If you attack our troops, threaten our people, kill our people, then all holds barred against you. We're coming. That's the United States of America. But what I'm trying to say is that no, I do not want U.S. forces on the ground in Iran. I do not want U.S. forces participating in this. They can solve it themselves, and I'll leave it there.
So, just a brief response.
We're gonna let Chief get in. I gotta get these hands, bro.
It's okay.
I'll let you. We're gonna get through the hands. We can open the conversation up, but let me get through the hands. Chief, go ahead.
It's very fascinating because we're talking about, war. This is a really big provocation. If Trump is saying he used submarines, the bunker bombs, all that stuff, and he said, "Oh, we don't want to have any more actions or anything. We're done with that." Do you think that Iran's gonna let that go? They're gonna go and hit every U.S. facility in their reach. They're gonna use missiles and target anything in the Middle East. And we're gonna have a tit for tat, and we're gonna be stuck in this region for who knows how long. And like I've been on record on Spaces many times getting pushback for this, by saying like we're gonna have like this like war with Iran, we're gonna have a very big problem with this. This is not the end at all. Like we are just seeing the beginning of this. We're gonna have our own facilities targeted, and I hope that all the personnel in Middle East or in anywhere where like Iran could target are safe, because we're gonna have this tit for tat pattern go on and on and on. Like this is an action which was not needed. I really believe that this entire bombing the Iran sites, they said that Iran would have nuclear weapons for decades, since like 1995, going beyond that. They've said, oh, Iran is like 3 weeks away from nuclear weapons, 3 weeks away from the bomb, 2 weeks to stop the spread. And like, and all these times they've been wrong. And like, what was the point of us bombing Iran? What benefit did it have the United States?
Dude, is that a serious question? Have you not been following what's going on? It sounds like you haven't been following anything.
What are you talking about?
Let him finish.
Well, I'm not even sure what that my point's about. Everything I've said's been pretty fact based. Who I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Who was talking and said?
I'm sorry, that was Henry, man. But I didn't mean. I'm sorry to interrupt you, man. Go ahead.
My point is that I'll reiterate what I said before. I've been space talking about war with Iran, where we've struck and apparently according to Trump, destroyed these sites. We use bunker bombs. We use submarines, Tomahawk missiles. We've leveled these areas. Iran is going to retaliate as they've said they would over and over again. They're going to go and bomb facilities in the Middle East with their own missiles, which they can do. We're going to be in a tit for tat pattern. We're going to have who knows how many people killed in this. There has been like no evidence to say, oh, they have a nuclear bomb. They've had like this capacity apparently for like decades. They've said, oh, we have nuclear bombs and like since 1995. They have like years and years. Oh, like a couple. They're pretty much close to getting a bomb any day now. And it's like not really true. Like they've said this over and over and over again. But it's like warmongers. And like now we're bombing these sites. We committed to destroying them. And we're going to have pushback for that. We're going to get bombed by Iran back in these facilities that we have in the Middle East. And I don't see a benefit for us getting involved with this at all. This should have been Israel and Iran's problem. We should have been kept the heck out of it. And now that we're stuck in this battle, I have no idea how long it's going to go on for. This is not going to be helpful for diplomacy for in any capacity. I mean, there is really no benefit that I can see for American perspective for bombing these sites. If you're a warmonger, you're happy and celebrating and cheering and jumping for joy. But this is really interventionist. This is not what America First is about. It should be about fixing our own problems, our own border, our own health crisis or drug crisis, all these problems. And we're focusing on wars in the Middle East. And this is just a tragedy. I'm very saddened that we're going to be putting our own personnel and troops involved. We're going to be in this conflict for who knows how long. And more importantly, we're becoming civilians or killing people that don't need to be killed and making people in the future resent our country and resent people and want to go and commit harm on us and our population. So this is a never-ending cycle. It never ends well. And we're seeing
open source intel is reporting that the Iranian state television is saying, and I quote, every American citizen or military in the region is now a legitimate target. There you go.
And they also said,
they've also made ridiculous threats in the last week.
Time out. Henry, real quick. I'm sorry. This point is just really lost on a lot of people, including you, Chief. With all due respect, we've been targets of Iranian proxies for a very long time. Can we stop pretending like they have not been killing our people for a long time? The reason
Devon, tell me, give me one place where that happened. I need the evidence.
Yeah,
one place?
When did that happen to American citizens on this land? Please tell me.
They have been killing troops overseas through proxy groups for a very long time.
Al-Qaeda and ISIS, the ones that we made, the ones we funded? Come on now, Javon. I want to hear the real names, Javon.
So what we're not going to do is do that thing where I'm talking and we're going to talk about it. The Houthis were targeting American sailors. I actually know some buddies who were out there getting fucking shot at in the middle of God knows where.
We should have been out there for fucking Israel, like the fuck we just did tonight.
Whoa. I know Americans who were getting shot at by the Houthis before President Trump called that bombing campaign.
Because we was out there for Israel, fucking saving their matzo balls too. I'm a mad-ass American. We just bombed Iran for fucking Israel, okay?
So that girl Casey, here, let me just say what part of the problem
insane.
It is the quality of your microphone, and so whenever you're screaming over him, it's hard to understand what you're saying. And I do actually want to hear what you have to say because I know that you have a strong conviction about this. And so I want to hear your point because Javon's saying that Iran is already coming after us. And I want to hear your counterpoint.
And Diligent, this is my point.
I need you to address your microphone. If you're on a headset, get off of it.
I'm not on a headset. I don't know how come like other people, they're giving me hundreds, they can hear me. So
it's not that we can't hear you, it's that you're very, very loud. And it sounds like you're screaming.
It's when there's someone else speaking, and I think it's because you're probably on an Android, if I had to guess. It drowns out your microphone because Android doesn't use spatial audio. So if you're going to speak at the same time as someone else, you're going to have to change your mic. right? That's just all there is to it. Javon, go
Yeah,
ahead.
we got to get rid of that Ultima audio. Get rid of that Ultima audio.
Or we just don't interrupt, right? So here's the thing, folks.
Well,
Like this is what's really bothering me right now. We're acting like Iran is like this neutral actor that has done nothing, right? They have literally Qasem Soleimani is probably one of the most prolific killers of Americans over the past 20 years, whether you want to face that or not. He's funded groups that have purposely targeted Americans. In fact, the reason why he's fucking dead now is because his groups were responsible for killing an American, and President Trump said, enough is enough. So the idea that Iran has not harmed an American and we just did this, this is it's a fantasy world. We can have a disagreement about whether or not this was the correct response, whether or not you feel like the involvement is unnecessary, but to pretend like Iran hasn't been responsible for hundreds of service member deaths is actually insane. Like it's factually incorrect. And it's insane. They have been. Now, you may say it wasn't actually a state-sponsored, it wasn't a government entity. Well, right. And they got smart, so they started funding terrorism so they can wipe their hands clean and say they have plausible deniability. That's the whole point behind the Quds Force, is to have plausible deniability. You don't train terrorist groups that target Americans for no reason. Like, you do that to kill Americans, right? And again, we can disagree. You can disagree with Israel's involvement, but can we stop pretending like these people are not responsible for the deaths of Americans? Because they have.
Can I respond?
They have.
Also, could we cut out the matzo ball and the other racist bullshit fucking comments?
Can I respond to what Joanne said? So I don't think at least I have not made that argument. I mean, no one's claiming that Iran is like a perfect, happy country with rainbows and sunshine.
Of course.
But no, at least I have not made that claim, and I don't think anyone here is making the claim that Iran's perfect. Like, I know Iran has.
Well, I'm not arguing that they're evil. All I'm saying is when that girl Casey said, "Name one instance in which Americans have died," I'm like, well, don't say that.
It's fucking delusional. It's
because troops have died, and it hits. Keith, I get you. I'm just saying it just hits different as a veteran when you know people or you know of people who've died because of this insanity. So I don't like when people are like, well, didn't name one. Like, come on, dude. Like, there are people whose families are missing a father and a mother because of these people. Like, let's not pretend they've been this, they've never done anything wrong. I'm not saying they're perfect, obviously not, but they definitely have been responsible for American deaths, and they do have American blood on their hands.
I would say,
Chief, let me respond because everybody's calling me delusional. Just give me 5 seconds. I actually have to. I'm not going to stay up here long because it's going to be too emotional for me. Okay. The reason why I get like this, when you're saying they respond, why are we over there in the first place tonight? Trump tells Barack David in a phone call, we had a great success tonight. Your Israel is much safer now, and Americans are not. Yeah, you're right. Americans are going to die. Yes. And if they have died before, it's because they keep dying for this place. Jesus Christ, when does it stop? And we get called names for calling it out. He called them and told them their Israel is much safer. We're not. So actually, I agree with you. So can we talk about the real cause? You guys got this. So I'm way too emotional for this.
You're way too racist. It's not emotional.
I think Resurgence was trying to respond. Go ahead. I mean, glitch. There was like 8 people talking at once. Sorry, you guys. Resurgence was trying to chime back in, and he's been up here a while trying to chime in. You can respond to what she said, Resurgence. Go ahead.
I was saying we went over there to get rid of their, we didn't go over there. We had B-1 bombers. They took out their nuclear capability. Done. All right. They accomplished what they wanted to do, and that's take out their.
I respectfully disagree, sir.
No.
It is not done.
That's not what happened.
Iran just came out on television saying that they are going to retaliate. I don't think they're lying.
And they said that they Trump started and they're going to end it. I mean, and they've said for
let me ask the whole room this in the speed and diligent. Let me ask you this: how long would this have to go on, or how short would it have to be for you to change your mind and say, "Oh, okay."
The fact that they haven't already surrendered, it's already going on longer than I would like. That's how short it needs to be.
But Diligent, they were never going to do that. That's the point, right?
Yeah,
Is
that's
that
just a false premise, man.
Yeah, like this
In
is
fairness.
Then we didn't hit him hard enough.
well, that's not true, right? Because then
That's also not true.
because hitting them
That's-
hard enough would mean more involvement. So that's kind of the catch-22 that we're in, is that the president decided on a targeted, limited, lethal, highly lethal strike.
He asked me what my personal opinion was about
I did. I'm just
how short I would like it to be. That's my opinion.
All I'm saying is that if we did if hard enough, does that mean eliminating the Ayatollah? Does that mean destroy?
My point is, right, is that if there was going to be a decisive strike, like if you're going to go over there and make a strike against them, it needs to be in such a way as that they are totally afraid to retaliate or incapable of retaliating, because it needs to close any chances of escalation, which is not what just occurred. Right.
Okay, let me ask you this. Hey, if they surrender, listen, if they surrender in the next 2 to 3 days, would you be satisfied that, hey, this was a campaign, it's done, it's over?
I mean, if this ends peacefully without an ongoing conflict, I am extremely happy. I'm not going to
none of us can tell the future. I can't tell the future. Nobody in this room
That's
has
a fact.
intel.
No one knows what's going to happen.
Well, but you just said hold on.
But
You just said they're not going to surrender after saying they really need to surrender.
They do not.
They say a lot of shit.
They do not. I'm just looking at the historical pretext here, because these are zealots, right? This is a religious war for them, and historically they do not just abandon the fight, right? They will go down with the ship. So again, right? Historical context. If we look at it historically, the precedent says they are not going to surrender. I believe that they're not going to surrender.
I'm not talking about the Iranian surrender. I'm talking about the Ayatollah saying, I am done.
You're making a distinction without a difference there, bro. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Diligent.
Bro, it's the Persian fucking empire. Because I believe that a lot of the Iranian people aren't satisfied with the regime.
No, they definitely
they can't do it themselves.
They definitely are not.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
But they could be indifferent to one of their family.
So you're making a moral platitude. You're making a moral platitude saying, "Oh, well, the Iranian people want this change." So again, these are all what you're doing with that argument. What you're doing that argument is trying to appeal to people's morality as a justification for a regime change. That's exactly what that argument
No, it's
does.
not, dude. You're interpreting it like with.
Well, no, just to be fair, Diligent is actually absolutely right. With the Iranian people, again, that's not relevant to the conversation at all. For the past 2 decades, they've told us the Iraqis want a regime change, the Libyans want a regime change, the Syrians want a regime change. No one cares, right? Because apparently everybody wants regime change.
As soon as you start describing the sentiment of the population, you are advocating for regime change.
And this is the nuance in that conversation that I think has been lost on X. You have people being like, the Iranians need us. And then you have people being like, we shouldn't do a damn thing when a country's like deaf to America. There's a happy medium. And I think the president threaded the needle that needed to be threaded by saying, hey, this is not in Iran's interest. This is in our interest. And by the way, we're also not going to have an all-out war. And we're also not going to let this country develop nuclear weapons, the same one that says death to the Jews, death to Israel, and then death to America, right? Who cares about Israel and everybody else?
Well,
but death to
Javon,
America
if you talk to the left, they want regime change.
Of course they do. They've never seen a country they don't want.
They want regime change in our country.
They love this guy. Macron is in bed with this guy. The left loves these guys. They love them. They're Marxist Islamists, dude. They love these guys. They do not want to change. Don't listen to anything they say. They would never get rid of him.
But all I'm saying is that when you start talking about how the Iranian people feel, you lose me. I wish them well, but my focus is on the peace and prosperity and security of the United States and our people and the protection of our interests. Anything else is secondary. Everything else is secondary.
Javon, I agree with you, but it doesn't mean we can't speak facts on these topics. It doesn't mean that's some moral justification. We can't.
Of course, I'm just saying it doesn't strengthen your argument with the MAGA crowd. If you're trying to get your argument across, telling me that the Iranians really want this is not going to convince me.
Wait, but
But we're just talking
Yeah,
openly
because
about this now.
that ship has sailed. I mean,
Wait, but
What
Javon,
ship has sailed?
you made a
What are we
point
even
that you
talking
were.
about?
the time for that argument to actually work. We've seen it lie after lie, regime change, religion, and then turns out they
Do you
just want to
guys
bomb
know the
people
history of
and raid
Iran? Do you guys
resources.
even know about that? Or are we just talking
No, I'm
about
We're
just,
like
talking.
I'm just,
He's referencing, which you are completely discounting and acting like you don't know what the fuck he's talking about, but you absolutely do know what he's talking about, which
dude, I've
is the
spoken to it a
history,
million times.
which is the history of U.S. interventionism in the Middle East, which
Based on
has
based on these
historically
arguments,
failed over and over again,
based off of these
based on the
arguments.
very arguments that you are presenting to us now to justify this bombing. Right, that's why, and you can discount it all you want, but that's the fact, bro.
And it doesn't
Okay,
mean
I
that you're
lived
being
it.
ignored.
Who
It does.
is this guy? No, hold on. I gotta
Well,
respond to this because this is
Bro,
outrageous.
Henry, real quick,
this is what
Henry.
We can let him respond. We can let him
Okay.
respond. Javon, you're the coach. You
Dude,
can
again,
jump in.
I'm just saying to Henry, it doesn't mean what you're
Jesus
saying
Christ.
isn't correct. What I'm saying is when you're making an argument, because at this point, right, like
No, but I'm not making the argument, guys.
just listen. I'm not trying to get the blood pressure up. I'm not. All I'm saying is that when this conversation is being had, maybe I'll rephrase it. When this conversation is being had in a room with people who are obviously, I would say, majority are pro-President Trump, it's almost like a dog whistle. When you start hearing the Iranian people want this, it'll just be 2 years. It'll just it's like the same kind of thing. It's like, oh shit, here we go again. And I think that is really, really concerning to a lot of people. And I'm arguing that Javon's argument is that makes your point kind of go numb or deaf on a lot of people because they're hearing a lot of the things that they heard for 20 years that have proven to be terrible.
Yeah, that's all good.
Respond, Henry,
That's all good.
for
But
30
this is
seconds.
again, and Del, maybe you're doing this just because that's how you run your spaces. But again, this is an operating in bad faith. I'm not making any arguments about that. You put words in my mouth multiple fucking times. Shame on you. I did not discount what we've been in there. I've been cautioning against it. But I'm also not going to say, oh, we're going to ignore history. That we didn't do good things in Japan. We didn't do good things for Germany. We didn't do good things for South Korea. We didn't try in South Vietnam. Come on, guys. Come on.
Okay,
like be
time out.
honest.
Time out though. That's
and I'm not
not
also,
a fair,
I'm not also,
not a fair,
that's
not a fair comparison.
Can I finish?
Not a fair
Can I finish?
comparison at all, dude.
Can I finish?
You're talking about
Javon,
declared war by the Congress,
can't,
total
Henry.
surrender.
Can I finish?
You're not talking
No, you
about
can't,
nation
Henry.
Yeah,
building.
let's Javon, let him finish.
He's conflating nation building.
Hey,
I know what he's
I'll be
doing.
back. I'm going to jump down for a minute,
Guys,
Diligent. I
you're
got
good,
another
Ryan.
space
You're
to
good.
jump into. I'll be back.
You're
See you
good.
guys
Guys,
soon.
again, Javon, you're putting words in my mouth.
Is Mario inviting people off my panel? That happens usually.
Yeah, fuck that guy. He sucks. But anyway,
Yeah,
so
but that is a false equivalence, by the way.
I'm not making it an equivalence. I'm talking, look at the arc of history, guys. And I'm not saying it's justified because of that. And it's also not justified because of the failures in the last 25 years. I don't give a shit. Okay, so stop putting words in my mouth. There's a threading of the needle. And Diligent, you know this. You know this. We talked about this, and you're kind of feigning ignorance or just screwing around, whatever you want to do. But like, we can't be hyper isolationist or anti-war to the point of being backfooted to do nothing.
Because you just did it. You know, you do this where you're like, oh, well, you're purporting my response to be in such a way, but then you use inflammatory rhetoric. Like you just
how is that inflammatory? How is that inflammatory?
Anti-war isolationist.
That's definitely what you're doing, though.
I didn't brand anybody. I didn't use names, dude. That sentiment
You said
is
we
out there.
can't be. You said we can't be, and then you started.
The royal we, people in the fucking world, people in MAGA. Like how
you listen. You're using hyperbolic rhetoric, and then when I respond to it and call it out, you're telling me that I am misinterpreting or misrepresenting what you're doing or what you're saying.
Okay,
that's a fact.
Okay, well let me rephrase for your delicate sensibilities, Diligent. I'm sorry. There are a lot of people.
This is so I don't fall for that manipulative.
Yeah, dude, come on now.
Bro.
Like that's crazy, man. He's calling you out because you're saying something that's a little.
So these are the manipulative tactics that I noticed being used last night, which is you're trying to goad your opponent into showing his hand through emotion. And I'm not going to fall for it, bro. I'm going to call it out on my stage. You're either going to have an objective, actual good faith conversation, but you're not going to gaslight and act like we're not when you're the one actually being hyperbolic.
You've been putting words in people's mouths constantly. What are you talking about?
Bro, we understand Hasbro, bro.
Can I finish so did you or did you not say describe the sentiment of the Iranian people just a few minutes ago? Yes or no?
That's a bullshit question. That's a bullshit question because you're lacking.
It's a yes or no question. Did you or did you not describe the sentiment of the Iranian people?
It's a coward's comment, and you know it's a coward's comment.
Okay, so I'm going to accept that as a yes. since it's not a no.
Because
right?
because you're a coward. Yes, because
And it's an admission, and there you go, trying to use ad hominems to goad me into showing my hands. But obviously, you haven't been listening to me in Spaces, dude. This is what I do, right? It's not going to work. So unless you're going to be good faith and try to stop gaslighting, I'm going to go to one of these other people who have been patiently waiting, and I am skipping for you, right, to waste my time and waste the time of nearly 2,000 other people. By the way, you guys, thanks for joining us. I'm about to stream Trump live into the space in 15 minutes. Bottom right corner, repost this bitch. Let's beat Mario. Let's beat these foreign agents. And let me go to Deep. Go ahead, Deep.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me. Just listening into this conversation, it's sad because a lot of people don't really, I guess, have an understanding of just how important America's interests are around the world and what America really is. I mean, we are. I mean, I think people should be proud of it. The last great world superpower, hyperpower, however you want to define it. And whether people like it or not, who are listening into this space, what goes on around the world in terms of resources, mineral sharing, preserving our dollar and the interests of our dollar, that matters. And the Middle East is important. I mean, the Middle East is the world's richest oil kind of producing region ever. I mean, and we've done a lot of work in that region to build up these countries, not just the Israelis, but pretty much all of the oil rich Gulf. And there are countries, actors, individuals that want to displace America's position in the world order, and Iran was one of them, certainly, and they were trying to do that with their proxies. The great game is always played to win. America wins, and America should not apologize for winning. Regarding kind of, these arguments of, oh, what is Iran going to do? Are they going to strike back at us? I just think it's a bit too foolish to underestimate the power and the might of the American military, and of course the people that we work with around the region. And the effects of this are not just that Iran no longer has the nuclear capabilities. If this government, which I believe is very crippled, stays crippled, that means that America has no real unfriendly government in that entire region, which we've worked very hard to build up. So, yes, America has interests. America first means that we have to preserve the well-being and the standard of living for our citizens. Not getting involved in being completely isolationist means that the likes of China, Russia, other emerging powers come and displace our
Nobody
position in
is
the world order.
advocating for that. Why? This is.
I mean, it's
I feel like this is so. Again, I just want to hear one example of anybody on this stage saying that the United States needs to be an isolationist or even describing that policy.
I just don't think that these people understand how America operates.
Who
we have
who is
military-
these people? Can I
Yeah,
ask?
I
Oh my
mean,
Can I?
God, man! Can
Yeah,
I go,
no,
please?
let it. Yeah,
Who,
Javon,
who,
go ahead. But I want to hear him respond.
yeah,
Go ahead.
I'm curious as to who these people are that you
Javon,
keep
the
describing.
sentiment is
Because I
out there,
think,
man.
well,
Respectfully, it's not in
listen to
this
what I'm
space.
saying.
It's not about this space.
I think he meant black people,
Henry,
Javon.
no,
I think he meant black people.
what I'm
no,
trying
it's
what,
typically it's typically the alt right crowd, the so-called Jew hating anti-Semite crowd that says, America gets
Do
too
I fall into
involved.
that?
Diligent,
Do
yeah,
I
you do
like,
fall into
not fall
that?
into that. You do
America
not
does this.
fall into that.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
You do not.
Hold on, bro. I
Whatever we
speak
do
has,
is
bro. Why do you coming to bring a
Hold on. So Deep, we're having a little go around here. Deep, if I don't fall into that crowd, but I share the
sentiments. Like,
non-interventionist sentiment.
yeah.
Does that make me the alt right or whatever
No, I
that
mean
is?
you could have whatever opinion. That's the beauty of this country.
But it's
You can
not.
have
It's a cheap way to
you can have
dismiss a valid
Interventionalist
whatever.
is
point.
Kind of let
being
me talk.
falsely
Like,
equated
we could
to
have a back and forth.
isolationism,
No,
right?
yeah,
Like it
No,
is.
it's
we
not.
could
It's a
No,
have
it's
a
cheap
back
not.
way
and
to
forth if
dismiss
you
a
No, it's
valid
want.
not,
point.
Diligent. It's not.
Yeah, we
It's
could have a back and
It's
forth
just
if
a
you
cheap
want.
way to
But the
dismiss a valid
reality
That
point,
is,
man.
school of thought is out there and it's
Daniel's
strong.
got a point. It is a cheap way to dismiss a valid
Yeah,
point.
it's a
like,
slur. It's
we
Well,
a,
have
it's
there's
a
another
people,
slur.
there's
It's
another
really
way
cheap
to
way to
actually
do
talk
it. It's
about
we
this
have
ridiculous,
point, and
people,
man.
everyone, you guys
partners,
are all talking
allies,
about it
whatever
as
you
if
want to
it's
call it. We work
isolationist.
with to preserve those interests. If we
Go ahead,
don't
Walter.
preserve
Dave,
those
you,
No, no
interests,
one's
Dave,
we don't
doing.
you're,
need to
No one.
preserve
Dave,
them.
you're,
No
He
one's
can't hear
doing
all
that.
six of you at the same time. Go ahead, Walter. Probably a mute glitch. There's just too many people talking at once.
There we
Then I go
go.
after
Okay,
Walter.
so I'm sorry. Yeah, it was muted glitch. You don't have to be like interventionist is not what this was. And I know if you talked to me the other day, Deep or not Deep, Diligent, we were talking about this the other night. This was going to be a tactical operation, very precise strike. And I have been talking about this for months. There's no reason that Trump wasn't going to do this. I mean, it literally the whole idea, and I'm not speaking for anybody in this space. I'm talking about there was a whole push for what this everyone was talking about is the multipolar world where America was going to shrink back and use Panama and Greenland, and we were going to only operate in one section of the world, and we were going to just have this side of the world was going to be controlled by America. That was all nonsense, and it was complete nonsense from the beginning. Trump, when the day that he was inaugurated, said that you will come to see America as a growing nation again. That does not mean fold the wings, go back to an isolationist society. That means if you challenge us, you're going to get slapped. And he gave Iran the time, and he hit them. That's all it was. That's all this is. It's over. There is no operation that needs to happen anymore. Exactly what I said was going to happen just the other night, Diligent. I said we're going to hit Fordo, we're going to hit all the nuclear facilities, and that's going to be it. And that's what happened. And I don't think there's anything else that needs to be spoken. It's done.
But you don't know that's going to be it because you haven't seen what the response is yet. Correct?
No, but Diligent, I know that. I know that's true. I can't read the future, but I've been right about this every time so far, to the word. To the word.
You were right. You were right about the fact that we were going to hit Fordo, but he also hit 2 other nuclear sites that additionally that you did not mention.
If you just read what my actual article was, it says the imminent strike. I know the imminent strike on Iran is more than a tactical operation. That's what I wrote back in April. That I mean, it's hitting the nuclear facilities was obviously what was going to happen. Whether we needed to hit more than one or not, I don't know. I can't speak for military matters, but it's obvious that this was going to be a tactical operation that was going to happen to restore deterrence in the world. Now our adversaries are perfectly aware, yet again, that America owns the skies, and you have no idea when and how we can hit you. And that's what happened. And I don't know why. There's not really an argument about it. It's over.
I see. That's just that last part that I disagree with is the fact that it's over. Right. I will share that sentiment when it is in fact over, but until it is over, it's not. So I was like, I don't know, and I realize that might seem like kind of stupid, but that's a fact. Even Javon, who I think shares your sentiment on the tactical strike and the necessity of it, even he was saying at the beginning of the space is that there is a decent chance or a good chance of escalation here. Right. That's the problem that I have.
Maybe. I mean, maybe there could be escalation, but I haven't seen any proof of escalation happening. What proof do we have?
Walter also.
It's been 3 hours.
It hasn't even been 3 hours.
It hasn't.
It's been 3 hours. Like, oh my, that's ridiculous.
Guys, real quick,
it has been 2 hours. Not even 2. What?
Yeah, but guys, but Israel has been striking for days now.
Exactly. It's been weeks.
That's not the United States.
It does.
So what?
Okay, so if you're using that logic, what happened after Israel struck Iran? They fired back. What did Trump say would happen if they retaliated against the United States? He made it very clear that we were going all in. So like, if you're using that logic and that is your precedent, right? Israel struck Iran and they retaliated with rocket fire. Right. So if we're using that logic, that's what we can expect here. That will lead to escalation.
I doubt it. I just doubt it, dude. I don't think they're going to have. I don't think they have the ability.
All they got to do is strike one of the bases. They'll strike one of the bases, and there will be the fucking cannon fodder for it. Hearing you guys argue about this, Diligent has all the points right. I don't get you, Henry. You're a little bit out there.
Well, to reinforce Walter's point, and I think this is fair, Diligent. Not that can I finish the sentence, man? So yes, are they going to react or respond? Possibly, probably. Are they actually in a position? You said, well, they're attacking Israel in a increasingly diminished capacity. Are they doing that? And why? Because of what Israel has done over the last couple of weeks. So to Walter's point, did it start a couple hours ago? No, it's been going on for a long time, and they are severely diminished. Does that mean they're zero? No, but they are nowhere near the place that they could respond like they could before. Doesn't mean zero.
You don't know that.
Does that mean there's zero? No. No place that they respond like they could before. Does it mean zero?
You don't. I get it. How you guys are
It's
feeling,
not emotional.
but
It's
let's
There's
look at
nothing
this.
emotional about what I said. I said
We
I've
were
just been saying that we were going to technically strike.
yeah.
an objective.
It came that
Here for you.
Let me answer Frank on strength. That is what he has always campaigned on.
literally,
Yeah, but no
literally,
new
it
wars is
was
in.
new.
No, it's not. He
Well,
constantly
Definitely,
talked about
that's
the.
what I'm saying. Like
he's the peace through strength is positioning yourself in such a way that you don't need to go to war.
I don't
That's
think he
arguing that invasion. What you're doing there, which is just insane.
it's not man.
Will be broadcasting into space.
Be brief. No, the thing was we were implied there would be no new wars. Now I understand. I think the issue a lot of people are having is just the same thing, and you make problem A look like problem B when they're two separate. Do I think? Do I have the intel they have? No. Expect retaliation, of course. Maybe now, maybe a couple years from now, because what people these conflicts in the Middle East, they will pass this shit on to the next generation. So next generation raise up and the who inherited. That's all.
demographic.
Again, the statement to define. You say shit like the population wants this. That's the same shit we heard during Afghanistan, and it turns out that a lot of insurgency over there are people who actually
Dude,
want to
nobody
kill.
said.
This is the
Nobody
same
said
thing we're
that.
talking about.
So
It's
Daniel's
literally
point
not.
there,
We
Daniel's point there is valid.
What you're missing is I'm
created ISIS with that type of thinking. I just
Well, in that sentiment,
you're trying to pretend
you in that sentiment. But what I'm saying is that I think you guys are conflating what President Trump is doing with actions. The president himself has said he has not said those things at all. He has said very clear for months. All day around him, you can listen to the pundit class. The pundit class is wrong the whole time.
100%.
But they have been saying the things that you guys, and I don't have said one thing. There will be.
I agree, but that's where all the confusion is coming from when people
I
are
agree
starting
with
to
that.
say
I
stupid
agree with
shit
the
like,
confusion.
that they don't want this information being saying this, but he's not saying this.
All right, now
It's
we're just
not
arguing
whether I
about
know the
semantics
makeup.
here. Let's
Yeah,
go through the things. Let's go
yeah,
to
I
Marco.
appreciate
Go
it.
ahead, and then I'm gonna go to raging.
Hey, I just put a DM in your personal DMs of Netanyahu a press card.
All right, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Let's go through, brother. There's nothing we can do. We can sit here, complain about it. He did it. Now we gotta either behind him or condemn him. What are we gonna do? I guess we gotta stand behind him.
You know, about 20 times kind of onto that right there, and the whole anti-war stuff. It really is getting old. I do want to address this though. So as bad as Iran is, and as much as I don't give a shit about that country, I don't care about the whole Middle East. It's body account or whatever. You got North Korea, Pakistan, you know, South Sudan, all these other countries are violating it. Israel, like, you know, do we not care? Trump.
Why don't you just say Israel?
I'm with Trump.
That's all you care about.
Yeah, and
See,
moral
there we go.
relativism.
I get what it is, but that's what I'm saying. I'm past the
But
thing.
because every time you say it, I just think of the company.
Hey, bro, you gotta let these people know that you fucking know. I'm just telling you. It is what it is. But I watched this all last night. It's like they're trying to press diligent to think this way. It's can we just cool? No, I know that. This is a personal observation. It's a personal observation, but I'm saying, like, we're all going to stand behind, like, what? That's my big question right now.
Jim and I had a debate about this the other night in MySpace, and it was very recent when we went back and forth for probably an hour, and it was his opinion that conform to
I
a
disagree
singular
with people
idea.
that I consider friends or I viewpoint regularly.
Well, I mean, I think the biggest thing to me is I don't come on to find a feedback loop of echo chambers.
Let's call it integrity.
Of echo chambers that just argues and says the same things I do. What the hell's the point of that? Like, no person to just speaking to people that you only agree with. I mean, you may miss the people to listen to.
We're not the primary force in this attack. We've never been in this position, so we are in new territories. It would be foolish for Iran to attack any U.S. assets at this point because Israel's down.
Anybody want to argue that or not?
Yeah, of course we've been in a back.
A spectacular military haste must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks would be far greater. And saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with red. That was guilty. We lost over 1,000 people and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East who died as a direct result. In particular, so many were killed by their donate to facing this horrible threat to Israel. Military or an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many decades. Hopefully, we will know. Continue. There will in the world. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Them. Thank you.
No questions.
Can I just say that's the first time I've ever seen.
We just cut out.
All right, there you have it. President Trump, in very brief remarks there, saying that.
All right. What were you saying?
Diligent,
Go ahead,
real
Javon.
quick. I just want to say.
Oh, I was saying that's the first time I've ever seen a president speak in that room where he had the vice president, the secretary of state, and the secretary of defense standing right behind him.
You took the
Usually
words
they're up
right
there
out
by
of my
themselves.
mouth. That projects strength, it's unity, it's resolve. This was something agreed upon, in my opinion, just looking at that, by those folks in the administration that are responsible for coming down with the decision. And I think that is huge, right? Because we all know that all those men up there have different views across the spectrum, right? We obviously know Secretary Hegseth's more focused on protecting the United States. You have someone like J.D. Vance, who turns into more of the populist nationalist. You have President Trump, who's definitely full on MAGA. And then you have Marco Rubio, who early on in his career had the neocon tendencies. And I think he's made a complete 180. And so to have all of those men unified gives me even more confidence in this administration and just the level of collaboration happening between all facets of the government to accomplish this. So that was incredibly encouraging. And I thought the president, it was short, sweet, and to the point, just like those damn strikes. I'm backing President Trump 10,000%.
Yeah, and real quick too, it also goes to what I was just saying. President Trump just elaborated that we are the backup in this. We are not the primary force. This, you can't compare this to other Middle Eastern conflicts. We literally came in there, did some support. It does not mean that we're fully in it. Israel's more than capable to handle this war to the end or to negotiation tables.
That's very optimistic.
If that's true, then why did we just bomb them? If Israel is capable of handling this on their own, then why did we just intervene?
So because no, it does, because we're the only one that has capabilities.
It's a contradictory statement.
No, it's not a contradictory statement, dude.
No, it's not.
So I'm talking to Anand, right? He doesn't need to answer for. You don't need to answer for him. Go ahead, Anand. You can respond.
Yeah, so I would say it's not, because we were there for a specific reason. Yes, we can demolish that nuclear threat, and we should knock that out if we have the opportunity and the airspace is safe. The airspace is safe because of the war that Israel is doing as a primary force. So to me, it's not contradictory. We took advantage to secure.
If it's safe, then why did he leave the door open for further escalation?
Well, and that's of course that's up to Iran. If they want to escalate it and put us where you want to start striking you, aka targeting American bases in the region, then that's Iran's choice.
Or Israel, because he cited Israel. He said they were a threat to Israel, has been neutralized. That's what he just said in the speech.
Okay, but if we're looking at
neutralized,
yes, sir, yes, sir.
Did he or did he not?
Yeah, but also, so it's speech, and you're not going to get everything out of it. But
bro,
dude, more
can
bad
I
bad faith central over here, man. Bad faith central.
So what I'm saying is that we went there for a specific reason, to knock out the existential threat to the United States, and that was taking out the 3 nuclear sites that could be existential. He sit there and said, he's like, we did our part. Israel's going to take over. We hope we don't have to help out anymore, but we did our part. And yes, he leaves on the table that if Iran does react to us, that we will unleash the Nimitz and the other brigades, and we will fucking do an Air Force attack that's going to fucking demolish that place. I wouldn't say it's war. You need a declaration, right? It's not a war.
You don't need a declaration. You need a time elapsement, right? That's it. You need 60 days.
So why is it, you saw Massey said that this was unconstitutional, right? He tweeted out that it was unconstitutional.
But we have the executive power for specific strikes, right? But what I'm saying is that I don't see there's any chance in hell that we have to do boots on the ground. You have isolated this attack to where you have air dominance.
That advanced modern warfare isn't conducted through boots on the ground anymore? Can we stop acting like it does? Because it's not. Advanced modern warfare is primarily carried out through aircraft, through missile technology, through drone technology, and warfare. Can we agree on that?
No, because then talk to Russia about that.
Again, I said advanced.
That's an occupying force. That's
that is an occupying force.
Okay, guys, but
they literally. Oh my God! Look, they literally want to take Ukraine for.
Well, we don't need to have this argument, right? That was actually a rhetorical question. It was a rhetorical question.
Gotcha, sir.
No, it's fine. No, I'm just curious. Can we agree that, at least Javon, you were in the military? Can we agree that in today's day and age that boots on the ground is an antiquated premise?
You're talking to a guy who did close air support. So, in my opinion, I think, I, in all seriousness, though, Diligent, I will say this. I think that a lot of today's modern warfare is designed around standoff capabilities, but I wouldn't devalue a QRF, the 82nd Airborne, the Rangers. Like, those people can still go in with a very limited force, kick down doors, and you may see that as an active war. So I won't fully buy that argument until we don't actually have over 1 million people in the armed services. That makes sense. I would need to see a little bit more.
I agree. But when people say boots on the ground, they harken back to the last examples of it, which would be Afghanistan, Iraq, right?
Well, and here's the thing, though.
No, absolutely not.
I'm talking to Javon, bro. Quit interrupting. You keep saying bad faith, but you interrupt people when I ask them questions all the time. Go ahead, Javon.
I'd also argue that I don't blame them for that being the most, like, how they recognize warfare, right? Because like you just said, that's what we've become accustomed to for the past 2 decades. So for many people, it's like, well, you don't have boots on the ground. Like, what's the problem? I obviously disagree with that, right? Because if another country was to target us in this same way, we would absolutely respond
consider it to
in
be
kind.
an act of war.
But but I think the way that we can justify this, and I think the way that the administration, what the president just said, was these people. Everyone's talking about Israel, but no one's talking about the threat that these people have vocally expressed on numerous occasions towards the United States. These people have talked about harming us, and so while we're not going to be while we're not going to be the primary actor in this, we're going to adopt a concept known as allied autonomy, which means empowering your allies in their respective regions to handle the issues while we focus on the big fight in the Indo-Pacific. I think that's the adoption from this administration. And again, looking at JD Vance, I think it is, actually. I think it is. Allied autonomy doesn't mean no involvement. It means you allow your allies to take the lead. And I think in this case, there's no doubt about it. Israel's taking the lead. The president of the United States just came out and said, that's it. You guys need to come to the negotiating table or you guys can deal with Israel. So what do you guys want to do?
Yeah.
That's essentially what he just
Dustin,
said.
what do you think? And I'm going to go to Kevin.
Well, it's definitely not what I heard. Right? What I heard was not step aside or come to the peace table and Israel's going to do something. It's that we would go in and do more. I
Increase
also,
and far more is what he said, actually, specifically.
right. And I also, while yes, drones and tech has largely taken the place of many of the roles of war, nation building and regime change would still require a on ground presence that I think everybody who is America First would be uncomfortable with. And I don't know, I wanted to feel a little more reassured after the president's address tonight. What I was hoping to hear is what our allies in the region, right? That I was hoping that we would hear something about the discussions with Xi and Putin yesterday, or something about the Saudis and Pakistan and some kind of fucking exit strategy. Because the one thing I haven't heard, other than the idea, do you think the Ayatollah can politically come to the peace table right now and survive that?
Nope.
Right? There's absolutely no freaking way. And so what I haven't heard explained in anything from anyone in power, maybe like hopefully we get this tomorrow, but I'm kind of doubt it, is what the exit strat, like what is the
I've
freaking
been
end game
asking for that the entire time. We need a clear picture of what victory means and a concise exit strategy. We've never had that when we intervene in the Middle East. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Dustin, but I just want to say I've been
No, no.
asking for that the entire time.
No, and rightfully so, which is right. I personally have not been convinced that Iran was even pursuing nuclear weapons. Like I have not seen anything that convinces me that that's real.
Yeah,
And
I agree with Dustin. I don't think that speech is gonna go down well with those
Are
people
you
who were
playing
like,
video
okay, you
games,
said we
Space?
needed. What's that? What's that, Diligent?
No,
no,
it sounds like you're playing video games or
He's
I
got,
realize this is a war space, but modern warfare
but
while you're actually speaking, that's a first for me. That's a mute glitch, you guys. Oh damn.
Sorry, I had it on my laptop, but yeah, I don't think it's going to go down well with people who wanted to hear him say, okay, this
Breaking
was a
news:
one and
Gaze is
done.
fighting the war himself via drones on his laptop, live
Yeah,
in X
on my laptop.
Spaces. He's gonna win the
Yeah,
war by himself.
he's like the
but
Master Chief from Halo.
yeah,
He's ready to go.
We have nothing to
I,
worry
it was
about.
Quality training
it's
from him.
off my laptop. I'm sorry, but yeah, I think a lot because I sent out a tweet that said that I didn't like that we bombed Iran, and so I got like 50,000 comments of people arguing back and forth, and most people just wanted him to say, "We did this. We needed to do this, and that's the end. Let's go to the negotiations table and negotiate peace." But like Javon was saying, what I heard was he was like, if we don't get peace, we're going to do it again. We're going to do it harder. We have all these other places we could strike. We can do it in 5 minutes. It was very threatening as opposed to like we did it and we don't want to have to do it again, but we will. And let's negotiate peace. It just came across as, we'll keep doing it.
it came across as please come to the negotiating table. We don't want to have this keep on. The exit strategy, the exit ramp that people keep talking about is Iran's job to take it. They are the ones that are prolonging this. No one else is prolonging this but them. The president of the United States made it very clear. If you want this stuff to stop, if you want to save your country and potentially keep ruling, Ayatollah, come talk as we were trying to for the past 6 months. But you have refused. And not only that, not only have you refused, you threatened to wipe us off the face of the planet using these nuclear bombs that you supposedly were never developing, but that you have for civilian purposes, a mile deep in a damn mountain. Like, come on. Like, what do we
No, no, no,
And
expect?
Javon,
How
no.
do
what do you think of the statements that Iran has been putting out through the state media about,
Well,
you know,
wait,
there's
wait, wait, Case,
40,000
Case, wait,
troops.
Case, before we move on, Javon, I just want to address that, which is the other thing that came out tonight in full was that this was not like everything that was presented to the world about Trump and Bibi and whether or not they were on the same page, like that was thrown out the window entirely. The stuff about 2 weeks, right? That he's just going to wait for 2 weeks to make a decision. How do you expect Iran to come to the negotiating table
Yeah.
when you use those kind of
It
negotiating
was done
tactics?
purposely, Dustin. That's why
wait,
everything has
time
been
out,
so
time
effective.
out, time out,
Henry,
time
you have
out.
a
No,
bad habit of interrupting people in the middle of their questions, and it really kind of disrupts the flow of thought and their ability to articulate succinctly. So please stop doing it. Dustin, finish. Probably a mute glitch, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, so all I'm saying, I get everybody's passionate about this, but I don't believe, right? Like some of the ways that Trump has negotiated the stealthness of this attack also kind of undercuts the ability for a negotiated peace.
well,
And so
I would say, Dustin, to your point. Number one, that's why I don't believe the media. I wait for the truth to come out of the president's mouth. So if anyone wants to listen to X posts about what they know, like first of all, I recommend follow Sean Parnell over at DoD because he'll let you know if what the media is reporting, especially when it comes to stuff like this, is fake news. They've been doing that for weeks now. So that's number one. Number two, again, I want to make this clear. The president, this was not his number one option. This was nobody's number one option, right? But when you have a country saying death to America, you are next. You are next because you help Israel. We hate them. So we also hate your ass. And you're next after we get rid of them. The question I have is like, how, like peace through strength, to speak softly and carry a big stick. This man has literally done that. He's tried to have these people talk. They've been lying, pulling his leg for weeks. At a certain point, guys, right? At a certain point, you have to ask yourself, what are you going to do? Like, do you think it's appropriate? And maybe you do. Maybe you go, who gives a damn? If they're building one, it's fine because they're not going to get to us anyway. Or maybe they'll build one in 10 years and that's okay. Like, you have to think about the other options that were presented because I believe that President Trump made the best decision with the information that was given to him.
So the thing is, enough time has elapsed, though, and here's what I was asking for, which was clear evidence, right? Clear evidence that they are intentionally seeking a nuclear bomb, and I just want to harken you back to the
Which we got,
days
right?
of. I just want to harken you back to the days of Iraq, where they said that he was developing WMDs when it turned
Right.
out that he had 10-year-old canisters that hadn't been touched in
Right.
forever. And no real justification for invasion.
So Diligent, here's the difference, right? Here's the difference. Let me give you the difference real quick. Number one, we don't have George Bush and the neocons running this.
I'm
We have the
not
greatest.
comparing Trump to
I
George
know,
Bush,
I know you're not.
but
I
the
just want to make this
neocons are
clear.
still in the Senate. Mark
I
my
just want to make this
words.
clear. We have President Trump as the commander in chief. And when I voted for him for the third time, right? I trusted him for a third time to defend this country, our interests, and our people. I truly do believe that he would have not taken this option if there was an exit ramp outside of it. I believe that the Iranians forced his hand and tried to call his bluff. And he said, you know what? Enough is enough. You guys keep fucking with us, and I'm trying to negotiate in good faith, and you guys are pulling my leg, threatening this nation on X when I'm trying to send Steve Witkoff over to talk to you sons of bitches. But you want to threaten to blow us up. So
I don't know. While we're sending Steve Witkoff, like
Steve
we're
Witkoff has
also
done more for this
coordinating with
country
Iran
in
to
3
blow
months
the
than
ever.
most people do in a damn lifetime. I promise you that.
Hold on. I invited Nick. He never comes to my damn spaces, so I'm going to let him chime in. Go ahead, Nick.
No, I appreciate it. It's just there's a lot going on tonight. I tried to come in earlier, but man, I mean, trying to monitor all the information coming in at once, wasn't ready for this tonight. Neither was the media, and neither was Iran. Apparently,
while I'm hosting the space too. By the way, I just want to thank you, Nick.
Yeah, well, I'm used to everybody copy and pasting my posts at this point. It's kind of ridiculous. But anyway, besides that, it came out a little bit ago that apparently I don't know if you guys saw all the photos that came out of the B-2 bombers coming west, or what people thought were B-2 bombers coming west out of Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri. They had 8 United States Air Force air tankers coming out of there. So everybody picked up on that. All the media outlets are all like, oh, there they are. They're coming west. They're going west. They're going to Guam. And then like they disappeared off the radar in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. So nobody really knew what happened. But the actual bombers went east out of the United States and ended up striking there. So the timing was off. Iran didn't know what the timing was. I mean, look, I didn't want the strike to happen, but that was pretty slick. I'll give it to President Trump and Secretary of Defense Hegseth for that. But the most likely outcome, what I think is going to happen here, I made a post about it, but throughout all the noise of the war, it didn't go very far. What's probably going to happen next? Iran can't just not strike back. They have to. They have the capability to do so. They have to save face. That is expected. However, what they did after Trump drone struck Soleimani in 2020 was they targeted U.S. bases in the region, but they targeted buildings that were most likely empty at the time, most likely vacant.
Symbolic. Yep.
It was symbolic. They hoped and prayed the whole time those missiles were in the air that there were no U.S. troops in those buildings, and there were not. So that was the off-ramp. That's why the U.S. didn't have to strike back, because none of our service members were killed. And I think that is going to be the most likely outcome here at this point. Iran's just, they're not going to be like, okay, yep, we surrender. It's just not going to happen. That's not how they operate. We pretty much all know that. So if we're accepting a realistic outcome, this is probably ideally what's going to happen.
Well, Nick, I'm glad you used that example, because does a country that purposely strikes empty buildings sound like like a country that doesn't have some level of restraint? Because that it sure sounds to me like if you call the president in advance and you direct your missiles to miss, that sounds like a country that has restraint. And Javon, the other point I just want to add, that Trump is not somebody who speaks softly and carries a big stick. He speaks loudly and carries an even bigger stick. And so the whole justification being what we've seen videos of people chanting "Death to America," like for me, that doesn't rise to the level of me being like, yes, let's fucking engage in another long drawn out war against them, especially when Trump's rhetoric with North Korea and other places has shown that like you can be hyperbolic and saber rattle in these international negotiations. It's a part of the deal. And so what my biggest concern is that I if I'm wrong, somebody correct me. But like I've not seen anything like that makes me convinced that Iran is some kind of unhinged, crazy, out of control, blowing shit up. And I think the example that Nick just gave is seriously the example that people need to pay attention to, which is if they were unrestrained in their desire to escalate war against us, then why would you call the president? Why would you fire your missiles at empty buildings?
Justin, it's a great question, and this is why I said earlier, I don't believe that they're this irrational actor. I think that they have funded terrorist groups in the region that have led to the deaths of Americans. I mean, you can go back to the 80s. We're talking about.
So why not use that as your primary example then for your justification?
Well,
we should.
No, time out. I did say that. I also talked about the Soleimani
I'm talking
strike
about
earlier.
the president. I'm talking about the ones that are launching rockets, not us on stage.
Okay. Well, to be clear, I'm not talking about random people chanting "Death to America." I'm talking about the Ayatollah.
That's been cited numerous times as a
justification.
justification.
Right. And I'm talking about the leader of the republic, not a random, Mohammed, whatever. I'm talking about the Ayatollah. Right? Like that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the guy who's been saying "Death to America." The guy, not the people, the guy. Right? So I do think that as a rational actor, you have to consider that carefully whenever you're doing something, right? And people keep comparing this to North Korea. The difference is the Korean War ended with an armistice in 1953. The Iranians have been killing Americans since the 80s. Okay, Soleimani Soleimani had American deaths on his hands.
Nobody is up
killed.
here, saying that The Ayatollah
Yeah.
is a great bunch of people,
No, no,
right?
no, no. I'm not talking. I don't care about great. I don't care about great. I'm
But
not talking about.
historically,
I'm not.
have they launched, like, have they attacked, our military directly?
Yes, that's
Yes,
what.
they have.
Yes, that's yes.
Not via proxy in recent years.
Who
Can you give
cares
me
if it's a
one
proxy?
example? Can you cite one?
No,
Because we're talking about
no, no.
their mental capacity, right? Their
Yeah.
judgment,
No,
right?
I can't. I can't.
So
I can't
to
give you one
Justin's
example.
point, what he's saying
Yeah.
is that I don't see any evidence that they're so unhinged that they're launching a nuclear bomb at anybody, that they're an existential threat to anybody immediately, which is kind of the point here. That's what he's saying. Because just now, to President Trump and numerous people on the stage has said that they are an existential threat. However, acting through proxy and firing missiles at empty buildings isn't necessarily an existential threat. It sounds like saber rattling and symbolic gesturing, right? It's not necessarily an unhinged attack. Go ahead, Nick. I know
Yeah,
you're trying
but
to respond.
until it does
One
happen,
of
though,
one
right?
of the things I just want to say real quick is that kind of to Diligent's point a little bit. Uh, One of the things you've seen on this platform a lot in the past several days have been anybody that has been anti-war or pro-peace has been just
Or even asking
lambasted,
questions, Nick.
totally destroyed. Yeah, you're not
Called
allowed
an
to ask questions
isolationist.
because you're
Yep.
you called all these names. I mean, call me whatever you want to at this point. I mean, I'm openly anti-war. Don't want to be involved in a Middle Eastern war, a foreign war that nobody in America asked for besides some dual citizens. I'm just going to be honest with you.
There's the racism
crazy
right
to think.
on cue. The racism.
It's not racist.
It's not racist. It's not
Yeah.
racist at all. What Nick is articulating is the president of the
Sorry,
United
Nick.
States
Shit,
stance
here.
as well. By the way, I want to make that clear. This is President Trump's stance that Nick is articulating. So,
Right. So
like,
so
come
here's
on.
the difference, though. You have a regime change war, which you have a lot of people that are pushing for. Then you have the one-off strike. Obviously, that's the ideal situation. I don't know if that's actually going to happen that way. We're going to see. But being anti-Middle Eastern war and anti-regime change does not make you anti-Israel. It doesn't make you It doesn't make you pro-Iran. Don't let people label it that way. That's I'm tired of seeing people like. I bring up the dual citizen thing because you have freaking Mark Levin all over the TV all day, every
Yep,
day
there
on
you go.
Fox for
There
like
you go.
15 minutes at a time. I mean, today he was bashing the hell out of Trump because Trump didn't do the strike fast enough. I mean, it's crazy, wild. And we're just supposed to be, okay with that? Nobody, seriously, how many Americans do you know that were like, oh, yeah, let's go in. It's really in our national interest to do a regime change war in Iran. Meanwhile, you have Lindsey Graham, Tom Tillis, and Mark Levin all over the TV trying to pull us into that. No, that's in Israel's interest. It's not in our interest to do regime change. If they want to do it, let them do it. They said they could do it. Let them change the
I'm with
regime.
you,
We
bro.
need to be out of
That's
this now at this point.
That's what President Trump said, though, right? He said,
Don't forget isolationist, Nick.
I don't know. Call me a racist. Call me whatever you want to do. Dual citizens should be banned from Congress. That's all I'm going to say, and I'll shut up.
"Hey, no argument against that."
Calling Nick a racist is crazy. Like, that's the craziest thing
Yeah,
I've ever
yeah.
said on this
Then
stage.
why use this? Why use this language
It's a
when
weak,
it's a
it's
dog
a
whistle?
weak argument.
It's an absolute dog
Henry.
whistle.
It's a weak argument, bro.
It's an
You're
absolute
talking
dog
about
whistle.
Henry, it's not
anti-Jew.
racist. It's not
racist.
It is not racist for MAGA Americans who hold sole citizenship, right? Sole loyalty to their own country.
Yes, all MAGA has
have a complete sole interest in their own. And you have people who have loyalty to other countries trying to sell a war to you that has nothing to do with them, right? That is the point. Go ahead, Henry. You can respond. Probably a mute glitch. Nick, I'll try to
I
give
want
you
to
the
know who up here called me a racist. I want to be.
That was Henry.
I want to know. I want to know.
The dual citizenship.
I don't know who the hell that is.
Nick, stop being a coward.
Are you a dual citizen?
The dual citizenship
Bro.
line is absolutely a swap at Jewish Americans.
No,
What the fuck are you
it's
talking
not,
about?
No, it
dude.
is not.
Yes,
No,
it
it's
is.
not.
Really?
No,
I
it's
hate
not.
Omar the same.
Yes, it
I
is.
hate
Okay,
Omar.
somebody should.
This is this is funny because you're actually using the very same argument that he's complaining about, which is you can't oppose this, you can't have a problem with this, because if you do, then bad. You're appealing to a false sense of morality. Bro.
Bad
Get
faith.
out of here with it.
Bad faith.
Henry, you're making us look bad.
Can I finish
and I
the
support
sentence?
your.
Can I finish the sentence, please? That's
Just go ahead.
again a bad faith. That's again another in a long list of bad faith bullshit. That is that you don't have to.
You don't think accusing me of being racist for saying that people that pledge allegiance to a different flag should not be in Congress?
Facts.
That's the argument that you're making right now?
No,
Are you serious?
again, you're being a coward, Nick. Why not just say you're anti-Jew? Why not just say
I'm being a coward, dude.
That is Diligent. Can I just say
Nick,
that is
I
the
tried
most
to give you co-host just so it wouldn't mute you. I just want to say, if you want to take it, I know that you don't.
Okay, yeah, do that again, okay? You know, because I want to get this point out. Somebody's going to be up here and accuse me of being a racist
insane,
because I
dude.
want people in Congress to have one and only flag that they pledge allegiance to, and that's the United States.
And that
you
topic
can say the
comes up.
same
Nick,
thing-
can I
you
articulate
can
something
say,
to you?
Shut up! No,
Can I
you can't.
articulate
No,
something
you
to you?
can't.
Then why
No,
doesn't
you
this
can't.
argument come up? Then why are you being such a coward? Why doesn't this
Okay,
Jews
argument
aren't even a
here,
race.
hold
What
on.
are we talking about? Jews are not even a race. What are we talking about here? This is insane.
Israel is
Yes,
not a
they
race.
are, you fucking moron.
Okay, now
No,
I
they're
have,
not.
now I have the
They're an
micability.
ethnic group. They're not a race. This is ridiculous.
Okay, all right. Now I can finish my sentence with
crazy.
power here. Okay, I'm gonna be a fascist here in the space for a second. All right, let me
When
get
Nick
the
said
point
that,
out.
I thought he was talking about
want
Ilhan
to.
Omar, not some Jew.
Well, that's also my point. I am talking about Ilhan Omar as well. I want her gone. Send her back to Somalia. So am I anti-Semitic for saying that? Am I racist against Somalians for saying that the chick in Congress that came out the other day saying that America was turning into a shithole or whatever? I mean, is that racist? What is
Let's let Henry respond. Is it Henry? Is it
Okay.
racist?
Why does it need to be invoked when it's obvious, when it's constantly used? That is constantly used.
Can you? It doesn't matter. This is the same thing that happened last night, which is
it's not the same thing that happened.
Just because you make a logical, sound argument that your opponents often use doesn't make it any less logical or sound, right? That's
dude. Are you going to keep muting me?
Because it's a good talking point. So
are you going to keep muting me?
Well, Henry, stop interrupting, dude.
He's
Just
constantly
listen.
interrupting in the middle of the thing.
Well,
he's doing the same bullshit he
he's
did
the
last
host.
night.
He's the host. He can do whatever the hell he wants,
Well,
dude.
he was asking a question, so I'm answering this
relax.
question, right?
Jeez.
No, you're not. You're playing games, dude.
Why do you keep attacking him, Henry?
Because a hit dog
He's
will
been
holler.
attacking me since yesterday, so it's all right.
Because a
but
hit
it's fine.
dog will holler.
I'm not a victim. I'm not a victim. So Henry, let me ask you this though, right? You didn't answer Nick's question. Is it racist if he's also wanting other people with other citizenships also to not be in Congress? Is that also racist or not? Yes or no?
Dude, why are you asking stupid questions? Of course it's not.
Then
why is race even in this conversation?
Right,
Who's
so
talking about?
I don't
it's
understand how
insane.
this is even an argument. Like,
This
what
is
are we talking
insane.
about?
Why are we
Dude,
talking about race?
Like, Nick, can you explain what the problem is there? So he just said that if you have a problem with dual citizenship with Israel, it's racist. However, if you have a problem with dual citizenship in Somalia, it's not. Henry,
That's not what I said. You fucking coward. You fucking
just said
asshole.
it, bro.
That's not what I said.
Okay, then explain
what is the
it.
deal with you, dude? Why are you telling people that they're cowards because they're saying very simple things?
He's putting words in mouth to just create like drama.
You are the one who said it, dude. What do you mean words in your mouth? You said it. Like,
I
you're the
didn't
one who
say-
called
I
him
didn't say
racist.
what
You're
you
the
just
one who
said.
said it. Like, don't say that someone put words in your mouth. You said
Henry,
exactly
you're not
that.
helping,
what I
You're
said.
not helping.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. He's been doing
Henry,
it all night.
do you
Okay,
have the
that's
ideology?
it. You have the opportunity. Say what you said. Get the words out. I know you're like backed in a corner now because
There
you
is
said
no
some
corner.
stupid shit and now you have
There
to
is no
backpedal.
corner. There is
But
no
go ahead.
corner.
Now, I'll give you another chance
There
to
is no corner.
explain
The dual
why I'm
citizenship-
racist.
The
Go
dual
ahead.
Take the L, Henry.
the dual
Henry, just take the
citizenship-
L and say sorry.
Everybody mute their mics except for Henry.
There's the mute. No, why? Because you're going to mute again? The dual citizenship.
I just, bro, if you keep with the victim pig bullshit, I'm just gonna drop you and I'll bring somebody else up. How about that? Right? I just told everybody else to shut up so you could speak, and you're crying. Okay,
I'm
go.
not crying. You're cutting me off mid-sentence. Are you going to let me finish the thought?
Go. It's a mute glitch. That's what it is. I'm not remuting you. It's a double glitch. Elon, bro, please fix it. Henry, go.
Yeah, all I'm trying to say, guys, and hey, apologies to Nick if that's not your sentiment, but this rhetoric, this kind of dog whistle bullshit is used constantly, and I've seen it almost exclusively used, typically by folks that are right-leaning, to just as some like shrouded anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish bullshit. That's all, man. And I'm sorry, man, if that's not let me just finish. I'm sorry, man, if that's not why you were mentioning that. If there was some broader context, great. I've literally never seen it like almost exclusively as like an like a little thing to slip in, like some little dog whistle to everybody else in the room, like Doc, who's anti-Israel. No offense, Doc.
Okay, can I just say real quick, just real quick,
Nick,
just real quick.
is that apology acceptable, or are you good with that, or what? Like, it sounded like he.
I mean, we
conceded
all
the
know that
point.
that's bullshit. It's bullshit, but it's fine. I don't need to sit here and argue about it because the 2,000 people that are sitting here listening know this game. Everything, like you say anything about, like I didn't
We're
even
not trying to be
say
emotionally or
the race or the religion of the
manipulated
people that I
anymore,
was
bro.
talking about.
We've been
He
dealing with that from
assumed
the
I was
left for
talking
years.
about Jews. I said I don't want dual citizens in Congress, and he automatically assumed I was talking about Jews. I mean, that
Well,
is
Nick, maybe because it's so
so crazy.
Nick, it's not crazy.
By the way,
It's
guys,
not crazy. Come on,
President
man.
Trump released a statement on True Social just a second ago. Any retaliation by Iran against the United States of America will be met with a force far greater than what we witnessed tonight. Thank you, Donald Trump, President of the United States.
Oh, great. More war. Another fucking war.
It's the same thing that he said in the. It's
Time
the same
out,
thing he said in the speech.
time out. What, I just want to make something real clear. Henry, we were agreeing a little bit on the first half, but I think the ultimate dog whistle is calling anybody a racist because I don't understand where that came from.
Can't have people in your borders
I
because
just
that's
explained it, man.
racist. Can't have
like
secure borders.
this is what liberals do, right? When they
No,
get
no,
upset.
no, dude. I
Henry,
explained it.
Henry,
Dude, you don't have to talk to me like I'm a 5-year-old, man.
Well, don't interrupt me like a 5-year-old, and I won't have to talk over you like a 5-year-old. It is a liberal talking point, a liberal strategy. As soon as you dislike what someone says, is you're being a racist. Nick was literally just talking about dual citizenship and how that was a problem, and I have no problem with it. And like Nick, and like Diligent, and like Coyote, most people in this room were against the strikes. Just because I'm understanding the rationale of the president doesn't mean I was calling for the strikes. Go through my feed, go through anybody else's feed up here. You'll probably see most of the same thing, which is exercise caution, take it easy, don't do it. Let's try to negotiate because that's what the American people wanted. And that's all they're saying. And I think that they are completely justified to go, hey, we may be indifferent about the strike, but we're really concerned about are the consequences that follow this. And that is a totally reasonable, rational argument to have after 2 decades of forever wars by people who lied to us. So I don't think it's fair to call them some Jew-hating isolationists because they're like, hey, we don't want to, we've seen this before, and we don't want to do it again. Like, I think that's a completely reasonable point. And let me remind you, I keep saying this, nobody's caught on to it. That is what President Trump has articulated over the past couple of months. He said this verbatim. I don't want to go to war. I want to negotiate. I don't want to have to do this. Please come talk. I don't want to do this. And now that he's done it, it's like all the neocon tendencies have just come out of the door. They're just like, we need to do more. And then I'm like, dude, like, relax. It is okay to have
This
caution
is
about
exactly, Javon, this is what they've been saying all week when it comes to people speaking out against the war. I mean, like I made this statement earlier, and Henry did exactly what I expected him to do. Is say, oh, well, you're against the war, so you're anti-Semitic. I mean, it's like
That's what I
it's
said?
crazy.
That's
that
what I said?
It happens right.
That's what I
okay,
said? That's bullshit.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, you called him a racist.
No.
You called him a racist.
Breaking
You called him a
news,
fucking
breaking
racist.
news. Benjamin Netanyahu.
Oh, I'm
has come
sorry,
out-
racist.
Benjamin Netanyahu has come out and declared that Iran's nuclear facilities have been completely destroyed. So I guess that means victory has been achieved, right? And no more. There is
That's what
no
it sounds
need
like
for
to me.
further conflict.
Just to get back on target too.
Yeah,
'cause we talked-
absolutely not.
Just to
I
get
don't
back
think
on
so.
target too, though. So when we're talking about, when Iran does their strikes, and they have hit American bases, but they've never done those strikes while they're underneath pressure. Israel's still flying over their airspace and they're still hitting them. So the response that Iran can do is so limited, and it would be suicidal for them to target American bases.
Agreed.
All right, I'll finish that statement real quick, and we'll keep back on that topic
I
because
thought
I
you
like
guys
that.
said that
So,
they were suicidal.
Sorry,
Go ahead, Nick.
what'd you say,
Go ahead,
Diligent?
No, I'm just going to say, like, the tactics, just for everybody listening, the tactics are the same every time. Do not be afraid to speak out against war, against especially a foreign war that we have nothing to do with or shouldn't have had anything to do with. Don't be afraid to be called. They'll call you names. They'll try to demonize you. They'll try to cancel you. Just know that, we have your back. And, the
And that's
anti-war
coming from
peace
MAGA.
movement is growing. I'm just letting you know. So... Don't be afraid.
Yeah, Nick's right. That's coming from
These cowards don't have the same effect. These words, they call you racist or anti-Semitic or whatever. These words don't mean what they used to. They use it just to scare you because they feel like, or they want to make you feel like you're going to be canceled or blacklisted or fired or anything. Not going to happen anymore. That's not the way things work. Don't let people like Henry turn you off.
Yeah. Hey, and Nick, but I would say this, though, is I really don't think we're going to be dragged into a war right here. We are the backup. We do what they do. All we did was the nuclear threat is a problem for us. We silenced that, and now let Israel go with it.
How did we silence it? How is it that we destroyed nuclear research facilities, prevent Iran from either using a bomb they may have, buying a bomb from Russia or China, or just asking for one?
Can I respond to that real quick?
You're insane if you think that we are not wide open to a
Can I
nuclear
respond to that?
attack. And
Let him finish, and then you
we
can
had
respond.
no defense against the hypersonic missiles. We got 3 carrier groups within range of Iran's known weaponry that they've demonstrated in Tel Aviv, and you fucking cowboys are out here defending this nonsense.
Okay.
Get your heads out of your asses. We just started World War fucking III.
It's not serious.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true at all. I don't think we started World War III at all.
Diligent,
I
after Retard Finder heard your statement earlier, Henry, he immediately came on stage. I don't know if those two things are correlated. Yep, it looks like it is. Yeah, it does look like it is. Thank you. All right, back to you as you were, fellas.
Hey, Diligent. So, or my bad. So, response. I didn't see you said that. So, first of all, World War III. No, Russia, China, hell, even Hezbollah will not join the fight against Iran. So World War III, you're panicking a little bit, but I'll set that, okay? So if you understand that Iran, you have the Kurds, you have the Baluch. Those people are pretty well armed. They're in that region. You also have the Iranian army, which is different than IRGC. I'm not saying that we should build this nation. But listen, I am 100% fine if we break that fucking nation where they cannot export terrorism anymore. I'm gonna let Israel go.
We couldn't break Afghanistan. What the? I mean, Iran
listen,
has the
like,
second
listen,
largest military in the Middle East behind Turkey. You fucking cowboys are gonna get thousands of people killed. Another $1 trillion wasted in the goddamn Middle East in a war that cannot be won.
Oh my God,
you're not going to destroy the Persian people with these fucking weapons and this president. I disavow what Trump did. He was not supposed to start another war. That was one of the main reasons I voted for him. Fuck him for doing this. There's going to be retribution.
You are freaking out. You are freaking out, Doc, over something that is just not true. You have misread President Trump.
And you're not.
Well, I'm sorry, just real quick, Doc. I think this is your problem, and I mean this with all due respect. You got President Trump.
I don't give a fuck what you think of me or your respect.
Well, okay, appreciate it. You got President Trump confused with a man named George Bush. Our president, the one that we have today, has made it very clear he's not interested in regime change. So stop comparing this to Afghanistan when the conditions, the conversation.
That it can't happen, right, Javon?
I did not say it is an impossibility. All I'm saying is, from the man that I trust and have trusted for over a decade now, I've had no indication that he is interested in regime change. Unless anybody else knows anything different, unless you can prove me wrong, can you name one instance in which President Trump has supported regime change? Because he has never supported it. He has not supported it now. So I think that, again, the hyperbole from Doc saying fuck President Trump is crazy. That is absolutely insane.
Yeah, and I want to say another thing on this regime change topic. People all week have been saying, they've been calling for regime change, and then when you mention, hey, yeah, we said that they were going to go to the point where it started off as, Israel can do it by themselves, and then, well, no, we need one U.S. bomb, just one U.S. bomb, and then it went to, yeah, well, you know what? We need regime change too, and we need the Americans to help us with that. And then when you call that out, we're like, oh yeah, well, we said, they were going to keep upselling us on this war. They're like, no, that nobody is saying that. Nobody's trying to upsell you on the war. It was one big gaslighting operation, and I hope to God it doesn't work. I hope to God it doesn't work.
Nick, so this is what I'd be okay with though. I'd be okay if we just broke the fucking nation. How much do you see from Libya
No,
now? How much do you see from Libya now?
Just like chill out with the war boners, people. Like I know it's exciting to see B2s drop bombs on brown people in the Middle East.
We do not have ground troops in Libya right now. What I'm saying is, yes, sir.
That is the worst possible situation because when you break a nation, you're responsible for picking up pieces.
You don't have to be. You don't have to be.
Listen. That is the lessons we should have learned by now after 2 decades of doing the same shit.
Hey, Javon. So let me say this real quick.
If the Iranian people want regime change, they need to do it themselves.
So, Javon, so we don't have to what we learned is we cannot nation build. But we can, exactly. But if you break a nation that is exporting terrorism, if they're exporting terrorism, break the motherfucker.
So again, there's the appeal to morality that we were talking about.
Yeah, like it's crazy. Like that's what I'm talking about.
It is a default argument for anybody.
How it comes up.
Am I the only one that sees it or not?
No, like that's. I was just about to say that, Diligent. I'm like, he just made a moral argument about, like, dude, you have to understand something. Like when you destroy a country, there are people who live in that country who watch you do that. And this is the problem when you have unrestrained military
and Western values do not align with Eastern values.
No,
can I reply back to this when you're done with that?
Last thing I say to you, Anon, last thing I say to you, right? We learned this in Afghanistan, right? I know I said don't necessarily compare, but there are some things that you can learn from, which is that Iran is older than the United States. That society, Persia, is very old. And they have a way of operating. So thinking that you can just go and fuck shit up and call it a day and not have any fallout, I think is probably the worst possible way to handle any type of thing. Because if that's the case, you have a failed state, you have a Yemen, you have a Somalia 2.0. And by the way, they may not have nuclear weapons, but they do have man pads. They do have IAD system. They have missiles. Like they do have ways to hit people and to cause chaos. So you need to be very careful when you start advocating for the destruction of a country. That's a pretty synonymous with regime change at that point.
Hey, Javon, so please let me just say this. All right. Yes, there is a moral point to this. And I've been to war. I have a different idea.
You don't have to apologize for
yes,
it,
sir.
but we're going to point it out when it happens.
Let me get the point out on this. So when you have a nation that's exporting terrorism, whether it's the Houthis, the Hezbollah, the Hamas, or whatever 1,000 other ones that are operating within Syria and Iraq, if you can stop them from doing that, where they're not stabilized anymore, I feel like that's a more moral point to stop the destabilizing the Middle East. So that's what I'm saying is if you break that nation where they cannot support those proxies, I think that's more merciful to the region.
Well, I disagree,
and the region
right?
Can stabilize.
Because when you have a power vacuum, all you do is allow the strongest man to arise. So those proxies don't just disappear because you killed the nation off, right? Like that's the same type of logic we used in Afghanistan and
Take a look
Iraq.
at Syria, though. Take a look at Syria right now.
It's a mess.
If you want a power right? Like if you go in and you take them out, you are enabling more export of terror and fucking problems.
But you're missing this though.
Like you go in, you completely devastate their economy, their way of life.
Yes.
And it's like, all of a sudden they're gonna elect somebody who's pro fucking Israel.
Yeah, but you're missing this though. You're missing
more terrorism.
Yes, you're missing this though.
Anon, let him finish, and you can respond. The two people talking at once is too bad.
Dustin is spot on. Dustin is spot on, dude.
Right, and this is why it matters, right? Which is we don't get to just fucking kill the Ayatollah, kill the fucking mullahs, blow the shit out of their fucking country's infrastructure, and somehow that means that like what comes next doesn't export terror. Every other nation where we've completely wiped out and let something else come, guess who's the most fucking organized for the next political round? The hardliners who organize through the mosques. Right? So it's not like all of a sudden we get some fucking happy crappy that comes along. So if we take that route, that's why we get stuck into regime change. And that is why the fear when you hear people like Doc, it's not just panicking. It's not just random like, oh my God, I'm freaking out. Oh, I'm going to call him panicking. What it's based on is that we have watched escalation after escalation after escalation while the meantime, we've been told from everybody else, oh, well, there's no way it's escalating by this point. It's going to be negotiated peacefully. I want to, I pray for President Trump more than anything. I believe this is like the most critical moment possible. Like, there's no one else I want in this position right now, but I don't want to be in this position right now.
Got you.
And
So real quick.
and
So you said I could respond to it real
escalated.
quick. So I will say this. Weapons don't grow out of the ground. You don't water it and they pop up. Those weapons were exported. Real quick. Come on. Give me 1 second. Those weapons were exported from the IRGC. Iran. That's where those weapons were coming from to fuel those terrorist groups. So who fuels the terrorists once we break that country? Is there another IRGC that I don't know about?
All you need to do is use the word terrorist instead of terrorist, and then it'll sound exactly like George Bush describing Iraq.
But it still stands though. It still stands. Where are they going to get the weapons from?
Hold on. Let me just make this point. I want everybody in the room to ask yourself this: how does a waiter in Iowa or a butcher in Minnesota, how is their life made better by starting this possible war? Because we already had this conversation. No one in this room can say for certainty that we're not heading in to a big time war, because they could attack one of our bases and that sort of thing.
But David, you also can't say with certainty that we are now in a prolonged war. We don't know what the result.
Well, you're absolutely right about that, my friend. You're absolutely right about it.
But
the
we're
very
definitely
important thing,
closer to a prolonged war now than we were a month ago.
Absolutely. But I just have to say this thing about the terrorists and the terrorists. You know, another terrorist country in the Middle East is Israel. And remember, Benjamin Netanyahu, he gave that speech of all the countries in the Middle East he wanted to take down. These interlopers, these Europeans, they all changed their name, including Benjamin Netanyahu, that's not his real name. They all moved to Europe, and all of a sudden, and listen, maybe with good reason, they have to continually and forever kill everybody around them.
Because those people tried to kill them, though, right?
Oh my God. Yes. But the bottom line is, how do we make out on this deal? How does a butcher, we know that the winner in every single one of these circumstances, the loser, America, the winner, Israel. And the thing is, this country, nobody respects you if they can sap all your money out, buy off all your politicians, and still spy on you and have your own politicians that you bought. Like
Talk
that
about anti-Semite.
look at this.
Am I allowed to use the term now?
This is a complete
anti-Semite. Oh my God.
So there is a distinction that doesn't get drawn in these conversations, which is when we're talking about a nation state, we're talking about the government of that state and not necessarily the people of that state. And I'm always very careful to make these distinctions when we're having these discussions, because it's a non sequitur. It is a deterrent to having an honest conversation when you always go back to racism instead of addressing the core issue, which is, a foreign country has massive influence on U.S. domestic and foreign politics. That's a fact. So whether you like it or not,
it's not a fact.
And we can look at the situation and
wait, can I ask a question to Henry real quick, if you don't mind? Henry, what does AIPAC lobby for?
AIPAC is comprised of American Jews, and
what do they lobby for?
They constitute about what, 0.2%?
Can you just answer the question?
I'm sorry, that wasn't the question. What do they lobby for?
You tell me, man.
American-Israeli relations.
Oh, okay, so you can't answer the question. Why can nobody answer the question?
No,
I don't understand.
No, they lobby
So with this minute percentage, they have this grand influence.
What do they lobby for, dude?
They have this grand influence. So explain how that works.
No, what do they lobby for?
Just a simple question. I'm talking to Nick. Is that Nick that's talking?
No, that's Nick.
Nick, go ahead, man.
Okay, so are you going to answer the question, or you're not going to answer the question?
No, because we're going back to the same thing. I'm not allowed to use the word that I'd like to use right now. What is this? What is this?
Oh, am I going to be called a racist again?
So what is this grand?
You're more than welcome to call him an anti-Semite or a racist like you want to. However, I'm just pointing out the fallacy in that argument, right? I'm going to continue to point it out every time you do it. So go ahead, and if you want to answer the question or not, if you just say,
I told him I don't track. I'm not afraid of AIPAC, so I'm not tracking.
What do they lobby for, though?
I don't give a
American
shit.
Israeli
I don't give a shit because it's minute. Why
okay,
would
you
I
don't
give a
care. You're on record for not caring. Now, what do they lobby for? Come on.
The reason why they're bringing it up, right, is that there's a concern.
Because it's a talking point.
There's a concern that because you're going to answer the question, because I will unmute you if you're going to answer the question. there's a concern that there are people that are affecting our government who are more loyal to Israel interests rather than the United States interests. That's the concern here. And money
Do
has
you really
had
think that's
money has had a major impact on foreign policy in the past, right? So in U.S. foreign policy,
Yeah, but I
excuse
think
me.
diligent. But the
Can
problem,
I
the
can I speak to
diligent.
that
Hold on
about
a
the
minute,
media
Henry.
event?
Henry, you've said a lot, and I just want to just respond briefly here to what you asked. The question specifically was asking what AIPAC lobbies for. It lobbies specifically for more military engagement from the United States and Israel. That's what it goes for. But the problem I have with all of this is that I don't understand why people think that there's not some benefit to the United States taking out the Iranian nuclear facilities. That's obviously a benefit to the United States. Iran works with China. It is specifically, essentially a proxy of China. That would be why we were even involved in this conflict in the first place. That would be why.
Because Israel said that it wasn't necessary, Walter. That's why.
Yeah, but so hey
Israel
guys,
said what is
No,
not
they didn't.
necessary.
No, they didn't. Again, it's a very unnuanced take, Diligent.
when you say
I can't hear all of you. I mean, if you want to answer to my
Hey,
response, Walter.
Diligent, just real quick on that point, right? Because at a certain point, right? I know you said Israel said it wasn't necessary, but I think what Walter's getting at, and this is where I fall into line, is that I believe that President Trump understands the existential threat that we face, not from Iran, but from China. That is the existential threat that is in front of the United States. I think he made a calculated decision and said, we're not going to be bogged down into another forever war in the Middle East. So we're going to eliminate the possibility by doing a targeted, limited, and lethal strike against their nuclear facilities. And now we're going to let Iran and Saudi Arabia and everybody else who wants to handle it finish the job out there. We're going to encourage Iran to come to the negotiating table as
That's
much as
not
we
what he
possibly
said,
can.
Javon.
No, but this is grand strategy, right? We all know the president he adopts strategic ambiguity. He's not going to tell you exactly what he's thinking because that would be dumb, right? But I think this is the logic, and you can get this indication not only by the president, but by the personnel that surrounds him. Secretary Rubio, Secretary Hegseth, Undersecretary of Defense for Policy Elbridge Colby, JD Vance have all talked about the threat that China faces, and we do know there was an emerging axis of, I'm not going to say evil, of bad actors that was going on.
The security intelligence about Iran from.
I think he is getting his intelligence from multiple agencies and countries.
Are these the same agencies that told us that Hunter Biden's laptop didn't exist?
Part of it, yeah.
Dude, that's a
Yeah.
bit of.
I just go ahead. This is
Yeah,
between.
yeah. I mean, to be fair, yes.
Are
I mean,
they the same intelligence? Yes or no?
we didn't get rid of the intelligence
Are they
agencies.
the
That's correct.
same? Are they the same agencies that declared that MAGA were domestic terrorists?
Yes, they
Okay,
were.
so what has changed in the last 6 months that we're just gonna take them at face value?
Yeah, that's a great question. What has changed? I think what has changed is that we have an administration that's no nonsense. I trust President Trump. I trust his judgment, and I trust his ability to lead this nation as he did successfully in term one. If you want to doubt the intelligence agencies, by all means, go ahead, because I don't really trust them either. The one person in government that I trust without a doubt, who has not failed me in over a decade, is a man by the name of Donald J. Trump. So I trust his judgment, and I think that, again, he's looking at the
Can we agree that
long term for this.
a leader can only make a decision that is as good as the intelligence that he receives before he makes it?
Yeah,
Right,
but that's
wait,
Why is everybody else jumping in?
whoa. Right. But this is why, again, I think it was a powerful thing to have not only President Trump, but JD Vance, Secretary Rubio, and Secretary Hegseth behind him telling the American people, we are all in on this shit, dude. This is something we've all talked about. President Trump is not going to make a rush decision. He is not a man that jumps into judgment. Mark Levin was at the White House lobbying as hard as he could for a full-scale invasion of Iran. Okay? Come on now. We saw this shit, dude. Tom Cotton's on there salivating at the opportunity to do so. When I tell you, I
fairly
trust this
certain that
man.
Tom Cotton and Lindsey Graham are blowing each other right now somewhere.
The president of the United States, the man that we trust to deliver us through this, I think he made the best decision given the information that was available to him at the time. I trust President Trump undoubtedly.
Yeah, so Javon, I want to make a point here. There have been, we're talking about the intelligence agencies and how the intelligence agencies, they tried to take out Trump through any means necessary. We know that the CIA was involved in a lot of this stuff. They were involved in lying about the Hunter Biden laptop and the Russia collusion hoax in 2016. We know they were behind that. And now you see, for whatever reason, these erroneous calls for out of nowhere to get rid of Tulsi Gabbard. Why? Because Tulsi Gabbard controls these, and she controls all of the U.S. intelligence agencies at this point. She's been vocally anti-war for a long time. So now you see this weird coordinated effort to pretend like, oh, there's a feud between Trump and Tulsi is undermining President Trump. And they're citing this. I don't know if you saw this on the tarmac the other day, where a NBC reporter came up and asked Trump about, and said that, well, Tulsi said that they're not going for a nuclear weapon. They asked that question and spun it to Trump like Tulsi had just come out with a statement undermining what President Trump said 25 minutes before that. That was intentional. That was not an accident. They want Tulsi out of there. They want to fold the Office of Director of National Intelligence into the CIA so that the CIA has ultimate power over all intelligence agencies. That is the ultimate goal here. That's what they're pushing for.
Was she in the situation room today, Nick? I'm actually curious. I don't know. What did you see?
Javon, let's just get clear. Who's they, Nick? You were talking about, like, what's the pressure? Where's that coming from? Do you think?
The deep
Where's
state.
the pressure?
The
I mean, who?
Yeah. I'm not questioning what you're saying. I just am curious where is that coming from to remove?
There's been a deep state effort to take Tulsi Gabbard out since day one. Okay, this is the perfect opportunity, and now they're putting out this thing, this video that you keep seeing floating around of her speaking in front of Congress. That was in March. Okay, they're pretending like this just happened. That she just, while Trump is saying that they're on their way to a nuclear weapon, that Tulsi Gabbard is saying right now in real time that no, that's not actually what's going on. That's how they're portraying this. That is a lie. They are intentionally misleading you because they want to sow division between Tulsi Gabbard and President Trump. That's exactly what's going on here.
Nick,
It's clear as day.
She's anti-war.
Nick, you're also
Right.
but there's also an effort right now. There's also the same effort going against JD Vance. If you saw right before this, they said Reuters had some leak that came out saying JD
They
Vance was
have
against
they don't have any kind of like inkling to separate Vance from Trump. Like,
that's what my point is. My point is that the media and the deep state and everybody else is trying to cause division within the Trump's administration, and I'm telling you, I don't think it's there. I don't think they're getting anywhere. I don't think they're going to manage to do it.
I think it is there. I think it's between the hardliners who are pro-Israel and the hardliners who are pro-America. That's what
I don't think. I don't think there's division within the administration. I think Trump.
That's the media, Diligent. That's the media.
Well, listen, but I think
the media.
No, I'm not talking, guys. Hold on, guys. I don't think that President Trump cares what media and anybody inside the administration wants him to do. He does what he thinks is best in the situation. That's what Trump does. He doesn't take it. He listens to all sides of these things. Listens to everybody speak. He listens to all the administration fight with themselves, and then he makes the final decision because that's how Trump leads.
Which is why I will say JD Vance looked far more somber than Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth standing behind the president. I would not be surprised at all that he has been, right, also based on the leak of the signal test. Like, I've come to have a lot of faith in JD Vance's, like, discernment on these issues. And my guess is he is leaned towards the not getting involved side.
I disagree.
Okay, we have a little bit of breaking news here, guys. I'm just kind of I thought I'll go ahead and drop this in here from Fox. Jennifer Griffin. Take anything she says with a grain of salt, because I mean nobody is more giddy on TV right now than Jennifer Griffin.
She's a liar
about war. Wants more and more war. She says she is told by experts that the underground tunnel at the Isfahan, which is one of the nuclear facilities that Trump hit with Tomahawk missiles from U.S. nuclear submarines, is, quote, much harder than Fordow, and it is not clear whether the Tomahawks were able to destroy it. A quote from the source saying, "There is no way they got in that tunnel. It's harder rock, and IAEA inspectors reported multiple times it was used for storage of uranium." So it sounds like at this point they're trying to position
we have to go back
a push to the administration to strike again. That's where we're headed, guys.
No, that could never happen.
But like, we can't be surprised, Nick. This is why I said that some of the concerns from a lot of folks in this room are genuine, because these people will find any justification to put American boots on the ground, and that is
There's
why
always an upsell. That's
course
always
there
the
is.
upsell, Javon.
But again,
Give them an inch, they take a mile. They take 10
again,
miles.
there
They
you
take a
go.
country.
So that's why we need to trust not in the intelligence agencies, not in the military industrial complex, but the president of the United States that we elected. I believe President Trump will go, we got the message across and it's time to negotiate. Because that's what he's been saying for 4 or 5 months now.
And how
I'm sorry,
does
my friend,
how
but
does
I
the
have some
current
breaking
hold on,
news.
let me ask you something, Javon. How does the current regime come to negotiate after what's happened and expect to retain power? Those two things are antithetical.
No, it's a great question. I think that I believe I forget who it was. I also mentioned it, but somebody else mentioned the Soleimani strike, right? The response from the Iranians, right? They have to project some type of like we're not totally capitulated.
This isn't the same as the Soleimani strike, though. Can we agree on that?
I concur. I'm just saying I expect I think we most likely will see a response in kind. And I think once that response happens, whatever it is, that sets them up to be able to say, okay, you did what you
So
did.
you presume that we're gonna have a symbolic strike in retaliation.
I presume that is the most likely case. I think that Iran at the end of the day is bluffing about killing US service members. I really don't think they want to
Then how can you say that and at the same time tell us that they're an existential threat?
No. I said it earlier. I believe China's an existential threat. That's what I said.
Okay, so Iran is not an existential threat.
No, I think that they're an acute threat. I think they're an acute threat, and they're not existential. Existential is the Chinese Communist Party. Them people don't play.
You and I agree on that front.
They were a threat.
Hey,
They
guys,
were.
we got some breaking news.
Go ahead.
They were
Dustin,
until
go
a
ahead.
couple weeks ago. I think that's fair.
Yeah, no, just real quick breaking news. It's being reported that male escorts surrounding Fox News and the Senate building in Washington, D.C. are completely sold out. Activities is an all-time high.
Fucking dead, bro.
Dude, I'm at the Capitol right now. I'm right outside the Capitol right now. There are literally fireworks here right now. I'm just saying, like it is. These people are happier than ever. Has anybody checked the Pentagon Pizza Index to see? I don't know if you guys have seen this account this week. Where I mean, it's been pretty interesting.
That's amazing.
It's amazing. And then so you check and see. And for anybody that doesn't know, I told my girlfriend this earlier, and she had never seen it before. You go to Google and you type in one of the pizza places, like Papa John's or Domino's or something, over by the Pentagon, and you'll see it on Google. It'll give you the real-time traffic to that location. And, you know, right before this happened tonight, there was a massive spike at Papa John's Pizza, and the nearest gay bar was seeing lower than normal traffic. So it was like, oh, we know something's going down over here. So I think it was Natalie Winter.
One good thing about all this,
the
though,
major urban centers in the United States on high alert right now and expectance of some kind of terrorist attack. I just want to. Fox News is reporting that.
And why? Hold on. And why is that, Diligent? Do you know why that is?
The reason why that is because we just bombed Iran.
Yeah. No. But why is that logistically a possibility? Like, what's
because
going
the
on in
Biden
the country
administration had an open border for 4 years.
Gotcha. So what is the result? Agreed. What's the result of that?
Bro, quit trying to walk the dog with me. Get to your point.
No, why is Iran putting in freaking units through the border to attack America?
Yeah,
if they're not
has the CCP inserted units inside the border in the last 5 years?
Yeah.
Okay. Has any other non-friendly countries inserted units inside the border in the last 5 years?
Absolutely.
Are we bombing the shit out of them?
Yeah, but hold on here.
So
I've heard this point multiple times. Diligent, hold on.
Your argument is
diligent.
Diligent.
Diligent. I've heard this argument multiple times, and I reject the idea that we need to cower because there's somebody that may have inserted
now
like
you're
foreign
using
assets
power
here.
because it's hyperbolic. It's like
bomb the shit out of them, and if they want to attack us, then kill them. Kill them.
It's meant to evoke an emotional response.
No, it's not. It's not. That's not what I said. I said if you what is your response then, Diligent? You say we should not attack people because they might attack us?
I didn't
Is that
say
the idea?
I didn't say that we.
That's what he implied.
Well,
that's what you're implying, though. That's what you're implying.
No. What I've said and my position's been very clear on this. I don't know why you're saying it's not, but I'll restate it one last time. Israel said that they could handle this. They have been handling this, and we should let them handle this for us. If they want to do it on their own, they're doing us a favor. Why would we not let them do it?
So if our cities get attacked, again, trying to be sequential in your thinking,
Diligent.
if our cities get attacked,
go ahead, Henry. I'm answering the question. And Walter, if you want to respond,
Yeah, I
that's
want to
been my
respond briefly
position.
before Henry responds. Let me respond. I'm still
Go ahead,
I'm
Walter.
asking very specifically. Just because there's a possibility of people on our own shores attacking our people, that does not mean we should not attack somebody else. That is not accurate. I mean, the response should be okay.
1000%.
If someone
So
has
then we should attack.
hold on.
By that logic, we should attack China because they have a bunch of people here
This
too.
that's not what I said. Listen to me.
That's not. That's a
No,
nonsense.
I said just answer the question here. Iran has the idea would be Iran possibly has sleeper cells in the United States, so we shouldn't attack Iran. That's not what I think should happen.
That's
I think
not
if
what
we
I
attack
said.
you said that there's a possibility
exactly
of
what
sleeper
you just
cells
You're
here.
saying that. I'm not saying that.
You just said a second ago that you
You
think
just
there's
said it
sleeper.
yourself.
You are falsely stating my position. What I
Okay.
said was is that we don't need to attack Iran because Israel is already doing it, right?
But we already did. We already attacked them.
So then the threat, if Israel is, yeah, we already did, right? But
And I said we
Nick
were going to
Sorter
months
just
ago.
say that it looks like that they're trying to get us to do it again?
Yeah, maybe, but I'm not saying that. I'm saying you're worried about sleeper cells in the United States. I'm saying
I'm
if they're
not
here.
worried about it. It's being reported. They just put all of the nationwide urban centers on high alert because of a potential terrorist attack.
Yes, so what?
We don't know who the hell Joe Biden let in here.
Let me ask you, is glassing, if we go glass Iran right now, do you think that's gonna make it less likely we have a terrorist attack or more in domestic?
I'm saying that I don't think that
Can you
there should
just
be
answer the question?
more likely. I guess it would be more likely,
Okay,
but I'm saying we cannot.
What exactly is the premise of your argument?
The premise of the argument is what is you're worried about a threat here, right? You're worried about a threat here.
You're saying that I'm worried about it.
You said you're worried about a threat here.
I am reporting the news.
You said you were worried about a
Fox
Walter.
News report, right? And it says major cities on high alert following airstrikes on Iranian nuclear facilities. So again, you are making a false assertion that I am worried about it.
So Iran was planning on attacking us.
Well, no. I just think it's not out of the realm of possibility that if you were able to smuggle in a couple thousands of people because you had an open border policy for a contingency operation, then yeah, right? So what I think Diligent is trying to get across is that, like, also...
He just read the news.
The people that say debt to America were inserting proxies in our...
Anon, listen. The point is that these are also additional considerations that should go into the conversation whenever you're doing something, right? What are the consequences, potential consequences, the risk that are associated with a certain action? So I don't think it's crazy to mention that. Diligent, if you're just reporting the news, you're just reporting the news. But even if you are saying, like, hey, this is a consideration, I also don't think that's outrageous. Like, that's just smart, in my opinion.
Well, it also goes to a point that this is no longer a conflict that is limited to Iran, right? Walter just said, based on the logic, is it more likely that we're going to face a domestic terror attack as a result of us bombing Iran? That is an act that has domestic consequences right there. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't do it based solely on that premise, but the fact of the matter is that is a predictable consequence of the action, regardless of whether you want it to happen or not.
Yes, but they've already done it, dude. So this, like, saying that we shouldn't do it is what I don't understand. Like, it's already happened. It's possible. It's possible that they attack us again. And I'm saying that my response would be, if they even attempt that, is to glass them even worse. Like, just completely obliterate them.
Okay, what do you plan on doing with 90? You're going to kill 90 million people? Is
90 million people.
That's not what I said. 90 million people?
Let Walter respond to Nick, please. Go ahead, Walter.
That's not what I said.
I'm just curious what these. Nobody wants to pay attention. These are still human beings, right? They're not all evil, murderous dictators in Iran.
They would try to kill 350 million of us.
If these specific military assets try to attack Americans, I didn't say kill 90 million people. That's completely hyperbolic.
You said glass Iran.
Yes, glass Iran. But that's just being hyperbolic.
Nick.
Myself, I'm not saying glass and kill all of the civilians of Iran. That's absurd. I'm saying completely wipe out we've got plenty of other things we can hit. All of their oil refineries, all of their oil exports, that can all still be struck. I mean, that's a very
okay. So what is your plan? What is your plan for, if you totally destroy the country? There's nothing left. There's no economic generation. Nothing there for these 90 million people to do. Where do you expect them to go? Is Israel going to take them? What other countries are going to be taking all the refugees that come out once you totally obliterate the entire country? Where do they go? Because they're sure as hell not coming here.
Nick, would you want
10 Americans killed over 92 million Iranians. Here, you know, I support America. So,
guys, we keep
wait,
doing this
wait,
stupid
why
fucking.
are we? Come on, seriously, that's what we're.
no, but when you sit there, you're trying to do.
Are we really holding 10 Americans hostage? Or like you're giving us an ultimatum? Like that's the only logical path here.
That's not what I. That's a completely ridiculous misnomer. Let's not even discuss that. That's not even the way to think of it. But I'm saying that
I feel like it's a very legitimate question, and the reason that I ask this question is because people are. It's not a totally illegitimate question. I'm gonna say what I'm saying here real quick, because you have to think ahead with this stuff. I know it's easy to get that war boner and decide that you're gonna blow up the entire country, but nobody wants to think about the after effects, because we do this with all the other countries where we go into Afghanistan, we bring back all these refugees. We go into Iraq, we bring back all these refugees. Because that's what we're expected to do. We are expected to rebuild the country after that. We're expected. I mean, you got to think a little bit here. You're getting ahead of yourself.
I agree with that, but the deal is, what do you think? Hey, but hold on.
It's so great you're here to help us.
Hold on a minute here. So, what would this response? What should the response be if they attack us again? That's the question. So if
Henry,
they attack us, what do we do?
Real quick,
If they retaliate against us, what?
I want to ask Henry something real quick, and I'm going to go back to your question. Henry, are you American?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just curious. Go ahead, Walter.
No, I'm saying
that's another foolish question.
It's not a foolish question.
Sure it is.
Okay.
It was open ended. Why was it foolish?
No, I made that stupid comment, by the way.
No, so the reason why I asked that is because it's about priorities, right? Different people have different priorities when it comes to vested interests, and so I have a total vested interest in the future of my country. A person who is of a different, citizenship, nationality, who belongs to another country doesn't necessarily share my vested interests, and therefore might advocate.
Nice try.
Therefore might advocate for policies that don't necessarily reflect the best,
nice try with the low IQ, trying to stir the pot.
Best interests of the United States or its people. That's why I asked the question. You asked why I asked. I'm explaining the logic.
That's not why you asked, but that's fine.
So real quick, can we move the conversation real quick, because I got something to say, and we've been hearing Walter and Henry, and we're really not getting anywhere. I have a few things I'd like to share if I can.
Do you see how this is going, bro? Like, do you see how this is going? We can't do a few.
How is it going? Why don't you tell us?
Just say one or two.
Go ahead, tell us how it's going.
Are you gonna speak or what?
Sorry. Yo, you have the double mute. No, you have the double mute on me. But guys, fellas, listen, real quick. All of you need to ask yourself something right now. Would you rather have Kamala Harris in power right now? And the reason, and obviously the answer is no. Okay, so we have Trump in power. We're MAGA, and we're about 3,000 deep right now in the space, and we're all sitting here yelling at each other about this and that, but we're not focusing on several things that have been said in the space.
I don't share the sentiment that we are all MAGA.
Okay, all right.
I'll throw that out there.
Or that we're yelling at each other.
Some things that need to be addressed that weren't earlier, like AIPAC, for example, right? You guys talked about it as if it isn't some problem domestically, and let's just be real quick. Mike Johnson's top contributor, the leader of the House of Representatives, is AIPAC at $618,530. The next one is Lockheed Martin at $63,000. That's 10 times the amount. Who's the other one? Hakeem Jeffries, the minority leader of the House. He has over $866,000. His top contributor is AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. The second one is BlackRock at $80,000. That's also a 10x
Come on,
multiplier.
bro, get to your point.
All right. It is a problem, right? So that's one thing that has to be addressed, because they act like AIPAC isn't a problem. It's not registered under FARA, which means it doesn't have transparency on how it spends its money. Going back to the current situation, I don't trust Israel. The boy who cried wolf. This time he happened to have truth on his side. We said earlier in the space with Grok. They said it loud and clear. The science and the math of the uranium enrichment.
There was 60% enrichment.
Right, and it only takes a couple of weeks to get to 90%. And with the amount that they have, that could have been 8 to 10 nukes, right? So if that's true, and Trump is looking at the situation, and he wanted to negotiate.
Let me ask you a question. How long has Iran been 1 year away from a nuclear bomb?
Okay, so 2021 is when they had just a little bit of.
How many years has Iran been close to a nuclear bomb? How many years?
Realistically, for the last 2 years, they could have done 1 or 2.
So,
And then
since the early 90s, we have been
they've been
hearing
saying
that
it as
Iran,
propaganda, but now it's true.
We're also
Yeah,
discounting.
look at the facts,
To be
guys.
fair,
am I the only one
The
that's
facts
like?
are
to be
there.
fair,
Am I the only one that doesn't
to
understand?
be fair, you forget
So
about the centrifuge
so
attack that was
so
made.
so
I mean, we're
Paul, this is
discounting things very,
no.
very, very, very quickly here.
No. This is why people have a distrust because Diligent is making a really good point, and this is coming from someone again who agrees with the president's targeted, limited, lethal strikes. Right? Is that for again 20 years people have been saying they are one day away. Just give them
30
24 more
years now,
hours, and we're all
Javon.
gonna die.
1991 is the first time we heard it.
Fair,
Oh my,
no, Dill, that's fair. But what's happened in between?
so listen
Sorry,
though,
Javon, go ahead.
listen. All I'm saying is it is not absurd for Diligent and anybody else in this room to go, I wonder what intelligence they have now. That is a reasonable, rational argument to make when you've been lied to by the people in power for a very long time. The only reason I have confidence is because I trust President Trump 10,000%. So that's the only reason why I'm probably not freaking out right now because we got a guy in the White House who I think doesn't lie to the American people, is straight up, is a man of his word, and promises what he preaches. So that's the only reason I'm not freaking out because Trump is in
And
charge.
Diligent,
To be honest with
the
you.
International Atomic Energy Agency is the recognized agency for these things, and they've made it very clear that now it is a realistic threat. Now they're at the point.
Paul, international agencies are bullshit, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like they are. I mean, no disrespect, Paul, but anything the UN or any other international agency, it's typically Europeans trying to tell us how we're wrong and what we need to do, which is crazy because they're a client state
We're all
for all
agreeing on
intents and
this,
purposes.
right? We're all agreeing on this.
So real quick.
Actually, I'd like to disagree slightly. I don't think it's one
Of
extreme
course
or the
you do,
other.
bro.
I mean,
Let's get Dustin chimed in before you.
of course. Can I just at least cite one thing here? I mean, are you guys forgetting the 2010 Stuxnet attack with the centrifuges? I mean, I'm with you, Dill, but I don't think we have to go to one extreme or the other.
Yeah,
they've
dude,
been progressively
the
trying
polar
to
ice
do.
caps are totally melting, and
They've been progressively trying to enrich uranium for a long time.
I literally heard someone cite climate change in the debate I had last night, which was mind blowing to me.
So listen,
yeah, but Stuxnet was real. So are we going to just ignore that, or are we just going to pretend it's one extreme or the other?
So I thought Walter's question is actually like really productive, but before that, I just want to point one thing out, which is the belligerence of Iran. It speaks to the fact that, like, while we've had death to America chants and we're really afraid of the words that came out. I've heard every one of you mention how our border's been wide open and that any country could have sent people in here, and that's why like everyone's worried they're sleeper cells. The fact that attack hasn't happened, I think, again speaks to the lack of belligerence of Iran, like right there with the fact that they bombed the empty buildings in response to the assassination of Soleimani, right?
The question, Dustin, too, and just to piggyback on that, is why is Iran antagonistic to the United States whatsoever? I mean, isn't it just Israel? And what's the point? I mean, what is the point? If it's not a
That's
holy
not
war.
true, David.
Okay, why else?
I think
Why
that's
else?
exactly the point.
I can give you a dozen reasons why else.
But
No, give me the second biggest reason
The second
why
biggest
Iran
reason is
doesn't
that
like us
our
besides
culture
Israel.
our culture is poisoning their youth. If you're a fundamentalist,
This is such a
Muslim,
laughable trope. It's so easy to dismiss.
Bro. Let him respond to you, David. You know, like if we're gonna have a grown-up adult conversation, let him respond. You asked him a question. He's trying to respond thoughtfully. Let's let him. Go ahead. Good logic.
Look at what Iran was like 40 years ago. The women were not walking around in hijabs. It was a completely different thing. It's a far more fundamentalist nation now, and they certainly resent everything about the fact that American culture, which spreads worldwide, is spreading ideology, which, frankly, much of which most of MAGA finds to be disturbing and gross. And the last thing they like is the idea that's being purveyed to their youth. The same way you want to protect your youth from being transified, they want to protect their youth from the prurient nature of what Western culture is assaulting the entire world with. So yeah.
Okay, so let's play that back to you.
Well, I mean, look at Bin Laden.
I'll just wrap. I'll
I
lay my
mean,
plane
why did
here.
Bin Laden want to attack America?
Exactly, it's the same thing.
Let me play this back to you a little bit. So installing the Shah of Iran, and actually the CIA getting involved in their government, us always siding with another country in the middle, that's not the major biggie. No, they don't like our way of life. You know, I wrote an article probably 15 years ago about this. Our way of life argument. Nothing could be further from the truth. What about 100 years ago? What about when the whole world and every kind of religion was far more fundamentalist? It wasn't like that. This is ridiculous. This idea that, oh, you know what? You guys have pornography in your country and free speech and everything. So we're going to cross the ocean and attack you. No, no, no. I'm pretty sure it's the Israeli and the CIA policies. I'm pretty sure that's it, buddy. I'm pretty sure that's it.
That's okay. That's nice, buddy. But I'll tell you that
Okay, I didn't mean to kind of say.
you're living in a one-track, one-dimensional type of perspective. Do they resent us based on the fact that we have a relationship with Israel? I
David,
agree.
mute up while he's talking.
That's certainly going to be a factor.
Sorry.
That's certainly going to be a factor. My point is, you're trying to pretend that that's what that alone is the reason, as if that's the primary reason. That that's the primary reason. You're reflecting a Western perspective of what Middle Eastern mindset is, without having any idea what a Middle
Yes,
Eastern
it
mindset
is. It's the big reason, buddy. It's the big one. It's Israel. Ask them. Ask them. Yes.
Good
It's a
logic.
yes.
I want to because I haven't had, and I want to go to Ed actually after this, but because I want to know if he is just salivating at the fact that MAGA is fighting amongst each other a little bit here. But good logic. I have to ask you: do you feel like this is the best move right now?
I think the optimal move would have been to have Israel take care of this themselves.
Boom! Thank you very much. And by the way, good logic.
Wait, you must be an anti-Semite. Hold on, he's racist over here.
He's absolutely Jewish. Just want to again. So if anybody wants to make any assumptions here or anything, like is that a racist position? Good logic.
That's not at all racist position, but I will point this out. I will point this out. People like saying that Bibi was lying to us for 30 years about the uranium, and it's very possible he was. It's very, very possible he was. That doesn't mean now that we were duped into doing this. When you consider that Iran themselves admitted that they had 60% enrichment back in 2021. So if they're admitting that they were working on enriching back in 2021, that they're looking to enrich towards
not to build a bomb,
uranium.
Not to build a bomb, though.
Okay,
there's no reason to enrich at that level without a bomb, Dave. Stop.
Yeah, there's no basis.
Well, there is the reason they were doing it, right?
I'll tell you why they were doing it.
If we're being objective, sorry, good logic. If we're being objective here, negotiating leverage is a reason to enrich at that high level, right?
Also, isn't the point that, oh my God, they're at 60%, so they are like tomorrow they can have the bomb? Like, hasn't that been our argument?
I'll tell you why they did it. They did it because Biden was in power.
Respectfully, man, you weren't in here before when Diligent very wisely talked to that Grok thing, and they kind of explained very well.
It did. 60% means it's 3 weeks away, but they admitted in 2021. So, like,
they admit in
why did they
2021?
build it?
I think they were. I'll tell you why they had every reason to do it is to extort more money out of the Biden administration. They saw how well it worked from the Barack Obama administration. So now that Trump was out of power in 2021, there's leverage to extort money out of America.
Exactly. Yeah, but it's the same. It's the same thing.
That's not the same as proliferating for the intent to wipe out a different country, right?
No. But nobody. Again, you jump to an extreme. It's not. Jesus,
I jumped to an extreme.
We have to do this, man.
Wait. I jumped to an extreme. That was the justification given by Netanyahu that they were developing a nuclear bomb with the intent to wipe out Israel. Am I wrong?
Again,
am I wrong?
Conflating
yes
multiple things.
Am I being extreme?
Again, this is a bullshit.
Extreme?
No, it's a bullshit.
Was that the justification given or not?
Not interested in the bullshit.
Oh my
question.
God,
Thanks.
bro! You're not interested in a bullshit question. This is
because you keep asking stupid questions that you know are stupid. To paint people in a corner with a binary choice that's fucking retarded.
No one ever looks smarter than telling someone they're stupid.
So it's because of the fallacy of the logic. You're over here advocating for us to be interventionalists. You're trying to justify.
Yeah, so that's what I'm advocating
you're
for.
You're trying to justify why it's necessary because there's such an extreme threat. But throughout the course of this conversation, because you were done talking, you weren't going to answer my question. Now I'm the host. I'm speaking. You can respond when I come off the mic. Okay? So you're over here telling us why this is justified. However, when we get down to the nitty gritty of it, historically, they have not been proven to be extremists who are trying to annihilate another country. Do they do bad shit? Yes. We can all agree that they are a sponsor of terrorism. I am not I am not refuting that fact, but that is not the same thing as an existential threat to your existence. That was the justification that was used by Netanyahu when he launched the initial volley of missile attacks into Iran. Now, my country has just joined that fight by bombing Iran. That is why it's important to me. So if you want to respond to that, go ahead.
Yeah, you just put a bunch of words in my mouth yet again because you can't confront the argument directly. But that's
Well,
okay. Keep
correct
going.
him.
No, that's okay. He's not interested, man.
Am I
He keeps
wrong?
going.
I can respond to that. Diligent. I can tell you where I think you're a little mistaken there, which is once someone shows that they're willing to be self-sacrificial to sponsor terrorism, and we see terrorists who are literally suicide bombers, and they display that that's their approach, that it's worth it to them to die and go to heaven, in their opinion, for by killing others. The idea that they could have a nuclear weapon is far more horrifying than someone who may be looking out for their own survival and self-interest. So to just ignore the fact and say, well, they're not an existential threat because they're only at 60% or whatever. Yeah, right now, today, they were not an existential threat. The idea was to prevent them from becoming that from a party that has displayed that they're all too willing to take themselves down if they're taking down their enemy at the same
What are you
time.
trying to
Let
say,
me
Mike?
ask.
Let me jump in here real quick. I'll let you guys finish, but I want to jump in with some news real quick and just let you guys know. A senior White House official does confirm to me that Tulsi Gabbard was in the Situation Room when the Iran strike went down. So anybody saying otherwise, it's fake news. Just confirming that for you.
So my question for you is this, my friend who just spoke. Do you think that if the United States, when Iran struck Israel, had said, you know what, they shouldn't have done that. They are the aggressors here. They should stop immediately. We should end this war, and we don't want to participate in it. Do you think the Iranians would be angry at us if we said that? Do you think they would have viewed us as the enemy to be taken out? Do you think they still would have been like, oh God, you know what, we want to come to go after you because you guys are floating porn around your like? Do you understand like? The idea that we're supposedly thick as thieves, that's the thing that bothers them. And there's no reason for us to be involved in the Middle East.
Dave, do you really believe that, man? That's like if Israel, let's say, for example, they just packed with it and say, hey, man, you know what? We're leaving. They leave the Middle East. And do you think that sentiment is just going to kind of like dwindle and come to an end?
I think that if Israel packed up, I think if Israel, well, you asked me a question.
No,
I think if
fine.
Israel, hold on. I think if Israel packed up and left the Middle East, in the next 15 years, it would save about 40, 50 million lives. I don't think they can stop killing everybody around them. And I don't think that we should be helping them do so. I don't think that there's an end game to it.
If they
I think it's absolutely insane.
So if there's an Islamic movement similar to, millennia past that says, hey, you know what, man, we just want to take Spain and half of France.
But like
so
Pakistan,
when does it end?
like
good luck with that.
So when do we support our allies and when do we
good luck
tuck
with
tail
that,
and run,
though.
man? How does that work, Dave?
But you're saying, but they were attacked by Israel. Do you understand? But
I'm just saying in general.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Now let me.
A preemptive attack. Listen, they've been attacking Israel through proxies for years, David. Okay.
Okay. This reminds me of this reminds me of Cicero's
cynical,
line.
Henry. Israel lost the first
actually
attack.
true. But that's
right.
true.
This reminds me of Cicero's line. They at once strike and cry out in pain. I mean, don't forget, Benjamin Netanyahu is on record for giving the blueprint of all the countries. So far, most of them have gone down. Syria, Libya, Iraq, of all the countries. He said, no, let's don't do it all at once. We just have to do it one at a time, take them all down. Come on. Who is the problem here? It's your buddy that goes out with you to the bar and never stops getting in fights, and you're supposed to bail them out. And then you tell me, oh, the guys that you're bailing them out against hate you. Yes, Israel is attacking everybody around them. Israel is forever attacking. And the thing is,
you're right, man.
What is the end game?
They're the bad apple in that.
Yes, they're definitely the bad. They're committing genocide in Gaza. Yes, they're the bad apple.
Okay, all right. So real quick, you guys, I want to go to Ed Krasenstein because I'm getting DMs from our good friend Lev Parnas and a few other people who are just loving every minute of this. And Lev, request, brother, I would love to have you up on stage so I can shit on your glee. But Ed, I want to know, first of all, do you feel like this attack is warranted? What just happened?
So warranted. I
think Democrats are going to really you guys are going to be surgical with how you approach this because you don't want to perceive to be anti-American. You don't want to perceive to be anti-Israel. Yet you also can't
I
be
believe that
pro-Trump.
I believe Israel was warranted in attacking Iran, and if this was the last resort, it's hard for me to say that it was the wrong move. I do think that it was the wrong move to back out of the nuclear deal. I feel like a lot of this could have been
Wasn't
avoided.
the nuclear deal expired?
No, the nuclear deal, Trump backed out of it in 2018,
Yeah, but didn't
2019.
they not comply with the agreements of the nuclear deal?
No, they were complying 100% with the agreement. Uranium enrichment could only reach 3.67%, which was good enough for electricity. And even under Trump, they were complying. They never went past 3.67%. Trump backed out of the deal, saying he could make a better deal, which he never did. He didn't like the fact that Iran could still have ballistic missiles.
Grok, is that true?
He thought
Did
he could.
did Trump back out of the Iranian nuclear deal in 2018 for no good reason?
That's a reference to Trump pulling out of the Iran nuclear deal in 2017, criticizing it for not addressing ballistic missiles and allowing too much enrichment. He promised a better deal, but didn't secure one, leaving tensions higher. Next speaker, please.
So, yeah,
I
so
love this diligent.
Wait, this
Look
is a
at you guys
thing?
go.
What?
Oh shit, I love this. Finally we got something.
it's nice, right?
Welcome to Diligent Spaces, Nick.
So Ed, what happened during the Biden administration then in terms of the nature of
I mean,
that
Biden
relationship?
tried to meet with Iran too, but I mean, America had a deal and we backed out of the deal. We said, "Oh, we made an agreement, but we're not going to uphold it." So it's going to be hard for America to make a deal with Iran again because why should they trust their word if we
Well,
backed
Obama
out
did
of
it
the deal?
originally, man. Are you sure that it would be that
Yeah,
difficult if we really
but
wanted it?
isn't it also true, Ed, that they never even the Iranians never even threw out the inspectors as
I
long as
just
that
want to
deal was in
thank
place?
you for categorically lowering the testosterone level in the room. It's much easier to moderate now. Go ahead.
They never threw out the inspectors. You said.
Yeah, that's my
I
understanding.
mean, the
Mine, I was
inspectors were still there when Trump was there.
okay. I see.
They were adhering. I mean, even without the inspectors, we have spies. I mean, at least Israel had Mossad there, and they knew exactly where every nuclear scientist and military leader was. So even if the inspectors weren't there, which they were, I think we'd know how far along they were in the enrichment
Well, yeah. I
process.
mean, I'm in Tehran right now. I'm one of the spies, so absolutely.
I believe you.
I'm just kidding.
But yeah. So I mean, I can't blame Israel. They're so close. We're seeing Iran has the ability to send missiles into Israel. If they had nukes, there's no doubt in my mind that they would send nukes into Israel.
Really?
So Ed, I have to ask you a question on that premise, though. How come Iran wasn't launching the volleys of missiles that they are now? They're landing hits, right? So how come they weren't already doing that?
Because they could always say, "Oh, it's
If
not
they're
us
such an
doing it."
existential threat, why weren't they already attacking to that capability?
Well, they were through
They were through
Hezbollah and
Hezbollah and
Hamas,
Hamas,
right,
yeah.
and multiple other terrorist organizations. But they could always say that it wasn't them, right? They always had that
Plausible
reasonable doubt.
deniability.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Plausible deniability. They always had that. And once Israel hit them, they could say, "Oh, this is an act of war, so we're going to attack Israel." And if they didn't attack Israel, they'd look weak. So, I mean, you can't blame Iran for retaliating there, but at the same time, you can't blame Israel for defending themselves or defending their own interests. And honestly, I think if like the report said, Israel was incapable of destroying uh, Fort Al and some of these other
Netanyahu
sites.
came out and said that they didn't need U.S. assistance. That was 2 days
I,
ago.
I I
But
mean,
but again, that's an
honestly, I
unnuanced
don't
take,
trust
Dill.
Net. I
Let's let Ed
honestly don't
respond.
trust Netanyahu 100%. I mean, I think he's told us lies in the past. I think this time he was likely telling the truth, even though just what
Isn't that
2.5
funny
months
how
ago.
we have to weigh the weight of the fate of the world, like we're talking about nuclear war here potentially, on people who have historically lied to us, and all of a sudden, this has been a reoccurring theme during the space, which is people keep saying, "Oh, well, they lied to us about this. Oh, they lied to us about that," but this time they're telling the truth, and then wonder why the American people don't just jump to believe it. Isn't that
Well,
something?
I'm not
That's
100%
originally
certain.
why I came.
I'm not
Hold
100%
on, let
certain in the.
Led respond, then I'll give it to you, Lev, after.
I'm not 100% certain in the intelligence that we're being told, both from Netanyahu and from Trump. I mean, 2.5 months ago, uh, Tulsi Gabbard said that Iran wasn't working toward a nuclear weapon, and they weren't close. So I don't know. I mean, that came from the intelligence community back then, and now that Israel's saying that they were closer than we thought, and Trump's siding with Netanyahu, did Israel have better intel than us? I don't know. Are they just lying so that they can get ahead of themselves and attack Iran and prevent
Everyone's
them from?
lying, Ed.
I
It
don't know.
Everyone's
that
lying.
reminds me of George Carlin when he said, "I go on the assumption that the governments are lying to me all the time."
I don't know why anybody would believe the government like at face value. I don't even
But
left. Probably a mute glitch.
no. First of all, Doja, I love how can you say Trump is not the government, bro? How do you start off a
Oh,
statement
bro,
with that?
I
He's the
would I would
president. He's the
cite the
president of the
I
United
would
States. He's
cite
the one.
the
He's the one.
I would cite the I would
Look,
cite the hundreds of judicial injunctions preventing him from
listen.
doing anything for the last few months. So
All
if he
right,
was the government,
okay,
that would be necessary.
and like that stopped him from listening. He still does what he
Anyways, come on,
wants. He
bro.
has
Come
full
on.
control. Listen, all right. Anyway, but listen. First of all, a pleasure to be here to enjoy watching the full meltdown that's happening in between, and you guys finally realizing that Trump
It's
is
too
not
bad that
MAGA.
Democrats
That
aren't
you know what I'm
relevant enough
saying.
to have a meltdown.
I'm not Democrat, Doja, so you can't do that with me, unfortunately. But I love you. That's why I'm here. I respect you, but I'm not a Democrat. So let's talk what it is. The reality is that you're realizing that Trump lies to you, just like you guys said Biden lies. They all lie.
I never
So
said
Trump
Trump
is not
lied to
the
me.
holy savior. He
I
Trump.
never said that either. By the way,
They
So
literally said the
I
Nor
didn't say
opposite.
nor
you
Look
have
said
at
it.
this.
I.
Wait,
I
wait,
don't
wait,
know
wait, wait,
what
wait, wait,
Lev
wait,
is
wait, wait,
talking about.
wait, There's people. What do you mean, Trump? So you're saying that the people saying here that Trump did not lie to you. You're saying that when he said that no wars will start with him under his watch, and now
War has not
Okay,
been
I don't need
declared,
this brain
Lev.
that's not
damage
a
right now.
lie.
So I will be
That's
back.
not
I will
that's
be
not a
back. I
lie.
will be back. God bless our troops. God bless America.
hey
I'll be back.
Nick,
God protect our
Nick,
troops.
before Nick goes though, I want to tell you something. You made a case for humanity. He made a case for humanity. It is the governments of the world, and so when we think about these wars and we all get the bloodlust and our balls up, the thing that I can't stand. I'm an advocate of peace because I don't want the millions of people to die, the millions of people to be displaced. These are all pawns of governments. Political states operate by their own ends, and they are afferent ends, meaning directed in. If the mullahs or anybody else would be different, okay, but don't have this bloodlust where the governments are playing this 3D chess and they don't care. They're sociopaths. They don't care if millions of people die. So
Dave,
let's
I'm
just
I'm
not
with.
forget that.
Hey, but let's join on this. I'm with you a
Real quick,
thousand
you guys,
percent.
because I don't want my steak to get cold. So I'll wrap it up in 45 seconds, Diligent,
I'll
because I
just
just wanted
a
to
quick
address this
question.
conversation. Well, hold on, real quick, Henry.
Okay,
That
okay.
to the conversation point of why are we saying that we trust our government now when it has historically lied to us, which I actually agree to. A different perspective to look at that through. Why did you guys all vote in this last? And I'm speaking to the conservatives and MAGA because the left would deny this even happened. But why did you guys all vote in this election if you know that they've been stealing and rigging elections the last couple of times? Because there was an inherent
Exactly.
trust that this current president was going to be the game changer in this situation.
Exactly.
So, as far as where did Tulsi Gabbard get her intelligence from? Tulsi Gabbard controls all of the intelligence agencies with the exception of the DIA, which is a general out of the Air Force. So there is intelligence that comes through the military that Tulsi is not in charge of. So also consider that. Two, Tulsi herself put out the full statement of her excerpt of when she was testifying in Congress, where she does articulate that we had intelligence that Iran could be nuclear capable with, I don't know if it was days, weeks, or months, but she put that comment that's in there. So people were taking that out of context. So I just wanted to put that out there. Trump hasn't started a war. He did strategic strikes. If you go based on his historic data from his first presidency and with the Houthis, he's used strategic strikes to avoid war. To the last comment, people say, well, you know, other countries have nuclear weapons. Why Iran? Because Iran doesn't do direct attacks. Iran does attacks through its proxies. Would those nuclear weapons have ended up in the hands of a proxy? We don't know. Would have Iran done it directly? We don't know. Also, for the same argument that people say, we should remove the nuclear missiles and programs from Israel, who denies that they have it, but we know they stole it. But nonetheless, we should remove it from them because they have this Samson option. You're still talking about removing someone's nuclear things preemptively because of the potential threat. So the same threat that you're arguing about that's potential with Iran is the same threat you're trying to articulate to denuclearize Israel, which I think neither one of them should have nukes. I think Trump has shown that he deserves trust. They've tried to kill the man twice, and he stood there, and I defend him. Thanks for the 45 seconds. You guys keep arguing. It's been a great space, D.
Are they blaming Iran for those attempted assassinations?
I know initially they did, but they never came out and proved it. And I think when
So
Tucker
let me ask you
was
this.
hitting,
Let me ask you this: the intelligence agencies that Donald Trump is getting his information from have already preemptively set it up that Iran was trying to assassinate Trump during pre-election. Can we agree on this on stage? I just want to.
Yeah, he was just talking about it the other day.
Okay.
They beefed up the security and everything.
He was talking about it the other day. So the intelligence agencies have convinced Trump that Iran was trying to kill him, right?
Well, hold on. That part I disagree with.
What do you mean?
That's a simplistic analysis. But go ahead, man.
It's a simplistic answer, Henry. Why can't we just accept?
No, it's a simplistic analysis.
Face value.
You're saying you're suggesting that that's the only. Can I finish the sentence? You're suggesting that that's the only possible. This is what I was complaining about before. That's like the only thing, and so we're going to operate in this frame where the only insight he has is the American intelligence. Can I finish the sentence?
Listen. You want to intentionally leave answers ambiguous. That way, you can weave around the truth. And the fact of the matter is that they did report that Iran was trying to kill Donald Trump. They completely rerouted. They ran a decoy plane as a result of it, right? They made numerous claims that there was ongoing assassination plots and threats from Donald Trump. They even cited one of the individuals, said that he was on the ground in Iran. So, yes, the fact of the matter is this is easily verifiable information. I'm saying it in front of a space of 3,000 people. They can look it up themselves. Beyond that, right?
So diligent.
So beyond that, I'm going to finish what I'm saying, Alpha, and then I'll give it right back to you. And Henry, mute your mic. So the point of the matter is that they have used an assassination plot to convince Donald Trump Iran was trying to take him out. I want to ask the panel, do you think that factored into his judgment when it came to striking Iran tonight?
So here's my answer to that.
It's a bullshit premise.
I'm just asking.
It's not a bullshit premise.
It's a legitimate question.
It's a legitimate question with legitimate information that happened. Did he have to factor it in? He has to factor any intelligence that comes his way. This is what I'll say to that. That intelligence came from the intelligence agencies that Tulsi controls. And when Trump was confronted on camera about Tulsi having a position on something,
you think that Tulsi has full control of the intelligence agencies?
No, I don't.
This was before. This was during the
let me answer the
question.
question.
You just said that. Wait. You just said this is between Alpha and I. I'll let you know when you can talk, Henry. You just said that Tulsi controls. So based on the premise, based on your statement, does she control them or not?
Well, let me finish my statement. You'll hear what I'm saying. What I told you guys is Tulsi controlled the intelligence agencies, not the defense intelligence agencies. That's what I said. I said she does not have control over the DIA. So we know that there's two separate entities.
Guys, this was all during the campaign. What are you talking about? She had control over nothing.
Hold on.
Yeah, exactly.
We're talking about right now.
Got to put you on time, Henry. You can't listen to simple instructions, bro. You got to quit interrupting. You're wearing me out.
So we know that Trump has two sources of intel that he comes from at the top levels. He has Tulsi, who's the DNI, and then he has the general from the Air Force that's the head of the DIA. So and both of those have their own instruments. So there is these two entities that he's getting intel from. On top of that, Trump showed that he's publicly willing to go against Tulsi when the press presented him with, well, she's saying they're not. And Trump said, well, then she has bad intel. So what Trump showed in that statement is just because he's presented with intel that may come from Tulsi or anybody, he is willing to go against that. So just because it was presented to him doesn't mean that that's what he weighed in on.
the assassination intel came from Biden's intel agencies, not fucking Tulsi Gabbard, not like the current Trump administration, right? And he was getting intelligence briefings, and it was laughably stupid.
I want to write.
Like,
I want to run a hypothetical, and I never usually do this, but since I have my tinfoil crown wearing Destiny and her buddy Dustin on stage, I just want to say this: you have two outcomes of a coming presidential election. One is a puppet that has no brain on his own, is completely controllable. Joe Biden. They came out later and told you that he was mentally incapacitated during the terms of his presidency, that they can completely control. And the other, who looks like to be the winner, is not pro-war. How would you set the stage if you wanted to push the one that you can't control into a war with Iran? Well, would you maybe say that Iran's trying to kill him? Just saying, like it is a good preemptive strategy to manipulate somebody who you don't control. I don't believe they control Donald Trump, but I definitely believe that if Donald Trump thought that Iran had tried to kill him, was trying to kill him, when he was weighing in on whether or not he should strike Iran with bombs, it would definitely play a role in that.
I'll ask you, Diligent, though. When have we ever seen Trump be reticent to list off all the reasons why he has and leave? And when have we ever seen him hold back from throwing in other reasons?
When he doesn't want to show his hand, and when he's being prideful, those are the two times.
So you think that he has too much pride to admit that part of his motivation is that he wants revenge for attempted assassination?
No, not revenge. No, that would, to him, that would be a credible threat, right? So I think you're misinterpreting what I'm saying here. I'm
trying to understand. I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm trying to understand.
If you think about it, if the intelligence agencies are telling our president that they're trying to assassinate him,
Diligent. Look, I know Donald Trump. If he
hold on. But I just want to answer Good Logic's question. I'll give it right back to you. I'll give it right back to you. Let me answer this question. I'm not saying that he wants revenge. They're being perceived as a credible threat, an exponential threat, right? And that just adds a massive layer to it, because there was never any actual receipts given that they were trying to assassinate him. There was never any receipts given. What happened to the Butler assassination? Why didn't we get answers on that? Why was the body cremated? Am I the only one that doesn't think that all of this just smells funky? Am I really the only one that thinks that this smells funky? That the intelligence agencies, the intelligence agencies that told us there was no Hunter Biden laptop, that named MAGA domestic terrorists, are now telling us that we have to bomb Israel or Iran because they pose an exponential threat, and they're also trying to kill our president. Am I the only one who finds that a little bit like?
So who controls who in your mind is controlling all of this? Who's the deep state now? Trump. This is Trump's intelligence. I mean, they purged and put all their loyalists all over the place, and now you're saying, I'm trying to understand.
Are you saying that judicial injunctions aren't preventing people from being fired one after another?
Dude, what are you talking about? He's not even listening to half of the stuff and keeps going and doing whatever he wants to do.
Go ahead, Justin.
Defying the courts.
Diligent, do you know who Fareed Sakari is? Do you know who?
No, I don't.
Carlisle Riviera, Jonathan.
That sounds familiar.
Holt. Yeah, these guys are all arrested in the plot. Two of them actually confessed to working for Iran or receiving instructions from Iran-related people on the attack to assassinate Trump. It's not like this is just out there. The actual records are there. Their actual statements are there. Their confessions are there. This isn't just out in the blue. I don't know how Tucker and everyone doesn't even know this. This has been known for almost 2 years now.
Ask Grok about it. Ask Grok about what Justin's talking about.
Grok, tell us about the Iranian.
November 7th.
Grok, tell us about the Iranian and you have to mute, otherwise it's not going to be able to hear me. Hold on, I have to start it over now because you guys fucked up my prop. Grok, tell us in detail about the Iranian assassination plots against President Trump or attempts. Cite your sources.
Based on recent reports from the web, there have been several alleged Iranian assassination plots against President Donald Trump. In November 2024, after Trump was elected, the Justice Department charged Farhad Shakri, a 51-year-old Afghan national, who was allegedly tasked by Iranian officials to plan Trump's surveillance and assassination. Manhattan federal prosecutors said this was ordered before the 2024 election, part of a string of plots against him. Another case in August 2024 involved Asif Merchant, a Pakistani with ties to Iran, charged in a failed plot, as noted by the Committee on Homeland Security. U.S. intelligence also
Grok,
tracked
were these individuals convicted?
But officials said it was unrelated, according to CNN and the New York Times.
Grok.
Iran's president denied these claims in January 2025, calling them fabrications to promote Iranophobia, as reported by NBC News. But U.S. authorities stand by their evidence. Posts on X echo these reports, with some detailing heightened security, like decoy planes, due to threats from Iran. Next speaker, please.
Grok, were these individuals convicted of the plot of the charges?
Based on recent web reports, Farhad Shakri remains at large in Iran and hasn't been convicted, as he's still a fugitive according to the Justice Department. Asif Merchant, arrested in August 2024, faces charges but hasn't been convicted yet. His case is ongoing in Texas federal court, with no verdict reported yet. Next speaker, please.
So that's not conclusive evidence. If you ask
Yeah, but
me,
you said it was just basically remember, Diligent, you said this was just basically out there. It was rumor. No, they have actual
I said that it
alleged
was. I
people
said
that
that it
they've
was an
charged. They have people in
inconclusive
custody.
pretext of an Iranian intent to murder President Trump, and you just heard it. It has not been conclusive.
Hey, Diligent,
Can we
how
agree?
many other attacks have there been on the homeland from Iranian forces or attempts since 9/11?
Why are we moving the goalpost?
No, not moving the goalpost. I'm just saying, like, this isn't just out there as some type of one-off and done thing. Since 9/11, there have been 38 attempted attacks. Some of them successful, some of them not. Many of them across seas here in the United States. Everything from the Virginia Jihadi Network. And I'll tell you my personal experience. This was 2007. I was living in the Virginia suburbs in Ashburn, Virginia. All of a sudden, a helicopter is hovering over my street, over my suburban neighborhood. It turns out one of my neighbors was a jihadi who was trying to plot a bomb on the metro there in the DC area. He was a Shia devotee, and he was looking for that too. Look, the issue strongly here is that where the puck is headed, the Middle East, the radical jihadists have always been the biggest threat to America and continue to be. Tiny little Yemen, which is about the size of the state of Georgia, will have a population bigger than Russia before the year is out. And the reason why this matters is that unlike China, which is dying old and now broke, unlike Russia, which is dying old and soon-to-be broke, the Shia populations in the Middle East, the Sunni population in some cases in the Middle East, have a fertility rate of 4.0, which means that they basically are where the willpower is and where the manpower is, and that's where the threat has always been. And they basically chant, live long all day, death to America, want to eat us for breakfast, and we better wake up, and this is basically why we always pay attention to these threats.
But we don't always launch missile strikes based on them, right? Because they're not always accurate. Is that fair?
On who? On what? On them? This was.
We don't always launch missile strikes because of perceived threats. Is that?
Yeah, wait. Just 3 days ago, the official Iranian X account posted a picture of someone stroking, in a very sexual way, mind you, a nuclear bomb in the palm of their hands, right? Unlike Iraq, where Saddam constantly basically denied that they had any WMDs, Iran is proud of it, has been flaunting it. They accused us on Thursday night, the big thing is coming, we're going to send you something big, and then it never materialized. They have been wanting nuclear weapons, that's been well attested. Even Tucker agrees. If it
never materialized, why would we take their threats seriously?
What do you mean? What do you mean never?
Bro, you're the one that said
materialized, right? Yeah, that's the whole thing. They wanted this thing. They attempted this thing. Everyone agrees. Even Tucker Carlson agrees. They had a nuclear weapons program.
When was the first time that we heard that they were close to nuclear weapons?
Not like 94 or something.
It was in the mid to early 90s. So every year since the mid to early 90s, we've been told that Iran was close to a nuclear weapon and that they were going to use it to wipe out Western civilization.
Diligent, can I ask you a question, Diligent? Do you think there's not a distinction between Iran's enemies claiming that they have a nuclear weapon and that they are therefore a threat, and Iran itself claiming that they have a nuclear weapon. Don't you think there's a vast distinction there?
But what do you mean?
Iran itself
Iran did not
in
claim that it had a
2021.
nuclear weapon and intend to use it.
No, but they claim. But when they're claiming that they have enrichment, that they're enriching up to 60%, do you know, and that they're making themselves capable of having a
You
nuclear
admitted
bomb?
yourself during that back and forth that it was for leverage, right?
Oh yeah, no, I think it's very possible. I don't know. I have no idea.
It's the most
but if they're doing
logical
it,
conclusion, though.
okay, fine. But Diligent, my point is this: they could be doing it. They could be telling us. I think the reason they're telling us about it is for leverage. Does that mean that they don't have it? Does that mean that we should be like, oh, they're definitely lying?
Yeah, it's the craziest thing.
So why
that
did
somehow
it take
the
them
onus
after Biden gave them money? Why did it take them 4 more years to not achieve any more, enrichment? It's kind of weird, don't you think?
Oh, I think that they're motivated to come out and say it when they have Biden in power rather than Trump, when they know that Trump is not going to be submitting himself to extortion threats. So I think that they're motivated.
So wait a second. Wait a second. You think that they are waiting for a less friendly power to be in place in the United States to come out and be a threat, as opposed to while they had free reign when Biden administration was in for the last 4 years? That's what you're
What I'm
saying?
saying, no. What I'm saying is they're more willing to be open and say, hey, we're enriching our uranium to a position which would enable us to get a nuclear bomb when they have an extortable administration like the Biden administration than they are under the Trump administration. Is that? I don't think that's illogical. I don't think anyone would disagree with me that they have a motivation to do that. I think you would agree with that, right?
I mean,
look, it's the craziest thing that somehow the onus is on the United States to prove with a definitive agree that they're 5 minutes from
the
making
United
a nuke.
States didn't start
But
this
we
war,
fucking
Justin.
bomb them, it is up to us. The onus, if we're fucking bombing them, yes, the onus is on us to be
Yes.
able to show that it's an actual thing.
If a guy threatens me and says,
Especially with the historical context of WMDs in Iraq, which you cited yourself in this conversation. Like, I don't
yeah, but
understand.
unlike
I agree, by
Iraq,
the way,
which
with,
claimed that they
I
never
agree with
had it,
Dustin
Iran's been
and
claiming
Diligent
they've
on
got
that.
it all the time.
No, I agree with Dustin and Diligent that we've had so many lies come from our own government about WMDs and things of that nature that there should be much more of an onus on our government to establish it. I'm simply saying that when they're admitting it themselves, that I think we passed that threshold. We don't have to trust on our CIA or other intelligence agencies to bring us this report. This is their own claims. So if you have a lunatic who comes in running, screaming, "Hey, I've got a bomb strapped to my chest," you kind of say, all right, I gotta think that's a bomb. If it turns out it's a wooden stick he's got there and it's not dynamite, well, that's on that guy. But if his head got blown off in the process. But if they're coming in here with the sticks strapped to his chest, screaming, "I've got a bomb! I'm going to blow this place up," or something close, and
But
I know
that's
they're
not
not
what
saying they have a bomb.
occurred.
I know they're not saying that.
That's not
I know
what
they're not
occurred.
saying that. I know, but my point is that they're saying they're putting themselves in a position that they could do that, and they've established that they're willing to sponsor terrorism. I think that's very different than
So
just
let me
saying,
ask you
well,
this, Good
maybe our
Logic.
government's lying to us again.
Were they as much of a threat? Do you believe that they are the same? At least, let's just speculate for a minute. Do you believe that they present just as much of a threat today as they did a year ago?
Oh, after Bunker Buster, no.
So, I'm talking about this before this tonight. Like, do you believe that Iran this year presented just as much, as much of a threat as they did a year ago? Were they more of a threat after Trump took office, or less of a threat?
Sure. The CENTCOM report on June 10th indicated that they had enriched this uranium to a certain level, and that was coming from both CENTCOM and the UN. So look, there were distinct reports that they were.
Good Logic just told us that they admitted to having uranium enrichment to that level in 2021.
You don't have to take my word for it. You can ask Grok to confirm that they were saying they were going to using the Natanz in order to enrich up to 60% level. I'm not trying to give any misinformation here. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I mean, multiple things.
So I think that the premise of my point here is getting missed, which is if you don't think that they were more of a threat during the last year of the Biden administration, when they know that Trump is a hardliner with them, they know Trump is far more pro-Israel than the Biden administration could ever fathom being, right? All of a sudden, Israel decided to act now as opposed to last year when they were far more of a threat as far as in the context of having an ally in America.
Yeah,
Right.
but
So like,
Biden wasn't going to send any
why
help.
didn't Israel, if it was such a pressing matter, why didn't Israel, and they did launch the first attack. I'm not going to argue semantics on that about proxies and all that bullshit, because we can, I mean, look at the Ukraine war, right? So why did Israel wait until this year when they are far more of a threat? I mean, far less of a threat as opposed to a year ago. What
Because
changed?
Trump is sending bombs and Biden was sending them cash. Recall,
okay, so
Obama sent. Let me get straight. Obama sent Iran $1 billion in pallets
and so
of
if
actual
Biden
cash.
is paying them exactly, so if Biden is paying them cash, they're far more of a threat a year ago. Why didn't they bomb Iran then?
Diligent, because Biden was president. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I think you're
diligent.
because you get it, Logic. Go ahead. Tell them what I'm getting at.
No, diligent. I think what the point is that they feel as if they are freer to take steps to help secure their long-term defenses by eradicating a developing threat when they have a friendly administration versus when they have one that is willing to throw cash at the problem.
Totally.
So that's what, so they think that I think they feel far freer to take steps to say, hey, we're going to eradicate this problem right here and now when we have an administration that's unlikely to punish us for it. And if anything, they might get our backs rather than having Biden administration yelling at them for taking steps to defend
100%.
Or one that will actually go in and bomb it for you, which is what occurred.
We also need to shift after the president's speech tonight from acting like, right? President Trump made it very clear he has been coordinating with Netanyahu the entire time. So, right, like the idea that they were acting without, again, and we knew this because Ted Cruz flubbed it in the interview with Tucker, where he's like, we bombed Iran. I mean, Israel, I mean, we backed Iran. I mean,
Dude,
Iran did it
Tucker
all
was
by
totally
themselves.
vindicated tonight. All of those people that shat all
What are you
over
talking
him.
about?
What do you mean? Donald Trump came out and
Here's
confirmed
Tucker
what
Carlson.
Tucker said. What
Tucker
happened
said
on
that
the
we'd
show.
be at World War III right now. That they would basically
okay.
they
So
would mow over
has,
Israel. Is what Tucker.
Justin, has the United States been bombing Iran with Israel? Yes or no?
I can't unmute. There you go. We've been providing support to Israel the entire time. It was a great head fake by Trump.
They just can't do it. They just can't. I don't know why.
Why are
do
the
you
proxies?
skirt the truth?
Dill, question for you.
Skirting what truth? I
Honest
told you.
question
Yeah,
for you.
we supply them with bombs. We supply. This is the first direct interaction
have
we've had.
Dill,
Let me poke a little hole in your logic here, man. Can I just throw a question at you? So why are the proxies of, or the allies, you could say, why are the proxies of Iran, which are well established and are in the multi-dozen, not relevant, specifically not relevant in your argumentation, but our support for Israel as an ally is this woeful, huge problem, and we're not like putting them on the same footing. Like, what are we talking about?
We don't have a mutual defense agreement with Israel. There is not a formal mutual.
Okay, so
there is not a formal mutual defense agreement that's been approved by Congress with Israel. Period. It's a fact.
So okay, so what does
there
that
is a preferred defensive strategic partner accord, right, where they get defense, they get an IOU defense, all of this, but there is nothing that says if Israel attacks somebody, we have to back them, or vice versa, or if they get attacked, we have to defend them. There is no treaty, there's nothing on paper that says that we have to do that. Fact check me.
Fair enough, but but we're still, that didn't get to the core of the question, which was about the proxies. Why are they so dismissed? But like we're more, on Front Street.
The proxies are not attacking America. You're going to bring up historical precedent. Blah, blah,
what are you
blah,
talking about? Wait, we've had attacks.
That's just not true.
That's absolutely not true,
man. And I think this is where
Dude,
Are
they've
you
been
talking about the
attacking us the
Houthis
whole
launching?
time.
Are you talking about
How
Houthis?
many U.S. service members have been killed by Iranian-backed groups or Iranian-backed actions where the money came directly
That's
from
fine. That's fine.
Iran?
That's fine.
going back to the early 80s, man. Yeah, that's all. And if you want to dismiss them of that because it's like
I
not
wasn't
that's fine.
dismissing them, but it wasn't. I mean,
No, I'm just saying.
if it's
I'm not
been
saying
happening
dismiss
since the
entirely.
early '80s, then why haven't we struck them before?
It's a great
Because we
question.
were
Dude.
also
I mean,
funding them in a lot of cases.
there you go.
Why doesn't Obama do it?
So
Isn't he
this
one
is
who
the point,
wanted
right?
to?
So this is the same argument that we've had all night, which is the proxies, the proxies, the proxies. Because I'm like, are they an existential threat? Because that was a claim that was made by Netanyahu when he began this war by launching a volley of missiles into Tehran, right?
He didn't start this war. I mean, it's a false frame, man. But sorry, go ahead.
I mean, did that happen or not? I mean, like
to suggest
we're
that they
fucking
just
arguing
decided
about
unilaterally,
semantics, dude.
It's not semantics. So you're saying like they had 30 years of reasonable peace and trade deals, and there's somehow the relationship broke
didn't
down the
make
last
that
few
assertion.
months.
You said that.
Yeah, but I mean, that's how it comes across, dude. And you know that.
I don't
It's
care
not like
how
they
it
just
comes
have had
across.
peace.
Listen. You're trying to justify interventionism.
I'm not justifying anything, man. I'm
With
calling out
interventionism without any kind of solid evidence at all.
Nope. I'm not justifying it at all.
All you have are the same 60% enrichment and
I've already told you before I
the
don't care about the
proxy
nukes,
war
dude.
arguments that you've had
I've already
for
told
years.
you before.
Nothing has changed.
Sure. That's what you're saying. What I've said earlier, about I don't know, an hour or so ago, I don't care about the nukes. I've told you that multiple times. They've already done far more. Their ledger is chock full of blood.
Yeah. January 2000 ship, West Bank. July 2002, Hamas killed 5 Americans at Hebrew University. October 2023, we had multiple killings between 2003 and 2011. They think there were 600 American soldiers killed. I mean,
Can
the
we
list goes
agree
on
that
and
there's
on.
a
I don't know
difference
what you're
between
talking about, Diligent.
terrorists?
Can you not interrupt him when he?
Can we agree that there's
I'll stop. But there is a massive list, Diligent.
Can we agree that there's a difference?
Groups. Why are you interrupting me, Diligent?
I'm asking you a question because can we agree? Because you don't need to read the list. Can we agree that there's a distinction between terrorist organizations and nation states?
Would you say that about 9/11?
When Donald Trump wiped out ISIS, which we created, by the way, through Iraq, but when Donald Trump wiped out ISIS, right? Did we go in there and bomb the capital of the nation states of the countries in which they are presiding?
We did in Afghanistan. We did in Iraq. We did on multiple occasions.
Okay. Oh, well, you're making my case for me.
And we've done some now in Iran.
Hold on. I'm glad that you said that. You said Iraq and Afghanistan. So were those justified wars?
Those wars were absolutely justified.
They were justified. And did they cause or did they destabilize the area afterwards?
As far as the efforts that were going
did they increase or decrease stability in the region afterwards?
I believe that they came to a hilt and we took them out. I mean,
Justin, come on, bro. Really?
Justin, who were the wars justified by?
We were greeted as
liberated.
Harder.
People or
How does Lindsey Graham's dick taste?
Halliburton, the Bushes.
That's so. This is middle school stuff, guys. Look,
it is middle school.
The wars
stuff.
in Iraq were justified.
They told us
again. Do you want me
Bush
to answer?
went in front of Congress twice to justify Iraq. Right? They never had WMDs. He had old chemical weapons that had sat there for a long time, untouched, no active program. They went in. There was a report that was done, a bipartisan, independent report that was done later on.
How about Gaddafi?
Never found any evidence of it, and you just said that it was justified and that it was good for the region.
Well, no. Let's talk about Gaddafi, Justin. How about that?
Talk about the what?
Gaddafi,
like
the leader of Libya. Do you remember him when they dragged him through the streets?
Yeah, there was a lot of bloodshed under his fingernails for sure.
Was that
I'm glad those dictators are gone.
I never realized you were such a war hawk, dude. I just never knew. It's crazy to me.
Now, let me tell you the overarching problem.
Hold on. Jennifer, please don't. He's being respectful. You are a war hawk, but you don't need to call him a piece of shit. Come on.
Yeah, basically, it goes down to the same premise. Why is the onus on the United States
who's sending your kids to war? It's
I guess I can't get a word in. Am I going to talk?
Go ahead, Justin.
All right. Why is the onus on the United States to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the threats that Gaddafi, the threats that Saddam, the threats that Iran makes against us and our ally in Israel basically have to be attituded to a T before
Or
we
was it
take
the
action.
African
They threaten us
aquifer? Was
and we
it they going to
basically
make it
have
Let
to
him
independent
finish. I'll let you
Africa?
respond.
let me finish. The only thing these cultures recognize is a strong horse. And right now, we are in a strong horse position. What happened in the post Iraq, post shock and awe, is that we declined to face that and to build it as a war, right? We pulled ourselves back and we didn't engage in war, and that cost us enormous
No, we
lives.
didn't finish what
Let
we
me finish.
started in
Shock and awe
Afghanistan.
was an incredible success. Getting rid of these dictators is a huge success. What
Is that
happens
what is?
afterwards
Were
when we
you the
get
one
what
responsible
happens
when
after?
George Bush
Can I
showed up
finish?
on
What
ISIS was a
happens
huge
afterwards?
the ship with the big sign that said "We won"?
What
So
happens after?
20 years.
listen. I think that we're just going in circles here, Justin. But the
No,
point
no.
of the
What
matter,
happens?
the fact
Happens?
of the matter
One
is that the
second.
American people were lied to justify the invasion in Iraq, and history shows, and this is provable. I don't need to speculate here. History shows that they caused instability in the region for a long time, not just in those countries, but also for some of our other allies in the area. And so, and actually, the current regime in Iran and is due to some of that, right? Same thing in
Right,
Afghanistan.
because there
Same
were
thing
no
as they.
killings
Same
before
thing
we took.
as same. I'm not saying that it was perfect, but when you
Yeah,
destroy,
200 Marines
when
killed in
you
Beirut would
remove
have
a
issue with
governing
you.
body, it creates instability, right? That's a
Yeah,
fact. We don't
instability
need to
that we didn't we
speculate.
didn't see an ounce of that before the turn of the century, right?
The
So,
craziest
so
statement,
Every time.
the craziest
this
statement I've
It goes
logic,
heard
back.
in
bro.
This
any
guy's
of
doesn't
these
go back.
insane.
debates is why is the onus on us before we bomb the shit out of somebody to go to war? Like, why is the onus on
Here's
us
the
to
Why
figure it
would you
out? Like,
need
that's
to? Why would
crazy,
you
bro.
just glide?
If you'll give me a minute, let me explain real quick. Can I explain real quick? Why is it that the world speaks the language of a small set of islands off the northwest coast of Europe? Why is English the dominant language in finance, in technology? It's because in the 1850s, England was the first to conquer infant mortality. Before that time, you had a lot of kids and they all died. All of a sudden, they decided, you know what? After we, take care of these cadavers, we should probably wash our hands before giving birth to these children here. All of a sudden, 1850s, infant mortality went down to a very, very small
Yeah,
record like
tell
it was.
that to the
Wait, let me finish. Let
Irish.
me finish. The average age of a Londoner in 1850 was 15 years old, which is why the Queen had so much power, so much willpower to send across the country, right? So who is in that position today? The median age of the Gaza Strip is 15 years old, and to put it
100%.
nicely, to put it nicely, this group has a somewhat fractious relationship with the tenets of Western society. So if you're going to where the puck is going, right? Where is the puck going to be in 10, 20, 30 years? The threat isn't from Russia. The threat isn't from China. The threat
It
is
is from
always from the
China.
Middle East. And
It's
so you
always
need to
been
keep this in
China for a
check.
long time now.
No, no, look, China is even Frank Dakota, the foremost scholar on China, came out the other day at Stanford
Yeah, I don't
University
care.
on the
I
Knowledge
don't care.
podcast, and he said it's a Potemkin village. It's a Potemkin village. The threat is always the Middle East, and that's why it's important you keep it at
How
bay.
much they paying you?
I just, again, the 15-year-olds in Gaza are about to destroy us all.
No, no, you had
So,
no,
like,
no. That's the
to
median
bomb
age.
No, no, in
They
Iran?
10
Like,
have.
what the
years.
fuck are you
You
talking about,
totally,
bro?
Joseph, you totally missed the point. You totally missed the point.
I'm not
The
the one saying
median
that,
age
by
is
the way, but I
15.
do share
They have youth
this
and they have
question. Like, it's a good question.
No, they have youth and they have willpower, and that's the whole thing, right? That absolutely
That's all it
decides
takes in
what
today's
happens.
age.
And if we stop blowing them up, they won't want to kill us.
Right. Before the 2000s, before we did that, like the Beirut bombing, the other bombings. Look,
So
this
Justin, let me
ideology,
ask you
this
something. Let me ask
ideology
you
will
something.
look you in the face
To
and
that
kill
point,
you.
right? To that point, I'm glad that you just said that. So, do you feel like the domestic threat from those terrorists that are embedded in the United States currently that we know of? Do you think that is increased or decreased due to our strike of Iran?
Oh, it's probably increased, but at the same time,
Okay.
once you understand the U.S. is the strong horse, that's the only language they understand, and then we come out on top. The safest place
So
in the
you're saying
world
that
in
this is over?
No. That's why you have to keep the pressure on. That's why when President Trump says, "Don't you dare touch us, or we will be strong
Well, what
against
do
you,"
they
that
call
was
that? Well, we keep the pressure on. What do you mean by that? How do you keep the pressure on?
well, just like President Trump. You dare take a step in our direction, and you hurt our forces, we will come back with 10x.
The same way that he gave him a 60-day deadline.
Yeah, and on day 61, we bombed him.
Right. And so, what do you think is going to happen when they don't listen this time?
Well, hopefully we'll see what's happened. I don't know. We'll see when the dust settles tomorrow. We'll know the impact of the Iranian regime and what their future is.
So do you think that do you think that I'm getting at? I believe that we can't beat Iran.
Say
You
again.
think that's what my concern is? Do you believe that my concern is that we cannot defeat Iran?
I don't understand how you think we cannot defeat Iran.
I'm just asking.
You
Do you
guys have
think
been
I'm
saying for the last 2 years that if we dare touch Iran, they will turn us to molten lead. Israel will
That's
be
not what he's
gone. What
asking you.
happened? They're paper
Justin,
tiger.
Justin, that's not what he's asking you. He's not asking you whether he's asking whether you think that his position.
Yeah. What do you
is
think my
that
position is?
we
Do you
are
think that I'm worried about us losing to Iran?
I don't know what your position is.
So my position is that Israel state that they could take care of this themselves 2 days ago?
Not exactly. Again, I think you've simplified that a little bit.
I
Joe.
can give you a direct quote.
Dilly, we
They
I
said
don't care about the quote. I think we should.
the direct quote is that Israel said that they did not need U.S. involvement to win this war. That is exactly what they said.
but Dilly, it came out.
Yeah, but that's a hypersimplification.
So, dude, if you keep saying that, I swear to God, it's really annoying. But anyways, my point is, I'm asking Dustin a question. Hold on, let me ask Dustin, not Justin. Justin, not Dustin. Justin, my point is that I have not seen any reason for the U.S. to get involved with this war directly because one, Israel was already winning. Two, they said that they could win. I haven't seen any evidence. Very clear reasoning and justification to the people, especially if they're doing it without going to Congress, right? Is the people, they should present very concise receipts as to why we're getting involved in this war. I do believe that. But on that premise,
they released the CENTCOM reports on
all
this
of
very
the
thing just days
surrounding
ago.
evidence suggests that it was unnecessary for us to get in this war.
You know, you might find it interesting why I think Trump acted the way he did, because I don't know that he did it out of some grandiose American vision of power. I think he did it a little bit of self-interest, which is
I
why
don't
Trump
believe
sometimes
that.
is so
I don't believe
successful.
that he was doing it out of some kind of ego-driven thing.
But here's my comparison. During the COVID era, right, and you guys know that's been kind of my bailiwick. When Pence was given the reins to handle this situation, all of a sudden Trump realized, as Pence is down in his daily presser, that he's getting a lot of airtime, and this is an important issue to show some leadership on. So what did Trump do? He went downstairs, took over the presser, and never relinquished the mic for the next year and a half, right? And so that was a really interesting situation where you had this the president basically finding his ego in trying to tackle what was COVID. I think when he saw the initial success of what was happening in Israel, he said, "I want to be part with that. I hate losing wars, but I will absolutely demonstrate American power, and I like being part of this." I think that was part of his motivation. He's a complicated guy in some ways. He's simple in others.
What do you think about the notion that he was being told?
I think you're both
What do you
wrong.
think about Justin? What do you think about the notion that he was being told that the Iranians were trying to assassinate him? You think that might have played
I
into
think
it?
he absolutely believed that. I think this was part of payback.
I agree. Not on the payback.
Yeah,
part,
why wouldn't you pay him back, right?
Can I just add this? I think we need to update, right? Like I realize we've been saying this for several days based on the information we had. We got an update tonight from Trump, right? That he and Bibi Netanyahu have been coordinating this the entire time. So, right, the whole argument that Israel could handle itself, that was literally just done for show in order to like protect politically like what was happening in the US. So like I think we all need to update that as like part of how
That's
we're
actually
thinking.
true.
Yes, that was the point where I think you're both wrong, Diligent and Justin. I think that what they tell us publicly during the course of trying to figure out the best way to approach the situation is strategically designed. You're saying Dustin is framing it politically. I'm saying militarily. I think it's strategically designed in order to facilitate the best possible military outcome. So they're going to tell us that Israel's doing it, and that it's that this way Iran theoretically is planning for a ground invasion from Israel rather than taking other steps to try and protect from
I
an
took
airstrike
particular
from
joy
America.
in how President Trump used Steve Bannon the other day as cover. Steve comes to the White House. It's broadcast that he's there at the White House. Later that day, Trump utters 2 weeks. And then it turns out that was a head fake. I wonder if Steve Bannon knew that he was being used or if he was part of the equation there.
His rhetoric is something else.
Yeah, but I think that it makes you don't. And I'll tell you something. So you can say that's Trump misleading us, but I'll tell you, in that type of scenario, I want him to be misleading us so that this way he's helping keep our troops out of harm's way. And if he has to lie to us as far as what's going to happen here or there in order to facilitate and make sure his objective is
But we
reached
don't know
in the
that
most
that's
secure and
happened
safest
yet.
way possible,
But
that's
we
a
don't
good
know
thing.
that that's happened.
Well, I think it's a fair implication that Dustin drew. He drew the same implication that I drew when he's saying that he's been coordinating with Israel throughout this entire
I
time.
agree. No,
He's basically saying, I think
I
this is
agree. I
over.
agree on that point. We do need to update the premise of it, right, based on new evidence. Which he's absolutely right. It was a head fake. Actually, this entire thing has been nothing but head fakes.
100%, dude.
100%,
100%.
100%. But again, now that it's post fact, I would like the evidence, right? That's the thing. Like I don't care. I do trust Trump, but he's in the government, and our government owes us the truth, right? That's what we were
The only
promised.
truth I
We
want to
were
know is
promised
that
the most
Iranian's nuclear
transparent.
program is
We were
kaput.
promised the most transparent government and presidency in U.S. history. That's what I was sold on before I voted
Wait,
for Donald Trump.
Justin, you don't want to know if our president was psyoped into just going with Israel
No.
into this?
Well, look. I've seen the CENTCOM report that was published. That came out on June 10th. They've been clamoring about this for a long time. We all know what Iran wanted. Like I said, just a few days ago, they posted a post stroking this nuclear bomb saying, we got something big. They'll talk about us for centuries, right? And if they're making those threats, it's like, okay, F around and find out.
Oh my God! Hyperbolic saber rattling against a guy like Donald Trump would never do such a thing. I mean, my God.
What's your point?
I mean, my point is that Donald Trump is the master of hyperbolic saber rattling, right? And they literally just got their entire, like
So
one
do
third
you
of
believe
their
that
senior
Iran
military
did not
staff
have
blown to shit.
intentions to get a nuclear bomb?
Yeah, no, I don't.
I
I
believe
do
that there
not
should be
believe that they were a
evidence.
threat at
I
all.
believe that's something that we should not take at face value.
So you don't believe, like even Tucker Carlson believes they had a nuclear war program. So you don't believe that they were trying to clamor, even though for years and decades they've
I
been
don't
talking
believe
about
that
doing
it's
it?
as much of a threat today as they said it was 30 years ago. Right? This is my point. Like, we have been lied to so long. I believe that if you want me to believe